He fucking posted an electronic tip form, and this was my favorite fucking thing I've seen in crypto in a very long time. Slurf. The fucking Slurf dev says, "Please don't. I'm working to refund everyone." Bro, how does M have the dev of like a $500 million project at his whim? That guy is a fucking nuisance, man. Oh my god.
The fucking FBI, man. That's
he tagged the FBI.
And I'm convinced, like, this Slurf dev, like, anyone that did the pre-sale, I am sorry, because that was all.
Do you think he did it on purpose? I think he did it on purpose.
Yeah, and there's a reason that all these other people are coming in to support it. There's a reason that 1,000 Soul was taken out right before launch. We don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to go down the rabbit hole too far, but.
Oh, bro, let's talk about
I want to go down the rabbit hole. Let's do it. Let's go down the rabbit hole because there's clear 1,000 Soul was taken out of that.
1,050 Soul was withdrawn right before he burned.
Why?
The retail tokens.
Why?
That's what we're trying.
Why do you think?
Why? Yeah, why do you think?
Because it's not cool, bro. If all this shit is a fucking ruse, that's bullshit. Because if it's organic, then that's amazing for the space, bro. That's amazing. But if it's not...
Well, there's... I don't know, the way I've seen it, and I haven't really kept up too much with it, but like L-Bank is setting up some sort of wallet. I think HTX was talking about. It seems like there's bigger players at work behind it, and potentially, how I'm seeing it is that 1,000 Soul kind of is going to go towards that, or the bro sniped his own launch with a bunch of money, sold it, which I think someone posted transactions. I do not have the time or the patience to go through SoulScan. I can read EtherScan. I don't fuck with SoulScan. That shit's
dude, there's so many of us that feel the same way. I feel like I became like an EtherScan sleuth. I feel like I can find whatever I want on there now, and I'm like, yeah, I get it. SoulScan hurts my brain.
Well, it's fucked up because EtherScan bought SoulScan, so it's like just fix it. Like just copy paste. I know it's a lot
more. It's
more.
not the same UI.
It's probably 1,000 times more complicated than we're making it, but just copy paste.
But no, just copy paste.
.soul instead of .eth, and you're fucking done. But yeah, no, there's some sketchy things, but there's some bigger players that seem to be at work here with listings and kind of helping. It sounds like helping the pre-sale. So I'm hoping at the end, at least the pre-sale get their money back, but also
I think they will. I think they will.
Because like the multiples that their soul was up, if it was just in there in the first place, is insane. So it's like they did get screwed. And so for anyone that did send it, I'm sorry. I had nothing to do with it, but I'm sorry because that just sucks. The situation is kind of
they're gonna get made whole is what everyone's saying.
It's terrible.
Here's
like
make
a
the hard facts. Yeah, exactly right. Here's the hard facts that people are putting out there. It's like the pre-sellers will be made whole, refunded, but if they had gotten their pre-sale tokens at this range, maybe it wouldn't even be at this market cap. Maybe I imagine it would have not gotten this notoriety, this attention. So that's why a lot of people think there's a lot more that's happening here. Like Justin Sun of he's the CEO of
HTX.
Thank you.
And there'd be another Gemini?
Yes.
Or something? Yeah, it used to be another exchange or something. I don't know. There's people do a lot of stuff in the space, but yeah.
Justin Sun's one of the biggest figures in the space, though, and he was on Spaces yesterday, and he was just like really bullish about it. And then he sent in like 4 of his employees to come in and talk on behalf of the project. And yeah, Gebo, 1,050 Soul was refunded, but no other refunds were issued. And it just kind of seemed a little like, okay, what's going on? But
refunded to who?
Refunded to a wallet that. Yeah, they sent in 1,050 Soul, and it was sent back to them. But no other Soul was sent back, and then he burned everyone else's resale tokens.
And are those 1,050 still sitting in that wallet?
That I don't know, Kev. Have you checked?
No, I try to look at SoulScan as little as possible to save my own mental health, but
yeah, Kevo, the point is they were sent, and literally, like, the next transaction, like, within a minute, was him burning everyone else's tokens.
Nah, I don't know, bro. Because, like, it's almost too good to be true. because have you guys been in his spaces?
Yeah, I joined him in one of his spaces. Like, he's showing real emotion and he's crying.
But like, fuck, bro, because like, let's say it's just so coincidental, right? Fine, whatever the fuck. If it is, and all this is happening organically, then god dang, I can only imagine how crazy, insane this fucking war is gonna be. But if it's orchestrated, then that's fucked up, because I don't know what to believe anymore.
A lot of it is orchestrated, man. A lot of it is orchestrated. I mean, look, Shroom was a great opportunity, and it still is a great opportunity for some solid cash and, potential profits. But dude, someone sniped $1 million at launch. They just happen to know all the right settings to get in, and they sold $10 million at the top. Gabo, I love you, my guy, but I used to have this naivety to me when it came to the space, and I realized there's so much that is orchestrated, my man. That's the part that gets kind of hard.
No, bro. I mean, like, I know.
Look at Pauly, bro. Pauly's calling these projects, and it's been proven time and time again that his wallets are the ones selling the tokens he says he doesn't own any of. His ex-boyfriend's the one showing that it's his wallets.
Ew, you used to have a boyfriend?
No, Pauly's actually gay. That's like not me trying to be rude, but yeah, he's actually gay.
He is, right?
What? How do you know this? Dude, listen, the rabbit hole is deep, I guess.
Yeah.
So many people.
I think he used to be like, not to talk bad on his name, bro, because he puts it out there.
I'm gonna tell him he said this, bro. I'm gonna go to his spaces next time and tell him he said this.
Are you fucking bro?
Hey, for those of you that don't know, Gabriel loves Pauly.
Bro, no, look. I will say this openly. I fucking accept full repercussions, bro. At first, he was saying shit that actually, like, in my opinion, resonated in some sense. I didn't like the approach, I didn't like the delivery, but to each his own. But now I really do think that it is biting him in the fucking ass, bro. Because I low-key think that this slur shit, they're trying to recreate what he's trying to do with pork and his ecosystem and shit. So, if they pull it off, bro, that sucks. Well, I mean, like, it's badass for Smurf, but it sucks for fucking fun.
I mean, look, hey, I've said this before, and for any devs that listen into the spaces, the dev that's working for Pauly is a fucking savant, man. That guy's a genius. Fucking mad respect to whatever like that guy has built. It's impressive. I just don't like Pauly personally. I don't think that's a secret. But anyway, I digress.
Wait, are you talking about the dev behind his decks?
Dude, yeah, it's impressive.
You want to hear a really funny thing I found out the other day?
Tell me.
The dev that did that, he was building it for Ben.eth, for that oil. Remember when Ben.eth was trying to do like that?
Yeah, do you remember that specifically? Yeah.
So and again, it's really just a Uniswap clone.
So he just worked it for Pauly? He just took the bid or whatever?
Yeah, well, because they had a falling out, him and Ben, and like they had a falling out, so I don't think he ever launched it. I could be wrong,
but Pauly, like a reskinned Ben right now.
He's a couple pre-sales away from there, yeah.
Hold on, we got a Crypto Mr. Lee AAA. I'm only going to bring him up because he's a fellow puppet.
Yeah, shout out to Puppets, man.
Shout out to the Bitcoin Puppets, man.
Yo, I didn't realize
you better regret every second of it.
I didn't realize their website was just like Harry Potter by Masana 10 years until someone like
pretty damn close, man.
Well, and it's cool. Like, it means there's ECO. I don't really care what anyone says anymore, but someone posted some sort of
Yo, Mr. Lee, what's good, man? Yo, can you hear me? Alright, maybe that's all he wanted to say. I like it. To the moon. I dig it. Yeah, but no, it's crazy, man. Gabo, I will say this. I've learned over the last couple months, a lot of the shit that happens behind the scenes is very well orchestrated. There's a couple Solana plays. I don't want to necessarily go too much into detail detail because I will burn a lot of bridges right here. Dude, no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. It's not good for me to say it. I think I'd rather keep because then we can make gains off of it in Aubrey. But there's a couple of major salon plays that what they do is they just essentially launch projects and then they'll like get to like 10 mil and then they'll like sell the tops and then they go and pump their projects that are like at 50, 70 mil. And they do this every couple days. It's just recycling the money and always just putting it back into one project, funneling it back in. And listen, man, this space is, it's very easy to just follow like a couple Twitter callers or find your favorite people. But that's, I guess, one of the big things with the Aardvark is that I want it to be genuine. I want it to be real. I want it to be honest. You guys have seen that I myself, I love working with the Dolan team. I was a part of the quote-unquote Harambe cabal. I had my big bag there. I still have my big bag there. But I got to work with some really cool people while having a Harambe bag. But at the end of the day, it's like Aardvark is my fucking passion project. It's my baby. But there's a lot of this that goes on, man. There's a limited amount of liquidity, and people are always trying to find a way to funnel money back into their project. In our case, I'd rather the Varks just make gains, and if they decide they want to, up their bags in the Aardvark project, that makes me happy. We have no reason to have to have any thoughts as we're trying to fall asleep at night. I can sleep comfortably on my pillow at night knowing that. You know what I mean? No skeletons in our closet. Even if that means that we're only at a $2 million market cap right now, I don't care. We will have our day. We've had our day. We've broken all-time high, even though people told us we would never go back to all-time high. We'll do it again. I have no qualms with that, man. Yes, Kevin.
Full disclosure, I sold a lot of my pork for Vark, for the Ticker Bitcoin, and Bobo. So, I'm happy with
oh, shit. Your portfolio looks like mine right now.
bro. Right now, I love my bag, bro.
It's a fun spread, bro. I gotta tell you, it's like Right Takashi, fucking love that guy. He's a fucking Chad. He's an amazing meme creator, and he's just a good guy. You look at Ticker Bitcoin, dude. When I saw fucking Warlike get in there in the ring with or in the what would you call that? I think they call it the pit. They call it the pit, right? But it was kind of like a 80s what do they call those living rooms where you go in and it's like the what is this called, Kevin?
Where you walk down into, dude, I thought it looked cool as fuck.
It looked cool as fuck, bro. I was really impressed.
I had some IRL friends. I basically forced them to watch 4 hours of karate. And
I did every my IRL friends.
Yeah, we were like, they didn't really like the ring. And I'm just laughing because I'm like, yeah, it's cool, but just imagine you just got knocked out and got to climb up that right afterwards.
It's a sunken living room. That's it.
Sunken living, yeah. It's cool, but especially for since they brought in influencers that don't know how to fight, it's oh, imagine trying to get up that after you're see, I can just picture just someone falling back. But I think they have one. I don't know if Dubai's the next one or the one after. But Mormlight said he wanted to fight Zuckerberg there, so we're still.
Zuckerberg's kind of a beast, though.
Yeah, but you saw more. Just give Mormlight a little bit more time to train and don't do anything.
No, I'm scared of Mormlight too. Don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't I don't know, dude. Zuckerberg's kind of weird, dude. I really do think he is a lizard person, and he has that freakishly crazy strength.
True. I mean, he was at that UFC fight, in the corner for someone, and
no, did you see that video of him though? When
I saw the video because all the comments were the post was just act normal, just act like a human, and he's just standing there he has no idea what to do with his hands type thing.
He didn't know what to do with his hands. He's trying to shake hands, fist bump, grab the towel. Yeah, it's so good.
But he does actually train, so that's why when he was trying to fight Elon would never accept that because it's Zuckerberg actually trains. Zuckerberg's actually in good shape. Like you said, he's a lizard person. So he has strength and resiliency like no other.
He's cold-blooded. He's a cold-blooded killer. Yeah, man. No, it's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, I could talk all day about this. I love conspiracies. I also do love just being able to talk about the crypto space at large. Dude, I had my cousin text me this morning. Him and I were trading on BSC in 2019, got me into my first successful trade, which was a pre-sale for something called Tiki. I put in $600 and I got my first major win, which was $18,311. I'll never forget that. I remember it to the dollar. And I remember selling the top and just thinking to myself, wow, this felt like winning the lottery because I had a really small port back then. I think my portfolio was like $1,000. And he was texting me this morning and he's like, yo, how's crypto going for you? And he's traveling the world right now with his wife. He's very much like a 9-to-5er that works remote. He got out of crypto in 2022, really early on when the bear market started. And I let him know what we're doing here at Aardvark. I let him know what we're doing in the Armory. I got him into the Loom pre-sale with 3 Sol, which is kind of a lot for him. And it just really dawned on me that normies are seeing this Bitcoin price as a buying opportunity, not as the bull market is over. And that really helped to shape my view, my perspective on the market right now, on the market. Because for a lot of us, we're like, oh fuck, all of our bags are pumping, all of our longs, our shorts, everything is just up in the air and just thrown into disarray. I gotta tell you, for the people that have been seeing crypto all over the national news, all over meme channels, all over platforms, social platforms, they're seeing this as a retrace where they can finally get in. Because most people were like, well, Bitcoin all-time high, I don't know if I should buy here. But now it's like, oh, it's on a discount. And I gotta tell you, that's exciting to me. And one of the first things he asked me is, do you think Doge will go to $1? And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, here we go. All right. I thought my cousin would be a little bit more well-off than a fucking, normie, but he's regressed into a full-on normie. I think there's a lot more upside here. And I hope that I'm right. Obviously, you never know with the market, but look, I don't think that we only see 3 weeks of bull market and then it just fizzles out. I think there's a lot more to come. Gebo, I will say, whether it is orchestrated or it was a just happy accident, what's happening with Slurf and what's happening with Bone and what's happening with With and what's happening with a lot like Mog, I think Karina Koff, tweeted that she has a Mog bag. All of these things are ripple effects. They're starting to spread to the masses. Everyone that's been sidelined, everyone that's been wondering if they should jump back into crypto, look, tax season's about to end. I think here in the States you have until April 15th. That is 2.5 weeks away, 3 weeks away. After that, people are like, well, fuck, okay. Yeah, I should probably get into crypto. We have so much more to come. We broke records. I say we because as DGens, we survived the bear and here we are. Solana broke records for all-time volume on a DEX for a chain. This is just getting started, in my humble opinion. You look at Base Chain. Base Chain went from being Coinbase's layer 2 that is their, native chain. It was kind of like, yeah, there's a couple cool plays on there, whatever. To now being like, oh shit, it's catching a lot of volume. I'm telling you right now, when it comes to the Aardvark Alpha Armory, we're going to do our best to catch every single one of these movements that's happening. So I want to put this out there as well. I'm having Rexar, who's the current owner of the Aardvark Alpha Armory, transfer ownership to me in 3 days once Telegram lets him. We're going to get out there, we're going to catch and seize every opportunity that is out there so that the Aardvarks can keep printing. I don't believe in doing an NFT pay group pass where you have to pay X amount every month, but I do think that it's worth it if you own some VARK, if you own a non-fungible Aardvark. I think there's some great trades being made in the Armory, and all of this is only benefiting you, Aardvark,
What up, Ducky?
the future
How you doing, sweetheart?
of the non-fungible Aardvarks and the Aardvark ecosystem.
I doing really well. We went
I got a lot of
2 hours,
ideas in mind.
very solid. I saw that you had joined the room from the chat in the J and J and Associates, but I'm sorry, it was posting. I couldn't see you. What's going on?
Nothing much. I was just talking to someone in the other chat, and then I was like, I want to see what Rabbi's doing.
Absolutely. I'm in a Twitter space right now. You want to join it?
It's dragging
Oh,
down
yes.
Excellent. Okay, so it is in time. I'll send you the link because you were so nice to have followed me. Copy the link. My goal is to try to be able to speak in this. The reason why I'm having trouble is because all of my 2,100 Twitter accounts have been banned, so I'm like regressed to this. Yeah, 2,100. It's quite a lot. And so I'm sending this to you right now. How was your day? Excellent to hear. Alright, so I sent it to your EP Ducky account, and then I'm going to send it to your Corkscrew app. It's hilarious reading people's usernames. Word mine good. Alright, I'll see you in there. Okay. Excellent. Don't fall asleep on me. Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it. Alright. Let's see.
You're up. So, let it play out. Have fun. Make memes. Try not to chart watch all day. I know I'm guilty of that sometimes, but try not to chart watch all day. And I think when you do pull up the chart, it's very important. You gotta go into settings. There's this really special setting. It's right on Dex Tools. You can't miss it. You gotta click on the settings button, and you scroll down a little bit, and then there's something like right at the bottom. It's the last option. You can't miss it. It says "fuck those ants."
Dude, I will make that a thing, I promise you.
Do it. No, you should have one on the website and just make like a customized somehow, and just the last one, just fuck the ants, and you just like put a dead ant on the screen or something.
I would love that. I'm messaging M right now because he's been avoiding us. He says he's online, but he's trying to hide. I think maybe he's getting bombarded with threats. But anyway, I hope that's okay. Gabbo, what do you got for the people? You want to fuck the ants?
Bro, fuck yeah. I already came inside, so I have to talk too loud. But yeah, fuck the ants because my back is back up.
What up, bro?
Amazing.
Can you see I'm sending you things? Oh wait, hold on. I wasn't doing it correctly. Hold on, I just did it incorrectly. Hold on. I'm gonna send you. There you go. Can you see it now? You should see like a little hand that's waving to you.
Are you on Twitter?
On Twitter, yeah.
I see the link.
Hold on, you just left the room. You were just in there.
Wait. Oh, sorry. I sent it to my other account.
I sent it to both. Oh, the space just ended. You know what happened? It got robbed. So sometimes the app crashes. So he may start that space back up. If not, we'll find a better space, a really cool space, one in which they'll let me speak. So, because I will light people up with interesting stuff. And this is when you get the best Twitter spaces at night. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to just read them to you. And this actually is a really good thing for you to know. I'm going to read you each Twitter space and tell you what it's about. Sometimes you can tell by the descriptions, but sometimes you can't. So this is the never-ending space. Colorful laser arrays in greenhouse. So this is a big space. It has 5,500 people listening. That's a huge space.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
500,000?
5,000.
Oh, okay. That's still a lot.
It's still a lot, yeah. So what is this? Sure, go for it.
I've been hearing that fire alarm thing since I can remember. Staple.
It's stable. It's imprinted. That's his signature right there. Videos fire alarm.
Excellent. Okay. So I will send you another link. And this is Entertain Me 226. What you up to? I don't know if this one's gonna let me speak. This is a pretty big space. And usually you have to have like, oh wait, no it's not that big of a space. Usually you have to have some cred, meaning like some followers. Ducky. Oh, I know what I was thinking. Okay. You know what you should do?
Yeah.
Okay, well, firstly, we're going to get you a job in tech. So I know you're going to complete your degree in psychology, but then you're going to get a job in tech. But really what you need to do, and I know you're going to be like, Rabbi, I don't want to do it because of X, Y, and Z. And really, I don't give a flying fuck what X, Y, and Z are. In the future, you're going to need a way to provide for yourself and your family, perhaps. And the way that you're going to want to do that is a content creator. And I'm not saying like an OnlyFans creator, I'm saying like a YouTuber. And what does that mean? You just, one step at a time, but basically you create a YouTube account.
Do all that, if you want me to do it for fame, or I can do it, you don't have to persuade me right now. Are you trying to give me advice?
No, I'm trying to give you advice. I'm saying that YouTubers in the future are going to be like millionaires and billionaires. They're going to be very, very wealthy. The more data you put out there.
But I can't do that. But if you need me to do your hair,
No, I'm
you're just trying to give me advice?
yeah, I'm saying that basically you're like, what up 2FA method? How are you, baby? You're in your early 20s, basically. You have a lot of time to be able to create content. I was just talking to someone today, and they're like, wow, can you imagine the people, if you're in your early 20s, they were saying this to me, you're in your early 20s, and you start a YouTube account up now, you get to monetize that. Once it's monetized, you get revenue from that for the rest of your life. It's basically free money. And so if you do it earlier in your life than later, then you have more time for that to just generate money for you and make you wealthy. Now, if you're like, Rabbi, what is it that I can do that's of interest to people? We can find that. Frankly, for someone like you, if you're a girl, anything arts or cooking is very, very popular. So if you have any kind of interest in anything like that, we could find it. But what I'm just saying to you is, in general, if you realize it, if you get a video or two that gets popular, I'm not talking viral, just popular, it'll be an extra $150 to $300 in your bank account every month. And that didn't hurt. You are an introvert, and so that's really hard. That's the last thing in the world that you would ever want to do. And I understand that. I'm just saying that you can make a lot of money doing it.
I kind of that. It's more that, like, I feel like you're so...
I am a YouTuber. I'm the most quintessential YouTuber there is.
You bring it. And
I do bring it. Thank you, girl. Well, here's the thing. I'm just planting the seed. And so 6 months may go by, or a year may go by, but you'll realize that, wow, I wouldn't mind having an extra $400, $500 just from doing nothing. It's passive income. You got to keep your clothes on, and you got to learn something about it. So I think those are all really positive. Now, with that, I'm going to send you this link, and we're going to see if they're going to let me speak. And I don't know if they will. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Here's the thing. They're not going to let me in there. What were you saying?
The new is the 2FA method. Is that an old lady?
Yeah, how'd you know?
I love them.
You love them? Wow, really?
Yeah, we're cute. Old ladies.
You're pretty into the blockchain, if you know what a milady is. You say you're not into any of this stuff, and yet when I look in the SPX chat, you're like always typing over there. And so like that's what it is. I know. Aren't you the one I talked to about this? No. Dude. Oh my God. That's what it is. Notice in all of these chats, what do they all have in common? All the cryptocurrency ones. What do they all have in common?
They all say good morning.
Sure, there's that. They're like 95% men. 99% men. Right. Yeah, you could make huge money. Now I remember. You could make huge money with a cryptocurrency channel. And I mean that. Oh my God, you make so much money. Yes. So here's what you do. You just create a vlog. Hey, this is my journey into cryptocurrency. And then just every day make like a 10-minute video about what you learned in cryptocurrency. So like today's would be like, well, I went on Twitter Spaces. I learned about a new coin. It's known as XYZ. I went to some events on Telegram. I went to an event on Twitter Spaces. And that's it. It was just a normal day in cryptocurrency. That's it. Really short, really simple, 10 minutes. You do one of those every single day. After a year, you have 365 videos that will get monetized. Big time, because they're an attractive girl in cryptocurrency. You will get...
Why would they get monetized though? Like, don't you have to work to have them be monetized?
No, it's very easy. You can have them monetized for $120. So how do you do that? You have to have...
God, I wish you were in my life. Like, I wish you were in. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You're like a car salesman.
I am. Well, I'm as close to what you're going to get to one as of right now. So you're exactly right. 100,000% right. And all you have to do is they change the numbers, but usually it's like 1,000 followers, but they might change it to 10,000 followers. So it's maybe a little bit more, but you have to have a certain number of followers and you can buy them all. And you can buy them on a bunch of different platforms for like $120. I stand by that. I bought mine for $100. So I bought mine for $100, you can buy them for $120. And then what do you need? You have to have two things that are really hard. One is the amount of followers. So you need like between 1,000 and 10,000 followers. But you can buy that for $120. Then you can also buy with the same package, the same $120 package. You have to buy like 4,000 watch hours. What is a watch hour? That's an hour of a streamer watching your content. So that's really hard to get actually, because that means people have to watch you for 4,000 hours. No one's going to do that. Even if you have 365 videos, that still takes a long time. Like it would take you a long time. You want to get monetized before then. So that's included in the package. They will use bots and just watch all your streams, and you'll get, within a month, you'll get the amount of viewers you need and the amount of watch time you need. The only other things that you have to do to get monetized, you need to do 2-factor authentication with your account, which means you just have to link your phone and like a password and like your email, but like not a huge deal. And then the final thing that you have to do, I think your account has to be like 30 days old or something. There's something, 90 days old. Oh, no, I remember what it was. Your account can't have any strikes against it for the last 90 days or something, which yours wouldn't. So basically what I'm telling you is that all of that is something that you can afford. I'm not saying you have to afford it tomorrow, because you don't have to do it tomorrow. What you have to do, the first step is creating a YouTube account. And so what would you do? Honestly, you would come up with a really good name, and I'll teach you how to do that. In fact, we could just do it now. Fuck this Twitter space. we're gonna find something really cool that works on everything. And I've done this with a lot of people and seen some people get really successful in everything from like the rodeo to SEO, search engine optimization. So there is a website called Is It Available? Or something like that. You're like, well, yeah. Yeah, I just said that they didn't want to I sent you the link, but then I requested to talk in the space and they didn't accept my request. So I'm kind of like, well, fuck them. I'll find another one in the meantime. But what I want you to know is that there's a website called Namecheck, and it's perfect for someone like you. You're like, look, I don't want to do this. I know I'm planting the seed. You're going to be really wealthy. You'll be really wealthy for multiple reasons, but you're going to be able to help.
People tell me I'm going to be really wealthy. I can't believe this is too sure. That's not a good pitch.
Well, okay. Chances are you're going to be poor as fuck for the rest of your life. But there's a chance that you can get wealthy. And if you will, it'll be through one of two ways. Likely, it won't be working in any job. It will be either through being a creator or through cryptocurrency. And why not combine them? Okay, so here's the thing. Do you really like ducks?
Not particular.
No.
Are you asking because of my name?
Why else do you think I'd ask you that? Yeah, ducky. You're on ducky everything.
I picked it because it rolls off the tongue well, and honestly, people tend to like, I don't know, it's like I picked this name and they say it. People look at it and they notice it more, it's weird than any of the other names I picked.
Okay.
No, I don't care about ducks. They're fine.
Okay.
No,
Is there anything that you really like? Like, what is something you really like?
Yeah. Something I really like, well, I mean, what are you, for a name? Is that your?
Yeah, like an animal. Give me an animal.
Oh, well.
You like ducks?
Yeah, I'll go with ducks.
Okay, let's check it out. Yeah, ducks are good. Yeah. It's got to have an E at the end, or a Y.
Yeah, it's disarming.
But does it have to have an E or a Y? Right. Just like it's here. Okay, so here's what we're doing. We're checking 30 different domains right now. I actually did the thing incorrectly. We want usernames. Yes, ma'am. Go for it. I am. Yeah, I don't like bullshit. I don't have time for it. Life is short. So let's get it done. I hate excuses, even though I make them just like everyone else does. I embrace solutions. I despise excuses.
How did you get where you are?
It's a great question. How did any of us get where we are? I would say through.
Can I ask you some questions?
Sure.
You talk to your family?
Oh yeah, definitely. Often, yeah. Yeah, thank God.
Do you have a good relationship with them?
Very good.
Do you practice your religion?
I do. Now, when we're looking for crypto duckies, because that's a really good name for a channel, it's not available on Facebook, but it is on YouTube. But here's the thing. We want you to have it everywhere. So crypto ducky doesn't work. What if we do Dr. Crypto Ducky?
What if you did like cryptoid? Cryptoid?
No.
Ducky?
What's a cryptoid? A cryptoid is a creature that is like a hybrid or a crypto. You don't want to be that. You want it to be cryptocurrency. Oh, we could do blockchain. That's good too. blockchain. Do you know what blockchain is?
But I guess like most people think like that. So
What?
You're probably right.
What do you mean?
I said, well, I was thinking like it's not very creative, like blockchain ducky, but at the same time, most people probably think that way. So
We're just going with the way people think, that's all. Okay, blockchain ducky.
intrigue me.
Excellent. You are not the first woman to tell me that. All right. In fact, all women tell me that. They tell me, you are so interesting.
I'm sorry.
All right, blockchain ducky. We're checking for you.
I do not believe a thing you say.
Don't
Don't.
learn it for yourself. I'm telling the truth. All right. If you could be blockchain ducky, would you? It's
Sure.
anonymous, meaning it doesn't use your name. And I think it's a good name. Now, it's not available on Facebook, so we want you to have it on or on, it's not available on Instagram either. So let's make you something better than you are. Not that you can't, like you can be this in the future. If we make you doctor, or we could just say crypto Dr. Ducky. I don't know. Let's see here. Crypto Super Ducky. No one's going to have that. And it's really good. Why? Why is it good?
Does it take you out of your mind?
No, it's just you can use CSD as initials for. The reason why I thought it would be really good is I didn't think anybody would have it. No, if you can think of something better, please. But you're right. I am very overconfident and cocky sometimes, and I think that my stuff is really good.
No, I didn't hear that.
No, you're good. So interesting. I don't know if this is true, but it says it's not available on some things. At least one. Crypto Super Ducky. Okay, so crypto. Let's look up quantum ducky. That's a cool name. I'm sure that it's probably taken on a bunch of things. Okay, so if you're wondering, well, why are you checking this, Rabbi? Once we get one of these that has some availability, you take it and you spend one day and you get on your phone and you download all of these apps, or you get on your computer and you just go and you register for them all. That's a whole year's worth of work, basically. If you do that, you have solidified yourself, because then you can link them all together. They become very powerful. You post to one, you post to them all, and you'll start to monetize it. So let's try crypto. Crypto.
Like, I appreciate your thought. Everything.
You're never gonna do this. Ever. That's okay. I want you to know that how to do it, basically, if you ever wanted to do it. And
You're really being nice to the bottom of your heart. I appreciate it.
I understand. It's a huge opportunity. Okay, so we'll move on. I just actually want to find one of these names that is available on everything.
You can take my name.
No, I'm taking it. I'm going to start my own ducky channel. Name something. Okay. How about this one? Now, I can tell you before I started a YouTube channel why I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to be a public person. Why don't you want to do it?
I didn't want to do it. Or I will tell you. honestly, I don't think I've ever continue to do it.
Yeah, everybody thinks that.
I think a lot of my opinions can be off-putting to people.
These would just be
But you're acting everything on purpose.
exactly that's it. Do you know what a vlog is? It's a video blog.
Yeah,
That's all it is.
right. But the thing is, like, when it comes to Christian stuff, I mean, yeah, Christian is one guy, and there's like you're saying, just like roll with it, like making money with something out, people will watch it because they're fools, but like, I don't know, I feel like you're just having your heart and stuff. Maybe I'm wrong for thinking that. Tell me if I am.
No, you
Is it
are.
not the way?
No, you are. Your heart's not in it. That's why, and you're really honest about it. That's a beautiful thing. What I'm making you aware of is this. You gotta think to yourself, if I want to, well, there are a lot of ways for you to make an honest living, but it's going to be an uphill battle. I kind of want to give you the shortcuts, and two of the shortcuts are crypto, which you're in, and that's really good. And then the other one is being a content creator. You will be. That's the thing. People will give it to you. Do exactly what you're doing right now, and I'm telling you, guys who have a lot of money will give it to you, just for being a girl. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to send them anything.
Every guy says that system just disappears. That give you stuff, but they don't. It doesn't work. It doesn't happen.
Okay, that if you really want it to happen to you, it can. You probably don't want it to happen to you this way, but the way that you can have it done is you interact with people on Twitter Spaces a lot, in crypto spaces. The fact that you
Pathetic people?
no, just accomplished people who have successful coins and want to give you money. Oh, here,
I don't respect people like that.
hold on. I got into this coin. I sent you the link. They're gonna let me talk. I sent you the link. Did you get it?
No. Wait, did you send it to me?
I sent it to you on Twitter. Yeah, I sent it on Twitter. It's like Mish Tutu shit. Now they're probably gonna cut me off, but we'll see what happens. Did you get it? Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna try to entertain this girl. You ready? She's gonna shoot me down, but we'll see.
We were busy arguing with one of the co-hosts about inviting people up that, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. Sus. I don't want to, sus. And know how to describe them without
I'm the co-host of this space. Down bad, he sure as fuck is. Wait, hold on. I want to ask you something. It's on the tip of my head, bro. I know.
Ducky, you already know someone in this chat? This guy goes, dude, you gotta let my girl Ducky up. Dude, you're well known in the community. You have to understand, crypto Twitter isn't that big. No, I'm telling you, you know 24 people on Twitter, and this guy's one of them. Dude, he knows you. No, he said, you gotta let my girl Ducky up. And then they're like, well, we don't know if we don't. What would you say? Go ahead. Oh. Okay. Well, are you in this chat? No. Unless you want to. I think they're gonna be really mean to me. They usually are, and they kick me out. But we'll see.
What should I do?
Then you leave if I leave. You just stay there. You're fine. I'm just gonna entertain this woman.
You're cool, okay?
I'm cool as fuck, girl.
Rabbi, you listen to me. You're better than all of these people.
Without a doubt.
I'm pointing my finger at you, but you can't see.
I can sense it. Bring it down.
Yes.
If you stay, heart, love, not waiting, nothing. SMS before we go to you. Welcome.
Hey, thank you so much for the opportunity. I want you to know I really appreciate you hosting this space. And once we have the other people who have had the opportunity to entertain you, I would love the same opportunity. Thank you.
And how would you like to entertain us?
Oh, excellent. Well, I'd love to tell you a little bit about my journey. I've been streaming my life live on YouTube now for more than 3 years. You're live right now on 34 different platforms, including YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. You're huge. And additionally, I have more data on the internet than any person in global history.
Why did you tell him that he was? What did you say when he said he was naked?
I didn't say you're huge.
Okay, hold on, you guys. Did you say we are live on your YouTube right now?
That's correct. There's some people in my community who are watching alongside me.
What?
Well, I mean, shouldn't you ask if we want to be?
Well, I'd like to tell you guys to buy my bags. Their heads, man. Give them a bunch of coins. Community is cones. I'm not telling you physical free. Cecil. No, I don't care. This bitch here. Guys, liquidity. Buy cock.
Oh my goodness.
Look, what if he's for real? What if this is real right now?
And if it's real, it's kind of weird for us to be on YouTube live with people without knowing what is happening. Like, it's kind of weird. Johnny, I'm gonna remove this account.
See? Told you they're going to remove me.
All the YouTube watchers, Big Money Jay, he's single.
Oh my god, they're fucking on you. You're in a twist right now.
But if you are watching out there, you know the 38 platforms, but it's also a lot of American stuff, Bitcoins, Ethereum, you know what I mean? I wish I could stay in Russian.
Baby, your dad's junior, 140, 5'7", higher than draft nuts. Get at me.
They're still talking.
I got good weed. If you're ever in Vegas, get at me.
Okay, guys.
It's really cool.
Stop it. It's like a selling point to the guys and jokes.
Hey, Miss Tutu, I've got some other things with which to entertain you. Some of the topics that we discuss are futurology. Are you familiar with futurology?
I know.
Okay,
Do you want to
absolutely. So that's a study of the future. Basically, mind uploading technology, anti-gravity, antimatter, time travel, invisibility cloaks, the idea of digital immortality through mind uploading technology and life extension technology, cryogenics. The idea of digital immortality is not that far away, and we're already experimenting with that. It's the idea of uploading your mind after mapping it into a computer for later download into a cyborg and cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, whatever you want. And basically, we are a generation or two away from making those decisions. And I think it's a very exciting time to be alive.
I appreciate you sharing that. I'm not rap. Maybe rap one. I'm not gonna lie to you. Well, I'm just gonna call you not rap just because that's.
You're good. That's absolutely fine. Hey, do you know why I'm called this? I had 2,100 Rabbi Rothschild accounts that I used to follow people on Twitter for like 6 months. And now if I type in Rabbi Rothschild as a name, it automatically gets suspended. So to avoid the suspension, I have to come in as not Rabbi.
I don't know if the hands are questions for you, but not rap. appreciate you sharing whatever you shared with us. Thank you for having us on your Twitter Live and the 30 other platforms.
We're getting booted.
Kindly going to reject this topic.
We're getting booted.
I'm not interested.
How aren't you interested in life extension technology?
But I'm gonna go to the hands and then we can move on and we can welcome SMS.
Go, please. I'm not gonna. I like to say, shout out to Rabbi and all the people that's watching. You know, me personally as an entertainer, I don't mind being on live TV. I don't know what y'all streaming on, just the news or whatnot. But yeah, tell the boys go ahead and follow me. Like, I ain't really Jim Carrey. That's like my cousin. So y'all could really come find out if you want to. But I don't know what y'all talking about the future and all this cloning stuff. Yeah, I've seen a couple robots. Look, when I die, just let me be dead. Let me go. Don't try to take my brain out of my body and put it into something else. Because if you do that, I'm gonna take over the world. I'm coming back. Yeah, I'm coming back with a straight vengeance. I'm leaving the good side in the grave. I'm gonna be a straight villain. Because I ain't even want to be here the first time. You're gonna make me come back twice. Nah, because that means you gotta pay bills again. I done paid double the rent. Like, you know what I'm saying? Nah. Yeah, I'll pass on the cloning.
Absolutely, Mojo. I think we all understand that, and we all respect that. And basically, there are some people who are on this earth who didn't ask to be here, and when they leave this earth, they don't want to come back. There are some other people, perhaps, who may want to experiment with these types of technologies to perhaps come back at another time. I think that's respectable as well. And these are the types of discussions that are happening in society. I appreciate your feedback. Excellent. Yes, absolutely. You could. The idea is if you give humans a long enough period of time, any challenge can be overcome. Nothing is impossible. So that would be a type of mind uploading of an organism into another organism for later download. So we're not quite there, obviously, but that is something that I definitely think is achievable within the next century.
How did you find our space?
Great question. I just was going through the Twitter spaces and I saw Entertain Me, what you up to, and it seemed like an open forum, and I wanted to see who was in here and if they were interested.
I am absolutely interested. I love you, Rabbi Rothschild. Listen, I want to get reprogrammed into an cybernetic force. Listen, Bill. My only other question is, just Rabbi Rothschild. You back, so I'm gonna come back like the Terminator and you will be a human. I don't give a fuck. So now, you're gonna be you don't have a metal penis. With you and all your YouTubelings. I'm definitely interested to learn more. Also, I want to know if you ever eaten any LSD or mushrooms.
Hell yeah, both. I love both. They're amazing.
My fuck, they would have experimented on drugs the whole time. I fucking do that.
We're not talking about drugs. Listen, okay?
Fucking lace my
We
dog.
are not talking drugs. We're not talking games. We're not talking, thank you, whoever did that. We're not, no politics. Alright? We want to be loving, fun, have a nice time. It's not, no FUs, it's none of that shit. Okay? We're not doing that here.
Not even freaking. I think anyone complaining, I come back on.
Can you hear me?
Grandma, she kicked my main account, bro. Just add my main account.
I already sent you the link, my friend.
There you go.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Physical will come back to us.
Yes, ma'am. I know you can hear me. I'm surprised they haven't kicked me out yet.
We're gonna go to the hands and then we'll come at some.
Alright.
We gotta read the
then,
Do you have both your accounts in here?
So, Rabbi, so I appreciate you being polite.
alright, I can hear you.
That's not something that's kind of common. I will be letting people.
They're saying I'm polite.
He was very hesitant.
They're saying I'm polite.
Some of us agree with
Oh,
what you
okay,
did.
yeah.
Some of us don't. But overall,
Thank you, sweet. Thank you so much for the high praise.
Anytime, bro. Time to call them. Thank you. Sorry.
Alright, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm going for you, bro. I'm believing God. I believe in science. So I might be the one that you need. You know what I mean? We get this done just like they did on Not to Leave It. And we can really start. We can really change this world. You know what I mean? But what I really need from you is I need to be able to talk to my dogs. Because I really know. I know my little one talks like a beaner, but he hella bougie. And my big one, he might be either dyslexic or have Down syndrome, or he's just very, very slow. But he's so funny, just because his face looks like he's wearing a Halloween mask. So they all got their ups and downs, right? But real parents, they don't tell their kids that shit. But you know me, like I said, I believe in science. So I'm the one for you. None of them said this shit. You know what I mean?
I'm for science as well. Believe it or not, the term rabbi, it just means teacher. And I bet we can agree on this, that we both believe energy is like the force that keeps us all together. And many times when people talk about God, they mean energy. You can,
It's not my place because I'm not here to disrespect anybody. I'll just be like, some people like, nigga, that's like,
we don't need to take public talk because this dog knows.
yeah, bro. Well, they like, I feel like they just like, I don't like grab, like, you know, like when a baby, like, they be like moving their mouth, but shit don't come out. Like, they just, you just look at the baby like, say something, bro. Say something. And that fool just look like, I did just bunch of
oh my God, I found this.
Like, he just couldn't get it out, but he got something out, you know what I mean? Like, that, I feel like that's how the bitch would have rubbed me.
You just reminded me of Eminem's lyrics that I should have put there. Yeah, if you would like to to the singing part.
You know what that cottage is
You totally did.
I had the opportunity to ask ChatGPT about telepathic communication with animals, and so the idea of being able to communicate with your animals is not necessarily that far off either. Telepathic communication with animals may be possible through advances in brain-computer interfaces. Basically, we've already done this through implanted electrodes in the brains of animals for experimental purposes. These electrodes can detect and record brain activity, opening the door for potential communication. So I want you to know that that may be possible and to keep holding on faith to that.
We lost SMS forever. Listen, it's my turn whenever I want to talk. All if you want to talk, I'm gonna do it.
Could you hear me talk about telepathic animal communication?
Rabbi, okay, so I don't agree also with your tech, but I respect it. But something that will be impossible, we will never get it, will be transferring someone's conscience into a different body.
We can hear you.
Yep.
Possible. Maybe you can
Go for it.
AI to catch all the time. This so hard. I'm working out. Let me breathe. Let me breathe in peace, man. But that'll be, it's gonna be impossible to.
If you give human ingenuity enough time, nothing is impossible.
Thank you very much. Look at you. It's not you. You just want to know your name.
What up, two-factor method? How are you, lady?
That's right. Yo, dirty minds. You got it. Dirty minds. That fly man, if you're good or.
Yes. Guys are the gunner or the gooters?
I'm thirsty.
Or the gooters. Alright, so it's my turn to fill up. This is my time. I've been practicing for about 3 weeks. You know what?
We have a hand up first. Are you playing it? Yeah, music.
Yeah. Different than this one. This one is like
Go ahead, John.
she hosts spaces basically for NFTs and crypto.
Rabbi Rothschild, I think you are onto something big. And not only that, but I look forward to hearing more from you. And hopefully we can get a space one day and we can just, go through this because I know Miss D isn't entertained with this stuff, but I really like your train of thought. And I think there's a lot to talk about in a future space. Miss Gina.
Damn, this guy's really nice.
Miss Gina.
All right, Ducky. You want to go to another space? All right. We're bouncing from that one. We're going to another. Do you see how hard it? Do you see how hard it is though? Like people are like at first they want to hate me for so many reasons. They want to hate me because my name. They want to hate me because yeah, exactly, absolutely. And they want to hate me because I don't have a lot of followers. They want to hate me because I'm streaming them. They want to hate, like, there are so many reasons. But notice, I didn't get kicked out of that one, even though that woman said she was going to kick me out like 4 times. She's like, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm doing this respectfully for you and all the people on your channel. We're going to go to hands, though, and all the people had questions for me, and they were all really positive. Exactly.
They don't even look at your they want that.
And I say we. I'm like, oh, we. They're like, who's we? I'm like, oh, I have a whole community. It's Ducky and two-factor. Absolutely. Okay. Exactly. Exactly. Love it. All right. Next. The Gardens Community Space. I don't know what this is. The Garden. I appreciate that. Exactly. Like entertain me. What are you, a queen? All right. The next one is called the Gardens Community Space. I'm going to send you the link. Now, I don't know. Now, you have to understand. You have to understand, like, a lot of times they, like you see, they're really mean to me or they don't want to talk to me. And so.
It's like anyone, I mean, it's all the things that you also
Right.
Can you send us like my main tab?
Which one's that? Why are you Corpse Girl F?
Yes.
Why are you Corpse Girl F?
I made it at all.
So you just chose F? Oh, okay. Corpse girlfriend. Do you want to like marry a dead body or something, or just date it? Actually, that's true. It wasn't corpse wife. It was corpse girlfriend. So girl. No, you're good. You're absolutely good. All right. So this is the Gardens community space. We'll see if they let me talk. Oh, I see you now. So I don't know what the Gardens is. Welcome to the Gardens. It's like I think it's an NFT. But see, a lot of times I can go to the NFTs and I have such a big platform, or they think, that I can just be like, tell me about your project. And they're like, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. I'm on YouTube. Blah, 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 blah. Like, so many people are watching you right now. Sorry. Like I've always said this. If I only had as many viewers as I had streams, I'd be world famous right now. One day, girl. Well, I can tell it's growing. With every day, we get more people, we do more things. You know what I mean? Thank you. This person isn't. They're gonna close their space, so I don't know if. But I know that's what happens. No. It's just they just ended it for whatever reason. Probably close to the top of the hour. Oh yeah, definitely. I'll keep it going. Trust me. But they don't know who I am. They knew who I was. I became over. Two-factor A method. How are you, baby? I know. Two-factor A method. Did you hear me talking to them about animal telepathy? I understand. Who the hell has a written document on animal telepathy just available on their computer that they? I did. It's right there. It's the other screen. It's what we're. And I'm like, what in the hell are the odds that this guy's talking about his dog talking to his dog someday? And I have 50 different points about it, and they want to hear none of them. But I'm like, hey, if you want to talk to your dog, this is how it works.
It's weird. I don't know. I don't understand people.
I don't know.
But yeah. It is. And I'm playing a song.
Closing time by the room. Okay. Oh, I'm not. We're just. Yeah, right. You're not into crypto. Can I tell you something? I say the same thing.
Yes.
And I'm wearing a crypto shirt, and I'm like, I'm not into crypto. Yeah. All the time.
You are.
No. I mean, I have crypto, but. No, I have crypto. Not like some people, but then, like, here's what I consider someone who's really into it. Someone who travels all over the world to all these conferences and stuff. And exactly. I know of those kinds of people. But what they're saying is, oh, that's not really into crypto. What's really into crypto is streaming your life 24/7 in a cryptocurrency telegram wearing cryptocurrency gear. That's really into crypto. So it's kind of however you look at it. When we're probably both much more into crypto than we really know. We just don't know. You don't know how into it you are. Like you're over here like, I'm not into crypto. You're into crypto more than 98% of all people. And definitely like 99.9% of all women. All right. Let's find a good opportunity. What up, two-factor method? TTE. All right. We've got. Do you know what ordinals are? Do you know what ordinals are? Ordinals? It's a word you're going to see often. Ordinals. And it means. Ordinals are means of creating Bitcoin NFTs by attaching data such as images, videos, and more to an individual Satoshi on the base Bitcoin blockchain. Unlike their predecessors, no, I know. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't, no. Let me be honest with you. I don't think you're a dumbass. You're asking the exact right questions. Most people don't know what that is, and I'm going to have to translate it myself to understand what it is. So you're 100% right. Okay, so ordinals, a Satoshi is a means of currency, to my knowledge. Basically, it's like a different kind of Bitcoin. There you go. Unlike their predecessors, ordinal NFTs don't exist on a separate layer from Bitcoin. Okay, so they are basically wave time data to some kind of NFT. Now, if we want to get into one of these, the Future Gamer with Body Temple. What is this? This seems like a good one, but I don't think I can get in it. And the reason why I say that, if it has like hundreds of people in it, the less and less opportunity I'm going to get with this crappy Twitter account. I need. Oh, exactly. I debated this one guy. Listen to this person and tell me he does not sound like Elon Musk. Listen to him. One moment. I'll tell you.
There is a book in the cabinet.
He's not talking yet. He will.
Yeah, but I believe there are a bunch of small, kind of nuanced life adjustments that make it easy to form habits. Yeah, I might check that book out. Although I have a pile of books to read, and I've been bad. This is another thing I've been bad at, is getting to some of these books. And I got some Michael Shermer books. I don't know if you know who he is, but I'm quite interested in this topic. He's talking about, like, why people form certain beliefs. So I want to check that out. He sent me a couple of copies. So I need to read those, and then lately I've met a lot of people at books, so I've gotten different copies and kind of interesting books. One somebody gave me recently is that he wrote is about like really interesting, unusual places in the world. So I want to read that one too. And there's a few on my general reading list that I've just been meaning to check out. I also have Gad Sad's book from years ago. Not years ago, but I bought it like a while ago, started reading it, and then stopped. And this happens a lot for me with books, especially nonfiction. And it wasn't anything to do with his book being bad. I was enjoying it, but I need to come back and finish. I find with fiction I get more hooked. Nonfiction I read more slowly because I like to really reflect on things as I'm reading it. So, but then what happens is, like, I'll get really busy with something and sidetrack and find it more difficult to go back. My attention span, like what we were talking about, has gotten, and unfortunately, horrific. I used to be, when I was younger, I'd just be in a zone. I could work for 8-9 hours straight, not notice, not eat, not drink, not notice. And I was very, very productive, and I did a lot of like really cool things because I was productive with my time.
And then
Cool
something
story,
happened to my
bro.
brain. I
Get
think
to the
partially
ending.
focused, partially, I think I also had a little bit of an overload in university of just data coming in, which made my memory worse and also my concentration
Yeah.
just worsened.
He even had an article written about him. One time he talked with Elon Musk, and Elon Musk was taken aback by how similar they sounded.
Difficult time these days.
I have a suggestion there.
Anyway, I don't know if he's going to talk. I debated him publicly. I represented the hydrogen car, and he represented the electric car, and I whooped his ass. I just want everybody on it to know that. Oh, it was a thing we do. All right.
And I'm sure it was recorded.
Oh, definitely. All right.
Was it recorded?
On 5 different recordings, girl. And more than that.
Exactly.
More than that. Boy, you are up and at 'em. Isn't it late where you are? I'm glad you are.
It's good. No, it's late, but it's because I'm not so
You're energized. That's okay.
No, it's not.
This is the first night we've had where we didn't talk in like a huge group where we were just chilling.
Yeah, that's also true. That is true. I have very much like every time that we have always talking about one-on-one. Because you're such a conversationalist.
And here I am trying to get you to start your own YouTube channel, and we're not even talking about good stuff.
Well, I hope you are. Well, it's the thing that
You were very absolutely. You've been down it. You know what to do. You know what to do. That's what matters to me. Like, absolutely.
Because you're right. I have an opportunity, and I might regret this in 20 years. I'm considering that.
Just think about it. That's all I'm saying.
You're like, yes. I'm excited. Yes. I know. Well, no, honestly, you're a better person than I am, okay? If you grew up when I grew up, you probably do things. But I'm just kind of depressed, like, to be frank. Like, I don't know. I gotta overcome. Like, I need to get all about it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Resilience, fortitude. You have to have it.
Your mind is so light. You seem like you have a strong mind.
I'm difficult to break, I can tell you that. Yeah. Hopefully.
Do you do drugs?
All of them, as many as I can, as often as I can. I like to expand my mind as best I can. So like LSD, psilocybin.
Too much elaborate? What?
No, LSD, psilocybin, basically anything psychedelic expands my brain and allows me to understand the world from different perspectives.
That's fine. I was thinking more like you
Benzos? No, definitely not. No.
What about like speed?
No. I mean, I've been prescribed ADHD medications in the past, which qualify under those, but no. Do I have yeah. Prescribed by a doctor. So you're supposed to do if it's prescribed by a doctor.
Wait, no, it's okay. Like,
Yeah, only prescribed by a doctor, not illegally.
Okay. All right. Do you smoke weed?
Oh, I haven't smoked weed in I can't remember how long, perhaps ever.
I know. I don't smoke weed either. Do you still are you dreaming currently?
Yeah, but not as well as I have in like, and I think it's just I'm not completely comfortable with where I am yet. It'll take maybe a month to like really settle in, but I just somewhat like still, yeah, exactly, still feel a little off. And then I've been sleeping with the light on, and the reason why I sleep with the light on is so that people can see me at night, so that it just doesn't look like look like a dark. Well, I have a sleep mask, so I can't really tell the difference.
Oh, right.
Do you?
Yeah.
I know. I know this is gonna sound strange, but it is a trait of hot girls to wear sleep masks. I don't know what it is, but it has a good history. Oh, did I? It's just like something through history, and I think it. Well, there's something. Yeah, but even well, on top of that, you're absolutely right. And someone who focuses on that perhaps will look more fresh and more attractive. And then the other thing about it is too, if you have a sleep mask, that means you're quite comfortable where you're living. You're not a nomad. You're not worried about being killed on the run. You generally have a house and you're comfortable. So usually those people are going to be.
My door's not locked.
There you go. Right.
I appreciate
Definitely. All right.
You're very perceptive.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. We were in the middle of Twitter.
Finding another.
Exactly.
Terrorize.
And here's the interesting thing. You have an iOS device, right? Okay. Oh, dude, we got somebody's name I can't pronounce. What up, Aptem Horvatov? Oh, Thailand. Fuck it. Dude, what up, Thailand? How you doing, baby? Ducky, what's your favorite television show?
Well, right now I'm going to see Russian Doll.
I've heard that's very good. Okay. I think I've seen a couple of episodes, like a long time ago. The first season, like maybe 6 years ago.
It's so good. You should watch it. It talks about like relative basically the whole point of the show is but that's really wrapping it up. Gotta watch.
Me. All right.
Oh, he left.
That's what happens. Ooh, this one's good. Silicon AI models, architecture startup. Okay, I'm gonna send you a link to this one.
Place and cool. You know, like if is it like a team of people who are kind of like coordinating design or whatever? Like all of those concepts still exist, and so it's not like a huge paradigm.
Rabbi, I feel like we're
Like we're what?
I feel like we're like a team.
We are.
Except I'm not doing it.
No, we are. You are following me.
I'm like more.
That's what I need sometimes. That's more than anything. They say behind every good man is a good woman. I need much more support as possible.
You're perfect. Like, don't even worry about it. You're literally like I said, you're like a golden child. Alright, so we're gonna join the Silicon AI models architecture startup.
You got it.
Alright.
I'm gonna jump off here. So
We're gonna see what they're gonna say.
your point, let's do something.
There's another thing I should put to people with their hand up, but I believe you.
I'll give Rob my time. Rob,
Okay, we're doing it. We're doing it or
I'm about to get the Bob good call on me earlier, but we never got that. The reason that I think that
I love you.
others did a good job
Look,
is
they know you right
say things.
No, they didn't. No, they're saying Rob, not Rabbi.
Oh.
I thought the same thing. I was like, damn, 2 for 2.
I was like, damn, like your name, and then you get it.
They're gonna notice it.
Thanks, Rob. Really good to hear like a fellow, guy who's like me too. Not just these AI guys, which I love everybody, but it's been fun to hear you talk. So thanks.
you'll be doing it. I guess I don't know if that's
Call on me.
I'm really serious about the 2 sentences thing, but
I think it's just.
sorry.
I think it's.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Well,
Can you see me sending
2 sentences.
Like waving to you?
It's not just expertise. It's also programming style too. So that will
Ducky.
matter a lot. You know, people forget that writing software is a lot like writing a letter.
Can you see me waving to you?
Style matters. Readability will matter too.
Yeah.
That's not something that a
Very
large
cool.
language model can just. And it's got. So that's also going to take time that people need to consider as well. Having had a software engineering background myself as a systems engineer as well.
You really love what? Oh, two-factor method. I love them too. They're keeping us. Oh, Elle's here, dude. Elle's here. Elle, can you hear me, Elle? Elle, come here.
I know that Elle has confidence.
Oh, definitely. Elle knows what's up. Elle, get on Twitter.
You specialize dog diarrhea. Really?
She does.
Yeah. Is that what he's eating?
Well, it's like weird because she ate her regular dog food, which is like her little beef, and I've never really seen her do that before.
Alright, I mean, she could have eaten dogs eat a lot of stuff like this, but
Yeah, true.
she's having diarrhea, and you need to mitigate the diarrhea. If you buy a pureed pumpkin, you can get it from the grocery store or a pet store. It's fine either way. That will help.
Yeah, no, I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that before. I tried to offer her. I tried to offer her the other day, but I have sweet potato, and I'll probably go to the pet store tomorrow and get some actual different pumpkin. Yeah, she's a real picky eater though. Sometimes she'll have bananas, sometimes she won't. She doesn't like blueberries.
Banana will make the shit more.
Oh, solid though?
Salad, well, the thing is banana has a lot of fiber in it. Don't get that if she's already having diarrhea. It's healthy, but like, don't get that. I would say, no, you're like on the right track with pumpkin milk. Yeah, it'll shit. Didn't look here, have that. Maybe, there's also, if you go to the pet store, there might be pumpkin powder that you can get, and that might be a little bit easier to hide in her food. That might help if she actually eats it. I know it's kind of hit or miss, but if you can get it to her in a different form, it might help. So it will definitely firm up her stool.
Okay, I'll try these little like pumpkin patch pack thingies that they have at the dog store. And I'll see if that works. And I'll try the little powder. I also give her Pycelium husk or something. I don't know what that is. Some of that, I'll need to give that to her. Like liquidy poop. But then I give her some sweet potato and the Pycelium husk, and then you're good. Like 99% of the time. Only like haven't seen her poop like a garden.
What food do you eat her?
Just big country raw, like raw dog food.
For all meat? Or is it grandma made?
I don't know what grandma made this.
Alright,
It's like
is it raw meat?
yeah, it's raw meat with like mixed in vegetables.
Oh, good, good. Alright, maybe. Hello. Hi, guys. Oh my god.
It's me. I'm back.
Oh, Ass Munch. Oh, just what I wanted you to do. Ass Munch. The account that I have in the Bitcoin Ass Vision, can you make that one an admin? Somebody keeps going in there and muting them, and I have to go back in and as an admin and unmuting them.
Yeah, go in there and just make a comment on which one you want me to have it.
Sure. It says the admins of this account. I gotcha. Can I just send you a direct message?
Yeah, whichever account you want to be admin.
You got it. Damn, they did it to me again. WTF.
Where's the
Joe printing bags has the same issue. Joe be printing bags. Who the fuck is changing it so that he can't? Dude, we're saving him. Somebody keeps fucking with him as well. We're fixing it for you, baby. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm here, baby. Kicking ass, taking names. How about you?
Ducky, you missed the trivia.
Not too bad. I've been having a lot of issues lately.
What's going on? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Well, I got my wallet drained and someone stole $17,000 from me.
Oh, that'll do it. I'm so sorry to hear that.
I've been trying to track them down, and they also stole from this guy named Dan. He's probably met him around. And I've been trying. I think I found his main Twitter page, which I know there's like vet verified and stuff, but I've been trying to figure out which one. Maybe his email address, because if I can get his email address, I can find out his Facebook and then just see if he's in the US or somewhere.
Oh, so you did join. Only have you looked at these speakers? I was trying to adjust the volume of Rabbi and some other person because you can easily do it in like Telegram, but I was clicking on people's profile picture and I can't adjust the volume. And that's kind of annoying, but still listened to it and got all the answers wrong.
Literally a day after the website was launched, he's saying how great and wonderful it is, and
Rabbi was phenomenal. I wonder what other event Rabbi or some other person could throw.
I can figure out what this is.
But it's true.
I'm trying to figure out if anyone knows a hacker or something that can at least get their money back. They didn't just steal 17 per knee because it's a token making website. So they make a token, and when you go to use the liquidity burn, they only burn around 0.1%, and then they steal everyone's money after a certain point. So that's what sucks. And that's not, I just hate that happening to people.
I'm so sorry that happened to you, man.
It's okay. I mean,
Wow.
Joe. Yeah. I'm gonna start a GoFundMe for you, bro.
Okay. Ducky, I'm back with you. I just sent a request to the Silicon AI Models Architecture Startup, and they still haven't answered me yet.
Gosh, they don't know what they're missing out.
Oh, Ducky, you're gonna lead the parade one day. I'm gonna have a parade, and you're gonna lead it.
I love you.
I love you too.
You're like so. You're like my perfect little quirky dude. Like I love you. Like we were oh my god, like we were in high school together. I feel like you were probably cool. But like
Yeah, no, totally. I would have been too cool for it, but nevertheless.
no. See, you would be like the cool nerd, and I'm like not the cool nerd, but.
We are looking for a good. I'm looking, and I'm not seeing like a perfect one. Like I want somebody to be like, I would say the best spaces I've ever liked are the ones that just say open mic, and you can just go in and talk about whatever you want. That's the best. Let's see here. Simple and straightforward. One wants for desk experience. Let's see here. This never-ending space is huge. There's a ton of people in it. Why is Beyonce claiming her heritage a problem? I'm not sure.
Bitcoin House Vision just invited me to a video chat.
Oh, look out, girl. You be careful there.
Yeah, what is that?
It's a very pornographic
You're in that
telegram. Oh, I know. I'm in a bunch of chats. I have devices everywhere. I am. I'm omnipresent.
Wait, Rabbi, please. Can I actually ask you something from my experience?
Sure.
Alright, I'm sort of like the messenger for the chat. But like basically, please don't get mad. We love you. We love you so hard. Okay, listen. Alright, so for like the SPX chat, if you're familiar with that one, so like basically they kind of want you to stop streaming in there because they feel like awkward just to talk because you're recording everything.
That's okay.
And I feel like I could talk to you about that because like
Yeah. So do you want me to stop streaming in there?
Well, they kind of want you to stop.
No, not they. I could give a shit about what they want. You.
Oh, I like that.
No, we're streaming in there then. Here's why. There were 3 people who said that, but we have 6 people from their community who like it. So what do you want me to do?
Wait, like who?
Well, that's how we met met that coin person. What's his name? Not Metacoin. Hold on. What's his name? Queen. Mammoth Queen. We met Mammoth Queen that way.
Oh my gosh, that guy.
We have met.
I know, he's not even in there anymore.
I know what happened to him.
I know, but listen, do you remember Anatoly?
Of course, he's obsessed with you.
I know, like, literally, wait, you know, like, listen, hopefully he's not like in here or anything, but like, all the time. So like, he's Rabbi. He got mad at me. And he like cut me off.
What do you want me to do? He's a strange bird.
Bro, I don't know. I'm just updating you on the information because what the fuck? What the fuck literally could I do? Like, I didn't do nothing. Ugh.
You're absolutely right.
But anyway, Rabbi, I'm here to tell you as messenger though.
That's okay.
SPX,
They don't like it. I don't care. I absolutely don't care. Now, if you were like, Rabbi, please leave there. Oh, I'd be gone in a second. But until they tell me themselves,
Alright, well, Rabbi, can you please not sing in the SBL because it's deterring other people from streaming in there because, like, frankly, they're too goddamn paranoid.
sure, just for you.
I love you. Oh my god. I feel like I heard you.
Oh, you won't be a lot, girl.
Give me your mailbox. I'll send you something.
Nope.
No, maybe don't send it. I mean, it's not safe to still give me your mailbox, but.
You can have my address. It's 3921 Claremont Street, Irvine, California. 1204. What?
What did you just say?
I was giving you my address. What's going on?
You know what I want? Hey, listen to this game that I heard, okay, right? Men, they tend to not get flowers. Flowers that are a bouquet. The first time they get it tends to be on.
Valentine's Day?
Can you guess when?
Valentine's Day?
No. On average.
Wait, hold on a second. Men getting flowers or giving flowers?
Get. Receiving.
Oh, when's the first time a man receives flowers? Probably his funeral. If he's like,
Oh, yeah, you're right. Heart brain. Yeah. So, I'm going to send you flowers if you get out of the SBS chat, I'll send you the flowers.
send them at my funeral, and hopefully they never come.
No, I'm going to send you them now.
You're not sending them to me.
No.
Okay, so I left their chat just for you. Anyway, so you better watch yourself. If you go in, you save your money, and I'll take care of myself when it comes to the flowers. You should know that. Just be careful of that Bitcoin ass vision chat. It's very pornographic. Oh, dude, you want to know something amazing then? Let's join it. They have an image creator that is phenomenal. You can create all kinds of really sexy porn. All right. Anything.
I'm in it, but it won't let me send anything.
Yeah. No, you have to, it'll say you have to, verify. There's like a verify thing. Okay, hold on a second. I'll try to fix it for you.
Rabbi, have you ever been sent flowers?
Well, generally within Judaism, we don't do that just because we don't want to kill something to make someone else happy. Within Judaism, we don't normally send flowers. We don't want to kill a living thing to make someone else happy.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's beautiful. Okay, what do you do to send somebody like a normal send?
Certainly. There are letters you can send. There's always food that you can send. There's wine and like gift baskets and things like that. But generally, we don't want to kill a living thing if we can avoid it, or we don't want to torture a living thing. Yeah. So like in lieu of flowers at a funeral, we might ask to give to some kind of charity, or usually it's like for a good cause. So usually at Jewish funerals, you won't see. Well, I'll say this: you shouldn't see flowers. Now, I'm telling you what a rabbi knows and what the Orthodox world knows. Most Jews don't know this, and they send flowers willy-nilly, and they have no idea. Now, you, ma'am, are still unable to send anything in this chat. Hey, Two Factor just joined. Two factors and damn, two factors getting in hot. It's a hot chat. I'll tell you that. All right, are you in?
I mean, I've been in it for months, but I can't.
You haven't been in it for a month. You're in it tonight.
No, Bitcoin ass vision. Yes, I've been in this for months.
No way, really?
Yes.
But you can't send it. Hold on. Can you join the video chat?
Let's join.
Join it.
Yeah.
Okay, join it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Hawaii. And this is all of that. You know what it is?
Hey.
It was
Hey. Hey.
Ducky, see if you can send messages in the chat now. Gustav, how you doing, pimp?
And I can't.
What's up, my brother?
We just had a beautiful 2-hour trivia contest within the Sparta community. How you living, Gustav?
You gotta leave and come back.
Oh, man, I'm drinking my coffee.
Excellent. You got your cigarette, baby?
Yes.
Excellent. We're 3 for 3, 3 days in a row, my friend.
Yes, and we continue to 1 billion, 10 billion road. We will always stay together, I know.
Absolutely. Lavas. You take care, Gustav. You have a wonderful day, and we look forward to talking to you tomorrow. Okay, my friend?
Okay, I kiss you. Bye-bye.
I kiss you as well. Bye-bye, Gustav. Shout out to Yerevan. Shout out to Armenia.
Hey, let's go.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
So I can send next year.
You can send what?
It's an inappropriate things in here.
Yeah, you can send anything in here.
Those are indoors. Wait, hold on. We have to teach Ducky how to use the image creator. So, Ducky, here's what you can do. You do /image. Just you watch in the what I'm going to type.
Yeah.
So what you do is /image, and then a space and whatever you want your image to be. So this is going to be duck and rabbi in bed. And it's a picture of a duck and rabbi in a bed. So isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? So you can do anything. Honestly, it's the best feature I've ever seen of anyone's Telegram. So, for the monkey chat bot, what did you do? Ask Munch, you have to put a space in there. You know that.
I feel like shy now.
I like this one with the duck. You look very comfortable.
Honestly, I just think the fact I could just send like someone corny. I just send stuff in here.
Exactly.
You should.
You should, sir. I'm about to leave.
Yeah, you are,
I
girl.
was talking to Rabbi.
Yeah, you are, girl. Yeah, you got. Yeah, we're gonna see you leave, and then it's just gonna be this stream of images, and then you're gonna be out. That's exactly what's gonna happen.
Yeah. Rabbi, thank you.
It is not.
Hello.
I have a question. Does it not show as much? Does it not show vagina?
I don't know.
It does not. I tested it. When you put vagina, it looks like.
I have a vagina.
Let's see it. Prove it. Prove
Here
it.
we go. Look at that one.
We're looking.
Whoa.
Look at that. And that makes
Jesus, girl. Damn. You're getting fingered like a bowling ball. You just had that on your phone?
It's a sticker. Yeah.
Wow.
It's from all the like perverted dudes in the fucking telegram.
Yeah, right. Like you don't want that thing on your phone.
Stop. No.
I love this image creator so much. I sometimes stay in here for like, sometimes I stay in here for hours and just play with it. Yeah, basically. I have a very creative mind, girl.
Oh, wow. Jesus, that Joe Biden thing is horrifying. No. You see that?
I'll be right back.
Bye.
I'll say bye.
You said you're leaving.
Where's she going?
I said I'll be right back.
This image processor's getting to her.
Bye. Oh, we got Q&A in the chat. How you doing, bud?
He's just playing around with this image creator. He says he's well.
Oh, nice.
I'm back.
What up, girl? Wow, you already pounded one out?
Everyone does that in the other ones.
No repainting. No repainting.
No.
This is a spray-free zone.
Never.
Spray-free.
Cool with that.
Ducky, make some images. Damn, who's this girl? Where are you getting all this stuff, Ducky? What the hell's on your phone? Yeah, what's this like? Damn, you've been here a long time. And you haven't ever joined or said anything to anyone?
In here?
Yeah.
No. Because he didn't let me. He didn't let me.
Where do you people get all these stickers?
Other perverted people? What do you think? What do you think? Oh my gosh, I have so many more. Ew, gross. Yeah, gross. Ugh. Ew. I see you have this one that's like taste.
Like spam. It has to tell a story, she's saying. She's a storyteller with her gift stickers. What is that one? What in the hell is that one? That one looks like a bloody tampon. There's one. Oh my god. Yes, it's the third one up right now. It looks like a girl had her period. It's no, it's below that. It's like red. It has like a red shaking ass.
I think she's just horny.
Okay, that's a nice interpretation.
Look at that. Ew, why are you guys obsessed with feet? Oopsie. I guess fine. Look at this one. Wait.
I see this girl. She's just pointing to herself as a clown.
Don't ignore it.
She's just pointing to herself as a clown?
Yeah, but she looks so hot. Yes, but she looks so hot. Look at her.
The one above it, there's this like sniper like fire. Do you see the sniper fire above the girl who's the clown? This guy gets it right in her throat. You haven't even used the image generator yet. Use it.
I know, but I'm scared to like use it wrong, and then you guys will see like my description.
No, you just put image here. Do something nice. Do like a dog walking a cat.
Okay, dog. Well, do I have to put spaces?
Look how I did it. Rabbi in a pool with the. Let me see how you did it. You have to do /image, and then space, and then whatever you want. And they keep putting rabbi and cool with a girl, and it shows me with like a 10-year-old girl, like an 8-year-old girl. That's not what they mean. That's not what they mean. Put with a woman or a MILF. Specifics are even better. Yes.
What are you doing? You're dinking around. Yeah, we're dinking around. We're just spamming shit. Who's 2FA Methodist Duckies? They're from another group. They're newcomers. Where are they from, though? You guys are from what, Harry Potter?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, they're from Harry Potter.
Did this work?
No, you did it correctly. You did it incorrectly. Ducky, you have to put image first. So now it just looks funny. Yes, /image, and then you would put young, 35. Hey, there you go.
From in New Jersey, I live out there.
South Jersey.
Okay. I'm from North Jersey.
Exactly. Everyone's from North Jersey.
Yeah.
You rich ass motherfuckers. Pretty rich.
Fuck, no, I fucking grew up in a bad place. I'm from Newark.
Newark? Yeah, like you're rich, bro.
Newark?
I don't know. You have to tell me about it.
Ducky has obviously never been to Newark or known anything about Newark. It is stereotypically not seen as a nice place. It's like the Camden of northern New Jersey.
Piece of shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
Alright, well tell me where you're near.
In Newark?
Yes.
I don't live there anymore. I live in Cali now, but I used to live in the Ironvale neighborhood.
Where's New York? Are you like near Trenton?
Newark?
Yeah.
Do you know where Jersey City is?
I don't really go there, to be honest. I don't really go past Trenton.
Okay. It's
But I
like,
know where like Princeton is.
yeah, so Newark and Jersey City is like 5 miles away from Manhattan.
Oh yeah. Wow, you're like really north.
Yeah, no, it's like as far north as you can go.
Okay. Oh, so it's ghetto up there and in the middle?
Oh, you know how New Jersey is. You drive 5 miles, that's really nice. Then you drive another 5 miles, it's really ghetto.
Yeah, you know, it seems like it is like that.
There's like no middle class. It's either rich people or really, really poor ghetto people.
Oh my god, for real? It really is like that. Oh, Rabbi, can you guess what one?
Huh?
I said, Rabbi, can you guess which one I'm in?
You're the really, really rich one.
Did he say the poor one? Because, yeah.
Sure. That's what I said.
You poor?
Yeah, bro.
Nice.
Nice, yeah.
Very nice.
What are you gonna do?
Huh? You know what you gonna do? Scooby-Doo too? Check it out. What are you gonna do? I said you're gonna like
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo, my business.
Rabbi is like my favorite person, and I can't hear him speaking right now.
I wasn't speaking, but I could hear you say that all day long.
Can you guys hear him?
No.
I wasn't speaking, but I could hear you say that all day long.
Rabbi, you need to like talk loud. You need
I
to
am.
hear you.
How you doing? Can you hear me? Yes.
I'm good.
All right. So from what I understand, you have only generated.
I'm trying to get you to learn more about me.
I'm listening to you, and I can tell you everything that you just said. You just had a conversation about northern New Jersey and southern New Jersey. You just called him a rich asshole. Then he asked, "Are you from?" Okay. So, with that said, I think that the image generator is amazing. But to my knowledge, the only thing that you've ever image generated is a 35-year-old rabbi with the shirt on. Oh, you tried to at one point. So, what other things are you going to do?
What do you want to see?
Yes, that's exactly what I want to see. I want to know how dirty it is and how we can make it dirtier. We'll keep you as a friend and then fuck whenever we want. There you go. That's the future of life.
Wait, is the rabbi trying to fuck right now?
No, he's really just trying to go to bed.
Rabbi, who are you trying to fuck?
You heard it best right there. There you go. Ducky, if I come to New Jersey, it's on like Donkey Kong. I hope you know that. They're gonna have to stop me at the border.
I don't know where I'm
Ask Munch. Ask Munch.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever dated New Jersey girls?
Have I ever dated New Jersey girls?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, unfortunately.
What do you mean? They're great people.
Oh, yeah, sometimes.
Um,
Until you make them mad.
Yeah, oh my God, that's crazy. Yeah, you got that right. That's probably the worst state of any state to piss off of any chick.
Why do you say that?
New Jersey girls are very independent, strong women, and they don't put up with shit. So if you are playing games on them, they will tell you right to your face what is up, and they will not mince any words.
Yeah, especially in North Jersey, fuck.
North Jersey's worse because those bitches have money.
Oh, yeah, they either have money or they're trying to get your money.
Rabbi,
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I think you're special.
Oh, thank you. I hope that in a positive way.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
It is. We're not big.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
I think you're hot.
Thanks, baby. You want me to eat your box?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm going to put the munch in box muncher.
Oh, yes.
Excellent. See, Ducky, that's how it's done. You just got to be open with what you want, and it's very simple. We got Jay in here. Jay, how you living, pimp? Hey, Ducky,
You was
look
talking a second ago.
look at Jay's Twitter handle or Telegram handle. It's blockchain house. Like, even remember you were like, blockchain just seems so obvious, but even he's using it.
Yeah, because like.
It's like blockchain, crypto, or like Bitcoin. Those are like the three big phrases that people use. And Web 4, Web 3.
Yeah, it's so like obvious.
Well, it just kind of makes sense. Those are the different categorizations. Hey, it's smart. It makes sense.
Bitcoin ass vision.
Why is it ass vision?
You know Bitcoin FB?
I don't.
Used to be big. It was called Bitcoin SV. So then this one's Bitcoin EV.
Hey, ask much. If you ever don't want me to stream in here, just tell me and I won't. Because I got told by
No, you're good.
a little birdie, literally, let's just say, told me not to stream in another stream. And I don't want to make anybody mad, but I figured that I was good. You had always told me I was fine.
Who said that?
I will not reveal their identity. JM, can you hear me?
Was it spring?
No. It was nobody. It was no one who I think you even have an acquaintance with, like perhaps at all or very minorly. You might know this person, you might not. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, anyways, though, no, bro, we want you to stream.
Exactly. It's positive for the community.
Yeah.
Hey,
We're glad to have you, bro.
how is Spring doing?
Oh, she's good. She just drinks too much sometimes.
I understand that. I sent her a direct message just hoping she has a good day. She sent me one back. She was nice.
Yeah, no, she's nice. Sometimes, though, she drinks so much and then she starts saying all kinds of fucking nonsense, but it's okay. You just gotta not take it personal, you know?
Hey, shit happens, baby.
Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of like, she's usually nice, though, but sometimes she gets mad. But yeah, though, no, you're good. We want you to be here, bro.
Good. I appreciate that.
Yeah. There's nobody I'd rather have in my BC. Like that video you pulled up of you jacking off. Oh my god, it was so hot.
Hey, that's a big seller, baby. I'm surprised that Instagram hasn't taken it down.
I know, like you're obviously jacking off.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Oh my god, bro.
Wait.
Yeah, go.
I am a person. I can't take attention. Nothing.
You can't take attention?
I can't take attention.
Oh, attention. Go ahead.
Yeah. Are you mad at me?
Not at all. Not in the least.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I would tell you if I was mad at you.
You're right.
I'm actually proud of you.
I just want to make sure.
I'm proud of you. You showed courage with what you did. So, no, I'm proud of you. Good. I'm glad you did that.
Alright, I guess, it was requested, and I was like, well,
You perfect. You did exactly right. You did exactly right. Excellent. Now, you have to explain this to me. I'm already on the next subject. You're pointing your finger at me.
But look, all this is all things. I get to see your beautiful face, and you don't get to see any of the rest of our faces.
No.
And I have a parasocial relationship with you, so you should consider that.
A parasocial relationship. Wow. Oh my word. I didn't know I was going to have a thesaurus and dictionary with me at all times, which neither of these You wouldn't find a parasocial relationship located in there. Where would you find this? It would be like in, hold on, there's a name for this and you're gonna know it. It's the like manual on psychological health or something like that. Whatever that is. Asthma just showing his picture.
Hi guys.
What up, baby?
I love you. I think you're just great.
I think you're great as well. Don't worry. If I'm ever upset with you, I make you aware of it right away. I don't hold it in.
You can tell me right away. You can yell at me like I'm your fucking sister or like your fucking cousin or like.
I don't yell at my siblings and stuff. I hosted trivia for 2 hours. It flew by. It was very good. It was very successful. And then we went to some Twitter spaces and they were going to kick me out, but I won them over. And then we came here. Ducky, what does girl is cute mean? I don't get that.
Okay, so it's a reference to the Aeon SPX group.
You're hilarious. You're like, I'm not in crypto. Here you are with an inside joke with a cryptocurrency community.
Look, it's like, I don't have to fucking invest money to be
I know.
involved. I mean, isn't that the whole thing? The whole thing is built off of the social.
Oh yeah, we have to look up this phrase you used. We have a, what is it? What is it? It's like a proto-social relationship or something? Parasocial, pansocial, parasocial.
You haven't heard of it?
Dude, no one's heard of
Can I
that.
give you something?
Well, I can derive what it means.
A parasocial relationship is something where. What? There's no way you don't know what that means.
I can derive what it means. Do I know the glossarific?
A parasocial relationship is like, let's say you're watching someone on YouTube. You're watching them for like a year and a half. And you're like, I like this person.
You're exactly right. You're 100% right. You do have a parasocial relationship. Ducky, you are an intelligent being. I mean that. You taught me something yesterday. What was it? Hold on. Or 2 days ago, and I was thinking about it yesterday.
I feel like you're just saying that.
No. In fact, I'm going to tell you this. You've taught me 2 things in the past 3 days or something, and they're like, I don't know, maybe I've learned like 5 or 6 things over, maybe more than that, but that really stick out in my mind. The 2 things you taught me were liquid and crystal intelligence, and then the other was this parasocial relationship. It's not that I don't know what that is. I just wasn't as familiar with the term. That's what it was. What do they call it? Liquid?
Crystallized intelligence and then fluid intelligence.
Crystallized and fluid. That's right.
You have a lot of crystallized intelligence.
What's crystallized intelligence?
Crystallized intelligence is what a lot of people refer to as someone being smart. Rabbi is very smart. But like if people lack crystallized intelligence and they have a lot of fluid intelligence, people don't recognize that because they're too stupid to. No offense. But it's okay. That's fine. Crystallized intelligence is like it's like the amount of things that you have learned and you can sort of harbor it in your memory. Like it's like when you're good at trivia. Really good at trivia. All these things. Think of a history buff. Everybody knows a history buff that they know, right?
Yes.
You guys
Come on.
right? Yeah, you just know a lot of shit about a lot of stuff. I had a history teacher when I was in high school. He used to say, I know so much about all of these different types of things, but I'm a dumbass. And he
You are too nice to me. Thank you so much.
Not too nice.
Joby Printing Bags. Joby Printing Bags. Did you leave the group and then come back?
I was told I would be able to type,
Oh, cool. So everything works now, right?
but I can't type. No, I don't know why. I don't know what's going on.
Can we fix it
I
for
went
him?
to walk my dog for a second, saw him outside, got my cat some dinner, and then I'm back in. I don't see anything.
Dog.
Okay.
Dog, that happened to me too. That happened to me twice over the course of the past 2 days. It's almost like Asmunch has an admin in here who likes to remove other people's permissions. I'm not accusing someone of that, but that's the only thing I can think of. Why do we keep losing these permissions randomly?
Is it working now, Mr. Printerbags? Let me see, my friend. No, it's still restricted. Let me see. I don't know what's going on. Let me see something.
Rabbi, I really want to teach you more things that you don't know, but I feel like you can't.
Hey, you're 2 for 2 basically with those subjects.
What is it?
So, didn't Ducky just have this issue as well? How did we restore Ducky's ability to type?
Type?
Yeah, you couldn't type, remember? It said that
Oh, what?
sending messages is...
Oh, no, it works. It works. They gave it to me.
No, I know, but we want to do the same for Joby Printing. We want to do the same for Joby Printing Bags, and we're trying to figure it out. Excellent. Joby Printing Bags, make an honorary pornographic image if you can.
Rabbi sucking penis? Oh,
It didn't work.
I will obey by those rules, sir.
Excellent.
No. I'm like, let me just, I just think it's all. It doesn't work, guys. It didn't do it.
What did you do incorrectly?
I may not be specific enough for the AI.
Let's see what you wrote.
All kinds of cool stickers.
What did you say?
Options for cool stickers.
What are you looking at?
Hey, Printerbags, try to type again.
I have like such inappropriate stickers.
Oh, wow. Wow, yeah.
You're welcome.
Where did you get these?
All over Telegram. That's the crazy part. Like, there's so many of these. Like, I go into like a chat or something like that, or a TG group, and it is filled with these.
And this is saved on your phone?
Yeah, that's crazy about it. Like, it's just all over, like, Telegram and stuff.
Dude, Ducky, you just have this picture of this girl just getting painted on your phone? Like, what if your family found your phone?
Oh, they won't, right? No. You don't know how this. No. My phone is like my wallet. Like, why would you look at it? Weird.
Look, I don't know. Why would I look in it? Because look at the stuff you have in there. You might have some other crazy stuff. I'm checking this shit out.
Maybe. That's definitely. Oh, like, no. People don't look in here. Also, it's locked. Everyone has a test.
Yeah, but there are ways inside.
Yeah, but it's
I only have new shit. Wait, no, I lost all my stickers because Telegram won't take out. Damn it.
wait, I feel like I'm like so proud that I have like more inappropriate stickers than you guys. It's great.
Yours are wild. I could.
Oh, I got a lot. Wow, this is all crazy. Y'all got like
We can talk about whatever you want.
Here's more. I don't know if you guys saw
I
this.
made stickers last fall. I know how to make stickers. Make custom stickers.
Yeah, these are so inappropriate. I actually haven't looked at these since like I got like saved it.
So you had to manually save all of these?
They're beautiful. No. You save the sticker pack.
Oh, okay. It's like 50 at once.
Yeah, it's basically like you click on it and then it saves a bunch of things.
I see that. I'm doing my best to avoid it. I don't think I'll ever get out of the sticker pack.
Rabbi, it's okay.
Just don't click on it. That's all you
I do my best to avoid it. I don't want my phone to look like your guys's. It would start smoking.
Yeah, this is all from work, you guys.
Really?
Yeah, like what the fuck?
I made a sticker. Fun fact, check it out. Bitcoin.
That's a cool one.
All right.
There you go.
Wow, you made a lot. Oh yeah.
Damn, you made a shitload.
25.
No, I know you didn't, but he did.
Oh, you guys know who made them?
He's showing us the ones he made.
Oh, sorry.
They all are like customized that he made them.
These are beautiful. I like this one.
What is the difference between a sticker and a picture?
Well, a sticker can be animated, but a sticker can also like just be a still image, but like in there it's easier to post. So basically, like gifts, you make packs of for different tokens, and like if you have like a token like Polly, it's just like there and just grab their token, and or token pack sticker, and look at Fat Monkey. That's stupid monkey. Who doesn't love the fat stupid monkey? It's not naked, but you know, it's still adorable. Sex does sell, sure, it does. Well, I did on my token, I made the Belle pink only OFL's tokens and
Dude, the first one that Ducky sent, I love that one. It's like a sniper rifle.
Which one?
The first one she sent of that person who gets it like right in her throat, it's like a sniper rifle.
Oh, God. I'm so disgusted. It's a shame, but yes, that is kind of a good painting of that, just a good description of that picture.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Oh my god, they're like so nasty. Okay, wait, are you talking about... Look, I'm trying to find it.
Gravity, do you play chess?
I do. 4D chess, baby.
We'll have to play chess someday.
God willing.
We could definitely do this CBC. We could figure out a chess game.
Definitely. I'm surprised they don't have that as an option. Ducky, I'm trying to send it right now. I'm posting your link.
I'm trying to find it.
Hopefully you didn't give me some kind of crazy, creepy virus.
No, they never stop.
Oh yeah, the cat. Her name is Kiwi. She's a magician. She legit got out her 1 month
If I were to just judge you people, yes, you people, by your sticker packs, I would sentence you all to death. You all deserve just absolute the worst. Your sticker packs are the absolute foulest things I've ever seen. Dude, I have a question. Ducky, you just sent a picture of a girl who's just smiling. What's wrong with her? What happened to her? What am I missing with her?
Nothing, she's just kind of hot.
Ducky, you swing both ways? Am I the only one who only sees one picture of that girl?
You know, there is just like 20 of them. It's like the same sticker pack, but there's like 20 pictures of the same girl.
She's so hot.
Did you make that, Ducky?
Didn't make any.
What AUV? And there's the Asian girls. There's like that girl. There's the girl slapping the butt. There's that. There's that. There's booty. In the boobs.
My question, is there a MILF section? Because we're really undervaluing the MILF, I feel.
I mean, nowadays, you could be. I personally think that milk is overrated.
Underrated. Completely underrated. It is one of the most underrated groups on the planet. What is Paul saying? What did Paul just say? Hold on. Well, I'm going to tell you what. I appreciate that, but it is. Women are empowered individuals, and particularly now with in vitro fertilization and surrogacy, you can basically have children whenever you want. You can be 100 years old and have children. That's empowering to a woman. It's empowering to people. What I want to know is what the hell happened to Paul? He writes JFC. Paul writes JFC. Got to go. Oh fuck. What is oh fuck?
Almost 3 years ago. Yeah, bro. Look at the chart; it's pretty good. We check it. I am somewhat interested. Yeah, I want to see this. Yeah, throw $4 or $5 at it. Well, I'm broke because they stole all my money, but I will check the chart because I'm interested. Yeah, just give it a look. Give it a look. Telling me what to do.
Dude, why aren't you using uBlock Origin, dog? Why aren't you using uBlock Origin? You're using AdBlock Plus. That's a joke. uBlock Origin's where it's at, baby.
Wow, this is like insane. You like it? It's interesting. Like the market cap is 13K. That's not bad. Yeah, start at $20 market cap. Let's see what it started at. I started with $20.
of B&B.
Wow, it like went down, and then hey, it's going back up. That's interesting. And then like it flew to the moon one day. I think around February. It just seems like it just went up insanely. Like I can't even. Damn, I'm scrolling down the chart. It seems like that was a god arrow.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we went to $3 million market cap for like 10 seconds.
Holy shit. What were you thinking when that happened? What were you thinking when that happened? Like, this is it? Or did you think there was going to come crash? What were you thinking when that happened?
Oh, I wasn't even in the room when it happened. I had my phone down. I was outside doing something.
Oh, I got you.
And then I came back in and everybody's speaking out. And then I looked at the chart and I was like, what the fuck? But it already crashed down by the time I saw it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh! Oh my. Somebody made a buy.
I have never bought any B&B, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's harder to get now that finance doesn't operate the same way in America, you know?
Oh no, I hate that. It's like it's weird how you have to go to the U.S. finance and everything. It's just weird to me. Like I didn't even know like how that. I never like got into finance. I don't know. I just never did for some reason. It's they used to have like just finance and then they went like finance U.S. finance. What caused that? I forgot. Like I really didn't even really know actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I never looked at it too close, to be honest. At that point, when all that was happening, I was sorry, very big on crypto for a minute. Let's take a little break.
I love crypto, even though what happened to me was terrible, and I don't believe the police are going to be interested in helping me, even though I kind of know. I have their personal Twitter. We can easily find out their, IP address from the website, and, I know that, like, we have some more information on them, but it sucks. I don't think they recorded it, but I still think that I have a better chance of just, finding them myself or something. I don't even know that that's a possibility. If this is their personal Twitter, then I could find them through their email. Like maybe they have like a Facebook associated with it. Who knows? It's been active since like March 6th too. Like it's been messaging and stuff. It's a real Twitter. It's self-goddamn Brian. These big NFT arts with the 85,000 followers is following this guy's Twitter. So I don't know. It's just interesting.
Oh yeah. You gotta scam him back, bro.
Honestly, I was trying to figure out how to get into like basically here's if I could get his IP address or if I could hack him and then try to figure out where he is, I could either A, just report him or B, how should I say this? Try to trick him into clicking on a picture and then using like Black Comet or some shit. I think that's what it's called. To get malware on his computer and then just drain his whole whatever he has, or just keylog his computer. But I'm not a hacker. I'm a coder, which is not that far off, but close enough. And even before a coder, I would consider myself more of an artist.
Yo, pimps, I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news. I'm going to stay, but I'm going to lie down because I'm tired. So, with that, I want to I want to hear all the good things that you guys have going on in your life. Joby Printing Bags, I'm glad that you can speak. I'm very happy about that. I think we all are. And did you make your inaugural image yet with the image creator?
Let's see. Let me make a picture. It's forward slash. What do I do?
It's /image,
Image, okay.
and then
Prompt image. Okay, so it's we're gonna do cats on cats.
there you go.
That's what I like. Oh wow. Ducky, don't live. I don't even know you yet. Introduce yourself. What's your favorite color? I had you. Mine's yellow. You did? There. Hey, cat. Where is that? I'm gonna start off in here more often because I just either sitting in here and waiting for my boys to get back to me or I'm just coding so I don't do shit. You guys can stop by anytime.
Dog, I live in here.
I'm just chilling here for. If anybody wants that, maybe let me know.
Good night.
Love you. Bye.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey.
Hey.
Are you sleepy?
Sorry. How about you?
I could stay awake. My brain is very awake.
All right, same here. What are we watching? We've got skiing going on. All right, we got skiing going on. We could watch a movie. What's your favorite movie? Well, let me say, no, I can speak to you privately. You're absolutely fine to tell me about the SPX or SPX group. I'm like not mad at all, and I'm glad you told me. It took a lot of courage for you to tell me that.
Oh yeah, I really didn't mean that in any negative way. Like I adore you. Like I think you're such a cool person. I think you're super eccentric. You're totally the person I would be attracted to, even though I feel like you would I can be like a shit sometimes, but I would nonetheless gravitate towards someone like you. Like I genuinely think you're so cool. Like
Wow,
I didn't mean anything like that.
I need to just record you and just tell people to listen to this recording of you, Duffy. You're wonderful. Don't think what you said was at all out of line. I'm glad. I want my friends to tell me that kind of stuff.
It's just because, like, the other people on there, they were like, oh, I feel like I can go on that because, like, they're super paranoid. And you know how, like, crypto people are. Honestly, everyone I've met in crypto, they're all super paranoid.
Super paranoid.
Weird. I know, like, what a weird community to be in. Because it's like, I want to kind of...
They're also afraid, like, and here's why, because they all have these like deep fears that people will find out their private information, and they fear that. Like it's just how it is.
I personally don't care about that, so I was like, yeah.
I embrace it. I'm like, hey, I'm as honest with the world as I can be. All right, isn't that image generator really cool? I mean, it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. I mean, you can tell it's going to be really good soon. All right. We're watching snowboarding, but we're going to turn on something else. Something cool. I don't know exactly what, but we'll find something. Is there anything that you really like? What do you really like? Yeah. You like Russian doll? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good show. But I need you to look into this one. Like, please. Like, I know that like I kind of thought like you did it.
No. You stop. You need to have more confidence in yourself.
I know how I come off.
You don't come off that way though.
I think you would really appreciate this book suggestion that I have.
What is it?
It's called Chaos, Making Science by Jim. Telling you, you're a smart person, you can handle this, and you would like it. It would be compelling to you. Telling you.
Oh.
If you got it on digital.
Dude, I'm gonna look it up right now if we can get it an audiobook. Well, I mean, you just told me about it 10 seconds ago. I'm going, girl. I'm going. You will find that no one moves quicker or more quickly than I do when it comes to stuff. Chaos, making a new science. Just one moment. All right, Chaos, making a new science. This is by James And it looks like there's just a book version of it. Let me see. Hold on. Making a New Science, 14 seconds. It's got to be longer than that. Chaos, audiobook, 10 hours, 56 minutes. I'm going to listen to it starting tonight.
You're gonna like.
I'm going to listen to it. I might even just ditch you right now and start listening to it. You're lucky that I don't. Oh, wait. It's locked. Why is it locked? I've never seen this. Do you have to buy it or something? I'm sure you do. Want to listen? Head to Spotify to purchase this title, then listen here. Okay, we'll send you with an email. Dude, are you kidding me? I could get through anything. I'll be able to find this shit in like 10 seconds. I bet I could have found this thing on it, some kind of MP3 back in the day before the guy even wrote the book. All right. Here we go.
Did you read where I found the book from?
Where'd you find the book?
So basically, there's a bunch of recorded lectures from Berkeley on YouTube
Ooh,
from
thank you.
like years and years ago. Well, not years, but it's from like 2011, 12. And there's this guy, and he's a professor of biology there, and he references the book to the students. It's something that they have to read, and he was like, the way that he presents it is like, okay, you guys, you're either gonna hate this book because it makes you question everything, or it's gonna change your life.
Excellent. I found it.
Yeah, and I did start reading it, and I think it's incredible. I think this theory is great. I think you can relate it to a lot of different things in life, aside from the weather or with the economy, which you can relate it to many different things. I personally think you can relate it to behavior. I'm hoping that maybe in 20 years or something, in psychology, someone real smart and educated and all that, when we get time, I'm hoping that they'll find this and they'll apply it, because I really think there's just something to it. But I think that you would get enjoying a time reading the book.
I appreciate that. I'm serious. We're gonna listen to it tonight, or once I go to bed, I'll listen to it. I listen to things like before I go to bed, and then wherever I left off, I start up the next day. So it looks like a phenomenal.
I genuinely think that you'll find.
Hold on. I have a question though. Did you finish the book?
No, I did not.
So you have to finish it too. So we can listen to it together. Is that something you would like?
Yeah.
All right. I really do. I'm serious. I was gonna listen to it immediately tonight. So watch this book. Absolutely is not what you thought it was, and you're like, oh, whoops, this is a bad suggestion. But no, it looks really good, and that's why I want to listen to it right now. So you should know that I appreciate your suggesting of this title. And with that, here we go. This is Chaos, Making a New Science. Can you hear it? Let me see if I can make it better for you. Is that better?
The police were not the only ones to wonder. At the National Laboratory, some physicists had learned that their newest colleague was experimenting with
I'll get you, girl. Don't worry.
which made the
All right, is that better?
schedule would slowly roll in and
Yes,
out
I'm following along.
this bordered on straight,
Okay.
even the theoretical division. In the 3 decades since J. Robert Oppenheimer chose this unworldly New Mexico landscape for the atomic bomb project, Los Alamos National Laboratory had spread across an expanse of desolate plateau, bringing particle accelerators and gas lasers and chemical plants, thousands of scientists and administrators and technicians, as well as one of the world's greatest concentrations of supercomputers. Some of the oldest scientists remember the wooden buildings rising hastily out of the rim rock in the 1940s, but for most of the Los Alamos staff, young men and women in college-style corduroys and work shirts,
Ducky,
First bomb makers were just ghosts.
I'm glad you're my friend.
Laboratories, locals, and purists thought was a theoretical division, known as D division, just as
All right,
it was C division and
well
weapons
then,
was X division.
I'm gonna be here.
Physicists and mathematicians
If you fall asleep, I won't blame you. If I fall asleep, don't blame me. But I'm gonna listen to this.
they were hard to surprise.
All right,
But Mitchell
well, I'm listening.
was an unusual case. He had exactly one published article to his name, and he was working on nothing that seemed to have any particular promise. His hair was a ragged mane sweeping back from his wide brow, the style of busts of German composers. His eyes were sudden and passionate. When he spoke always rapidly, he tended to drop articles and pronouns in a vaguely Middle European way, even though he was a native of Brooklyn. When he worked obsessively. When he couldn't work, he walked and thought day or night, like it was festival. The 24-hour day seemed to constrain him. Nevertheless, his experiment in personal quasi-periodicity came to an end when he decided that he could no longer bear waking to the setting sun, as had happened every few days. At the age of 29, he had already become an ad hoc consultant. Scientists would go to see about any especially intractable problem when they could find him. One day, he arrived at work just as the director of the laboratory, Harold Agnew, was leaving. Agnew was a powerful figure, one of the original Oppenheimer apprentices. He'd flown over Hiroshima on an instrument plane that accompanied the Enola Gay, photographing the delivery of the laboratory's first product. I understand you're real smart, Agnew said to Feigenbaum. Real smart. Why don't you just sort of place it? To a physicist, was a legitimate problem. Puzzling out the spin and color and flavor of small particles was a legitimate problem. Dating the origin of the universe was a legitimate problem. Understanding clouds was a problem for meteorologists. Like other physicists, Feigenbaum used an understated tough guy vocabulary to rate such problems. Such a thing is obvious, you might say, meaning that a result could be understood by any skilled physicist after appropriate contemplation and calculation. Not obvious, described work that commanded respect, Nobel Prizes. For the hardest problems, the problems that would not give way without long looks into the universe's bowels, physicists reserved words like deep. In 1974, though few of his colleagues knew it, Feigenbaum was working on a problem that was deep. Chaos. Where chaos begins, classical science stops. For as long as the world has had physicists inquiring into the laws of nature, it has suffered a special ignorance about disorder in the atmosphere, in the turbulent sea, in the fluctuations of wildlife populations, in the oscillations of the heart and the brain. The irregular side of nature, the discontinuous and erratic side, these have been puzzles for science. But in the 1970s, a few scientists in the United States and Europe began to find a way through disorder. They were mathematicians, physicists, biologists, chemists, all seeking connections between different kinds of irregularity. Physiologists found a surprising order in the chaos that develops in the human heart, the prime cause of sudden, unexplained death. Ecologists explored the rise and fall of gypsy moth populations. Economists dug out old stock price data and tried a new kind of analysis. The insights that emerged led directly into the natural world, the shapes of clouds, the paths of lightning, the microscopic intertwining of blood vessels, the galactic clustering of stars. When Mitchell Feigenbaum began thinking about chaos at Los Alamos, he was one of a handful of scattered scientists, mostly unknown to one another. A mathematician in Berkeley, California, had formed a small group dedicated to creating a new study of dynamical systems. A population biologist at Princeton University was about to publish an impassioned plea that all scientists should look at the surprisingly complex behavior lurking in some simple models. A geometer working for IBM was looking for a new word to describe a family of shapes, jagged, tangled, splintered, twisted, fractured, that he considered an organizing principle in nature. A French mathematical physicist had just made the disputations claim
that turbulence in fluids might have something to do with a bizarre, infinitely tangled abstraction that he called a strange attractor. A decade later, chaos has become a shorthand name for a fast-growing movement that is reshaping the fabric of the scientific establishment. Chaos conferences and chaos journals abound. Every major university and every major corporate research center, some theorists ally themselves first with chaos and only second with their nominal specialties. Chaos has created special techniques of using computers and special kinds of graphic images, pictures that capture a fantastic and delicate structure underlying complexity. The new science has formed its own language, an elegant shop talk of fractals, bifurcations, intermittences, and periodicities, folded tau diffeomorphisms, and smooth noodle maps. These are the new elements of motion, just as in traditional physics, quarks and gluons are the new elements of matter. To some physicists, chaos is a science of process rather than state, of becoming rather than being. Now that science is looking, chaos seems to be everywhere. A rising column of cigarette smoke breaks into wild swirls. A flag snaps back and forth in the wind. A dripping faucet goes from a steady pattern to a random one. Chaos appears in the behavior of cars clustering on an expressway. Behavior of oil flowing in underground pipes. No matter what the medium, the behavior obeys the same duly discovered laws. That realization has begun to change the way business executives make decisions about insurance, the way astronomers look at the solar system, the way political theorists talk about these stresses leading to armed conflict. Chaos breaks across the lines that separate scientific disciplines. Because it is a science of the global nature of systems, it has brought together thinkers from fields that had been widely separated. The first chaos theorists, the scientists who set the discipline in motion, shared certain sensibilities. They had an eye for pattern, especially pattern that appeared on different scales at the same time. They had a taste for randomness and complexity, for jagged edges and sudden leaps. Believers in chaos speculate about determinism and free will, about evolution, about the nature of conscious intelligence. They feel that they are turning back a trend in science toward reductionism, the analysis of systems in terms of their constituent parts, quarks, chromosomes, or neurons. They believe that they are looking for the whole. The most passionate advocates of the new science go so far as to say that 20th century science will be remembered for just three things: relativity, quantum mechanics, and chaos. Chaos, they contend, has become the century's third great revolution in the physical sciences. Like the first two revolutions, chaos cuts away at the tenets of Newton's physics. As one physicist put it, relativity eliminated the Newtonian illusion of absolute space and time. Quantum theory eliminated the Newtonian dream of a controllable measurement process. And chaos eliminates the Laplacian fantasy of deterministic predictability. Of the three, the revolution in chaos applies to the universe we see and touch, to objects of human scale. Everyday experience and real pictures of the world have become legitimate targets for inquiry. There's long been a feeling, not always expressed openly, that theoretical physics has strayed far from human intuition about the world. Whether this will prove to be fruitful heresy or just plain heresy, no one knows. But some of those who thought physics might be working its way into a corner now look to chaos as a way out. Within physics itself, the study of chaos emerged from a backwater. Mainstream for most of the 20th century has been particle physics, exploring the building blocks of matter at higher energies, smaller and smaller scales, shorter and shorter times. Out of particle physics have come theories about the fundamental forces of nature and about the origin of the universe. Yet, some young physicists have grown dissatisfied with the direction of the most prestigious of sciences. Progress has begun to seem slow. The naming of the new particles futile, the body and theory cluttered. With the coming of chaos, younger scientists believe they were seeing the beginnings of a course change for all of physics. The field had been dominated long enough, they felt, by the glittering abstractions of high-energy particles and quantum mechanics. Cosmologist Stephen Hawking, occupant of his chair at Cambridge University, spoke for most of physics when he took stock of his science in a 1980 lecture titled, "Is the End in Sight with Theoretical Physics?" We already know the physical laws that govern everything we experience in everyday life. It is a tribute to how far we've come in theoretical physics that it now takes enormous machines and a great deal of money to perform an experiment whose results we cannot predict. Yet, Hawking recognized that understanding nature's laws on the terms of particle physics left unanswered the question of how to apply those laws to any but the simplest of systems. Predictability is one thing in a cloud chamber where two particles collide at the end of a race around an accelerator. It is something else altogether in the simplest tub of boiling fluid, or in the Earth's weather, or in the human brain. Hawking's physics, efficiently gathering up Nobel Prizes and big money for experiments, has often been called a revolution. At times, it seemed within reach of that cradle of science, the grand unified theory of everything. Physics had traced the development of energy and matter in all but the first 5 years of the universe's history. But was post-war particle physics a revolution? Or was it just the fleshing out of the framework laid down by Einstein, Bohr, and the other fathers of relativity and quantum mechanics? Certainly, the achievements of physics, from the atomic bomb to the transistor, changed the 20th century landscape. Yet, if anything, the scope of particle physics seems to have narrowed. 2 generations have passed since the field produced a new theoretical idea that changed the way non-specialists understand the world. The physics described by Hawking could complete its mission without answering some of the most fundamental questions about nature. How does life begin? What is turbulence? Above all, in a universe ruled by entropy, drawing inexorably toward greater and greater disorder, how does order arise? At the same time, objects of everyday experience like fluids and mechanical systems came to seem so basic and so ordinary that physicists had a natural tendency to assume that they were well understood. It was not so. As the revolution in chaos runs its course, the best physicists find themselves returning without embarrassment to phenomena on a human scale. They study not just galaxies but clouds. They carry out profitable computer research, not just on Crays, but on Macintoshes. Premier journals print articles on the strange dynamics of a ball bouncing on a table side by side with articles on quantum physics. The simplest systems are now seen to create extraordinarily difficult problems of predictability. Yet, order arises spontaneously in those systems. Chaos and order together. Only a new kind of science will begin to cross the great gulf between knowledge of what one thing does, one water molecule, one cell of a heart tissue, one neuron, and what millions of them do. Watch 2 bits of film thrown side by side at the bottom of a waterfall. What can you guess about how close they were at the top? Nothing. As far as standard physics was concerned, God might just as well have taken all those water molecules under the table and shuffled them personally. Traditionally, when physicists saw complex results, they looked for complex causes. When they saw a random relationship between what goes into a system and what comes out, they assumed that they would have to build randomness into any realistic theory by artificially adding noise or error. The modern study of chaos began with the creeping realization in the 1960s that quite simple mathematical equations could model systems every bit as violent as a waterfall. Tiny differences in input could quickly become overwhelming differences in output, a phenomenon given the name sensitive dependence on initial conditions. In weather, for example, this translates into what is only half-jokingly known as the butterfly effect. The notion that a butterfly stirring the air today in Peking can transform storm systems next month in New York. When the explorers of chaos began to think back on the genealogy of their new science, found many intellectual trails from the past, but one stood out very clearly. For the young physicists and mathematicians leading the revolution, a starting point was the butterfly effect. The butterfly effect. The sun beat down through a sky that had never seen clouds. The wind swept across an earth as smooth as glass. Night never came, and autumn never gave way to winter. It never rained. The simulated weather in Edward Lorenz's new electronic computer changed slowly, but certainly, drifting through a permanent dry midday season, as if the world had turned into Camelot, or some particularly bland version of Southern California. Outside the window, Lorenz could watch real weather. The early morning fog creeping above the Massachusetts Institute of Technology campus, or the low clouds slipping over the rooftops from the Atlantic. Fog and clouds never arose in the model running on his computer. The machine, the Royal MacD, was a thickened wiring and vacuum tubes that occupied an ungainly part of Lorenz's office, made a surprising and irritating noise, and broke down in a week or so. It had neither the speed nor the memory to manage a realistic simulation of the Earth's atmosphere and oceans. Yet Lorenz created a toy weather in 1960 that succeeded in mesmerizing his colleagues. Every minute the machine marked the passing of the day by printing a row of numbers across a page. If you knew how to read the printouts, you would see a prevailing westerly wind swing now to the north, now to the south, now back to the north. Digitized cyclones spun slowly around an idealized brain. As word spread through the department, the other meteorologists would gather around with the graduate students, making bets on what Lorenz's weather would do next. Somehow, nothing ever happened the same way twice. Lorenz enjoyed weather, by no means a prerequisite for a research meteorologist. He savored its changeability. He appreciated the patterns that come and go in the atmosphere, families of eddies and cyclones, always obeying mathematical rules, yet never repeating themselves. When he looked at clouds, he thought he saw a kind of structure in them. Once he had feared that studying the science of weather would be like trying to jack the box apart with a screwdriver. Now he wondered whether science would be able to penetrate the magic at all. Weather had a flavor that could not be expressed by talking about averages. The daily high temperature in Cambridge, Mass. Averages 75 degrees in June. The number of rainy days in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia averages 10 a year. These were statistics. The essence was the way patterns in the atmosphere changed over time. And that was what Lawrence captured in the Royal MacD. To most serious meteorologists, forecasting was less than science. It was a seat-of-the-pants business performed by technicians who needed some intuitive ability to read the next day's weather in the instruments of the clouds. It was guesswork. At centers like MIT, meteorology favored problems that had solutions. Lorenz understood the messiness of weather prediction as well as anyone, but he harbored an interest in the problem, a mathematical interest. Not only did meteorologists scorn forecasting, but in the 1960s, virtually all serious scientists mistrusted computers. These souped-up calculators hardly seemed like tools for theoretical science, so numerical weather modeling was something of a bastard problem. Yet the time was right for it. Weather forecasting had been waiting 2 centuries for a machine that could repeat thousands of calculations over and over again by brute force. In theory, a computer could let meteorologists do what astronomers have been able to do with pencil and slide rule, reckon the future of their universe from its initial conditions and the physical laws that guide its evolution. The equations describing the motion of air and water were as well known as those describing the motion of planets. Astronomers did not achieve perfection and never would. Not in a solar system tugged by the gravities of 9 planets, scores of moons, and thousands of asteroids, but calculations of planetary motion were so accurate that people forgot that they were forecasts. When an astronomer said, Comet Halley will be back this way in 76 years, it seemed like fact, not prophecy. Deterministic numerical forecasting figured accurate courses for spacecraft and missiles. Why not winds and clouds? There was always one small compromise, so small that working scientists usually forgot it was there, lurking in a corner of their philosophies like an unpaid bill. Measurements could never be perfect. With his primitive computer, Lorentz had boiled weather down to the barest skeleton. Yet, line by line, the winds and temperatures in Lorentz's printouts seemed to behave in a recognizable earthly way. They matched his cherished intuition about the weather, his sense that it repeated itself, displaying familiar patterns over time, pressure rising and falling, the airspeed swinging north and south, but the repetitions were never quite exact. There was pattern with disturbances, and orderly disorder. To make the patterns plain to see, Lorentz created a primitive kind of graphics. Instead of just printing out the usual lines of digits, he would have the machine print a certain number of blank spaces, followed by the letter A. He would pick one variable, perhaps the direction of the airstream. Gradually, the A's marched down the roll of paper, swinging back and forth in a wavy line, making a long series of hills and valleys that represented the way the west wind would swing north and south across the continent. The ordinariness of it, the recognizable cycles coming around again and again, but never twice the same way, had a hypnotic fascination. The system seemed slowly to be revealing its secrets to the forecaster's eye. One day in the winter of 1961, wanting to examine one sequence at greater length, Lorentz took a shortcut. Instead of starting the whole run over, he started midway through. To give the machine its initial conditions, he typed the numbers straight from the earlier printout. Then he walked down the hall to get away from the noise and drink a cup of coffee. When he returned an hour later, he saw something unexpected, something that planted a seed for a new science. This new run should have exactly duplicated the old. Lorentz had copied the numbers into the machine himself. The program had not changed. Yet, as he stared at the new printout, Lorentz saw his weather diverging so rapidly from the pattern of the last run that within just a few months, all resemblance had disappeared. He looked at one set of numbers, then back at the other. He might as well have chosen two random weathers out of a hat. His first thought was that another vacuum had gone bad. Suddenly he realized the truth. There had been a malfunction. The problem lay in the number that he typed. In the computer's memory, 6 decimal places were stored. 0.506127. On the printout, to save space, just 3 appeared. 0.506. Lorentz had entered the shorter, rounded off number, assuming that the difference, 1 part in 1,000, was inconsequential. He decided to look more closely at the way two nearly identical runs of weather flowed apart. He copied one of the wavy lines of output onto a transparency and laid it over the other to inspect the way it diverged. First, 2 humps matched detail for detail. Then one line began to lag a hair's breadth behind. By the time the 2 runs reached the next hump, they were distinctly out of phase. By the 3rd or 4th hump, all similarity had vanished. It was only a wobble from a clumsy computer. Lorentz could have assumed something was wrong with his particular machine or his particular model, probably should have assumed, but for reasons of mathematical intuition that his colleagues would begin to understand only later, Lorentz got a jolt. Something was philosophically out of joint. The practical import could be staggering. Although his equations were gross parodies of the Earth's weather, he had a faith that they captured the essence of the real atmosphere. That first day, he decided that long-range weather forecasting must be doomed. The 50s and 60s were years of unreal optimism about weather forecasting. Newspapers and magazines were filled with hope for weather science, not just for prediction, but for modification and control. 2 technologies were maturing together, the digital computer and the space satellite. An international program was being prepared to take advantage of them. The Global Atmosphere Research Program was an ideal that human society would free itself from weather's turmoil and become its master instead of its victim. Geodesic domes would cover cornfields, airplanes would seed the clouds, scientists would learn how to make rain and how to stop it. The intellectual founder of this popular notion was John Van Weyden, built his first computer with the precise intention, among other things, of controlling the weather. He surrounded himself with meteorologists and gave breathtaking talks about his plans to the general physics community. He had a specific mathematical reason for his optimism. He recognized that a complicated dynamical system could have points of instability, critical points where a small push can have a large consequence, as with the ball balanced on the top of a hill. With the computer up and running, Van Neumann imagined that scientists would calculate the equations of fluid motion for the next few days. Then a central committee of meteorologists would send up airplanes to lay down smoke screens or seed clouds to push the weather into the desired mode. But von Neumann had overlooked the possibility of chaos, with instability at every point. By the 1980s, a vast and expensive bureaucracy devoted itself to carrying out von Neumann's mission, or at least the prediction of it. America's premier forecasters operated out of an unadorned cubicle building in suburban Maryland, near the Washington Beltway, with a spy's nest of radar and radio antennas on the roof. Their supercomputer ran a model that resembled Lawrence's, only in its fundamental spirit. Where the Royal MacBee could carry out 60 multiplications each second, the speed of a control data Cyber 205 was measured in megaflops, millions of floating point operations per second. Where Lorentz had been happy with 12 equations, the modern global model calculated systems of 500,000 equations. The model understood the way moisture moved heat in and out of the air when it condensed and evaporated. The digital winds were shaped by digital mountain ranges. Data poured in hourly from every nation on the globe, from airplanes, satellites, and ships. The National Meteorological Center produced the world's second-best forecasts. The best came out of Reading, England, a small college town about an hour's drive from London. The European Center for Medium-Range Weather Forecasts occupied a modest tree-shaded building. It was built in the heyday of the all-European common market spirit, when most of the nations of Western Europe decided to pool their talent and resources in the cause of weather prediction. The Europeans attributed their success to their young rotating staff, no civil service, and their craved supercomputer, which always seemed to be one model ahead of the American counterpart. Weather forecasting was the beginning, but hardly the end of the business of using computers to model complex systems. The same techniques served many kinds of physical scientists and social scientists, hoping to make predictions about everything from the small-scale fluid flows that concerned propellant designers to the vast financial flows that concerned economists. Indeed, by the 70s and 80s, economic forecasting by computer bore a real resemblance to global weather forecasting. Models were churned through complicated, somewhat arbitrary webs of equations meant to turn measurements of initial conditions, atmospheric pressure or money supply, into a simulation of future trends. The programmers hoped the results were not too grossly distorted by the many unavoidable simplifying assumptions. If a model did anything too obviously bizarre, flooded the Sahara or tripled interest rates, the programmers would revise the equations to bring the output back in line with expectation. In practice, econometric models proved dismally blind to what the future would bring, but many people who should have known better acted as though they believed in the results. Forecasters of economic growth or unemployment were put forward with an implied precision of 2 or 3 decimal places. Governments and financial institutions paid for such predictions and acted on them, perhaps out of necessity or for want of anything better. Presumably, they knew that such variables as consumer optimism were not as nicely measurable as humidity, and that the perfect differential equations had not yet been written for the movement of politics and fashion. But few realized how fragile was the very process of modeling flows on computers. Even when the data was reasonably trustworthy and the laws were purely physical, as in weather forecasting, computer modeling had indeed succeeded in changing the weather business from an art to a science. The European Center's assessment suggested that the world saved millions of dollars each year for predictions that were statistically better than nothing. But beyond 2 or 3 days, the world's best forecasts were speculative, and beyond 6 or 7, they were worthless. The butterfly effect was the reason. For small pieces of weather, and to a global forecast of small community thunderstorms and blizzards, any prediction deteriorates rapidly. Errors and uncertainties multiply, cascading upward through a chain of turbulent features, from dust devils and squalls up to continent-sized eddies that only satellites can see. Even for experienced meteorologists, all this goes against intuition. One of Lorentz's oldest friends was Robert White, a fellow meteorologist at MIT, who later became head of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Lorentz told him about the butterfly effect and what he felt it meant for long-range prediction. White gave von Neumann's answer. Prediction nothing, he said. This is weather control. His thought was that small modifications well within human capability could cause desired large-scale changes. Lorenz saw it differently. Yes, you could change the weather, you could make it do something different from what it would otherwise have done. But if you did, then you would never know what it would otherwise have done. It would be like giving an extra shovel to an already well-shoveled pack of cards. You know it will change your life, but you don't know whether for better or worse. Had he stopped with the butterfly effect, an image of predictability giving way to pure randomness, then Lorenz would have produced no more than a piece of dead bad news. But Lorenz saw more than randomness embedded in his weather model. He saw a fine geometrical structure, or masquerading as randomness. He turned his attention more and more to the mathematics of systems that never found a steady state, systems that almost repeated themselves but never quite succeeded. Everyone knew that the weather was such a system, aperiodic. Nature is full of others, animal populations that rise and fall, all those things, epidemics that come and go on tantalizingly near regular schedules. To produce the rich repertoire of real earthly weather, the beautiful multiplicity of it, you could hardly wish for anything better than a butterfly effect. The butterfly effect required a technical name: sensitive dependence on initial conditions. And sensitive dependence on initial conditions was not an altogether new notion. It had a place in folklore. For want of a nail, the shoe was lost. For want of a shoe, the horse was lost. For want of a horse, the rider was lost. For want of a rider, the battle was lost. For want of a battle, the kingdom was lost. Now, in science, as in life, it is well known that a chain of events can have a further crisis that could magnify small chains. Lorenz put weather aside and looked for even simpler ways to produce this complex behavior. He found one in a system of just three equations. They were non-linear, meaning that they expressed relationships that were not strictly proportional. Linear relationships that can be captured with a straight line on the graph. Linear equations are solvable, which makes them suitable for textbooks. Linear systems have an important modular version. You can take them apart and put them together again. The pieces add up. Non-linear systems generally cannot be solved and cannot be added together. In fluid systems and mechanical systems, the non-linear terms tend to be the features that people want to leave out when they try to get a good simple understanding. Friction, for example, without friction, a simple linear equation expresses the amount of energy you need to accelerate the hockey puck. With friction, the relationship gets complicated because the amount of energy changes depending on how fast the puck is already moving. Non-linearity means that the act of playing the game has a way of changing the rules. The Lorentz system traced a strange, distinctive shape, kind of double spiral in three dimensions, like a butterfly with its two wings. The shape signaled disorder, since no point or pattern of points ever recurred. Yet it also signaled a new kind of order. 10 years later, physicists with questionable looks, they talked about the Lorentz's paper on Newton's equations, beautiful marvel of the paper, but then it was talked about as if it were an ancient scroll, preserving secrets of eternity. In the thousands of articles that made up the technical literature of chaos, few were cited more often than deterministic, non-periodic threat. Here's no single object would inspire more illustrations. Ocean painters, than a mysterious curve depicted at the end, the double spiral that became known as the Lorentz attractor. Revolution, the historian of science, Thomas Kuhn, described a disturbing experiment conducted by a pair of psychologists in the 1940s. Subjects were given glimpses of playing cards, one at a time, and asked to name them. There was a trick, of course. A few of the cards were freakish. For example, a red six of spades or a black queen of diamonds. At high speed, the subject sailed smoothly along. Nothing could have been simpler. They didn't see the anomalies at all. Shown a red six of spades, they would sing out either six of hearts or six of spades. But when the cards were displayed for longer intervals, the subject started to hesitate. They became aware of a problem, but they were not sure what it was. A subject might say that it seemed something odd, like a red border around a black heart. Eventually, as the pace was slowed even more, most subjects would catch on. They would see the wrong cards and make the mental shift necessary to play the game without error. Not everyone, though. A few suffered a sense of disorientation or real pain. I can't make that suit out, whatever it is. Said one. It didn't even look like a car at that time. I don't know what color it is now, or whether it's a spade or a heart. I'm not sure what a spade looks like. My God. Professional scientists, giving brief, uncertain glimpses of nature's workings, are no less vulnerable to anguish and confusion when they come face to face with incongruity. And incongruity, when it changes the way a scientist sees, makes possible the most important advances, so Kuhn argues, and so the story of chaos suggests. Kuhn's notions of how scientists work and how revolutions occur drew as much hostility as admiration when he first published them in 1962, and the controversy has never ended. He puts the sharp needle into the traditional view that science progresses by the accretion of knowledge, each discovery adding to the last, and that new theories emerge when new experimental facts require them. He deflated the view of science as an orderly process of asking questions and finding their answers. He emphasized a contrast between the bulk of what scientists do, working on legitimate, well-understood problems within their disciplines, and the exceptional, unorthodox work of the creative revolutions. Not by accident, he made scientists seem less than perfect rationalists. In Kuhn's scheme, normal science consists largely of mobbing up operations. Experimentalists carry out modified versions of experiments that have been carried out many times before. Theorists have a brick here, a reshape of coins there, a world of theory. It could hardly be otherwise. If all scientists had to begin from the beginning, questioning fundamental assumptions, they would be hard-pressed to reach the level of technical sophistication necessary to do useful work. Central to Kuhn's ideas is the vision of normal science as solving problems. A normal tradition, the research scientist is not an innovator but a solver of puzzles. And the puzzles upon which he concentrates are just those which he believes can be both stated and solved within the existing scientific tradition. Then there are the revolutions. A new science arises out of one that has reached a dead end. Often a revolution has an interdisciplinary character. Its central discoveries often come from people straying outside the normal bounds of their specialties. The problems that obsess these theorists are not recognized as legitimate lines of inquiry. Thesis proposals are turned down or articles are refused publication. Theorists themselves are not sure whether they would recognize an answer if they saw one. They accept risk through their careers. A few free thinkers working alone, unable to explain where they're heading, afraid even to tell their colleagues what they're doing. That romantic image lies at the heart of Kuhn's scheme. And it has occurred in real life, time and time again, in the exploration of chaos. Every scientist who turned to chaos early had a story to tell of his discouragement or open hostility. Graduate students were warned that their careers could be jeopardized if they wrote theses in an untested discipline in which their advisors had no expertise. A particle physicist hearing about this new mathematics might begin playing with it on his own, thinking it was a beautiful thing, both beautiful and hard, but would feel that he could never tell his colleagues about it. Older professors felt they were suffering a kind of midlife crisis, gambling on a line of research that many colleagues were likely to misunderstand or reject. But they also felt an intellectual excitement that comes with the truly new. Even outsiders started, those who were attuned to it. The Freeman Dyson of the Institute for Advanced Study, the news of chaos came like an electric shock in the 1970s. Others felt that for the first time in their professional lives, they were witnessing a true paradigm shift, a transformation in the way of thinking. Those who recognized chaos in the early days agonized over how to shape their thoughts and findings into publishable form. Work fell between disciplines. For example, too abstract for physicists, yet too experimental for mathematicians. To some, the difficulty of communicating the new ideas and ferocious resistance from traditional borders showed how revolutionary the new science was. Shallow ideas could be assimilated. Ideas that require people to recognize or reorganize their picture of the world provoke hostility. A physicist at the Georgia Institute of Technology, Joseph Ford, started quoting Tolstoy. I know that most men, including those at ease with problems of the greatest complexity, can seldom accept even the simplest and most obvious truth. if it be such as would oblige them to admit the falsity of conclusions which they have delighted in explaining to colleagues, which they have proudly taught to others, and which they have woven thread by thread into the fabric of their lives. Many mainstream scientists remained only dimly aware of the emerging science. Some particularly traditional fluid dynamicists actively resented it. At first, the claims made on behalf of chaos sounded wild and unscientific, and chaos relied on mathematics that seemed unconventional and difficult. As the chaos specialists spread, some departments frowned on these somewhat deviant scholars. Others advertised for more. Some journals established unwritten rules against submissions on chaos. Other journals came forth to handle chaos exclusively. The chaoticists, or chaologists, such coinages could be heard, turned up with disproportionate frequency on the yearly list of important fellowships and prizes. By the middle of the 80s, a process of academic diffusion had brought chaos specialists into influential positions with university bureaucracies. Centers and institutes were founded to specialize in nonlinear dynamics and complex systems. Chaos has become not just theory, but also method, not just a canon of beliefs, but also a way of doing science. Chaos has created its own technique of using computers, a technique that does not require the vast speed of crays and ciphers, but instead favors modest terminals that allow flexible interaction. To chaos researchers, mathematics has become an experimental science, with the computer replacing laboratories full of test tubes and microscopes. Graphic images are the key. Stylistically, early chaos papers recall the Benjamin Franklin era in the way they went back to first principles. As Kuhn notes, established sciences take for granted a body of knowledge that serves as a communal starting point for investigation. To avoid boring their colleagues, scientists routinely begin and end their papers with esoterica. By contrast, articles on chaos from the late 1970s onward sounded evangelical. From their preambles to their perorations, they declared new credos. They often ended with pleas for action. A modest cosmic mystery, great red spot of Jupiter, a vast swirling oval like a giant storm that never moves and never runs down. Anyone who saw the pictures beamed across space from Voyager 2 in 1978 recognized the familiar look of turbulence on a hugely unfamiliar scale. It was one of the solar system's most venerable landmarks. The red spot roaring like an anguished eye amid a turbulence of boiling eyebrows, as John Updike described it. But what was it? 20 years after Lawrence, Smale and other scientists set in motion a new way of understanding nature's flows. The otherworldly weather of Jupiter proved to be one of the many problems awaiting the altered sense of nature's possibilities that came with the science of chaos. For 3 centuries, it had been a case of the more you know, the less you know. Astronomers noticed a blemish on the great planet not long after Galileo first pointed his telescope at Jupiter. Robert Hooke saw it in the 1600s. Donati Creti painted it in the Vatican's picture gallery. As a piece of coloration, the spot called for little explaining, but telescopes got better, and knowledge bred ignorance. The last century produced a steady march of theories, one on the heels of another. For example, the lava flow theory. Scientists in the late 19th century imagined a huge oval lake of molten lava flowing out of a volcano. Or perhaps the lava had flown out of a hole created by a planetoid striking a thin solid crust. The new moon theory. A German scientist suggested, by contrast, that the spot was a new moon on the point of emerging from the planet's surface. The egg theory. An awkward new fact. The spot was seen to be drifting slightly against the planet's background, so a notion put forward in 1939 viewed the spot as a more or less solid body floating in the atmosphere the way an egg floats in water. Variations of this theory, including the notion of a drifting bubble of hydrogen or helium, remained current for decades. The column of gas theory, another new fact. Even though the spot drifted, somehow it never drifted far. So scientists proposed in the 60s that the spot was the top of a rising column of gas, possibly coming through a crater. Then came Voyager. Most astronomers thought the mystery would give way as soon as they could look closely enough, and indeed, the Voyager flyby provided a splendid album of new data, but the data in the end was not enough. The spacecraft pictures in 1978 revealed powerful winds and colorful eddies. In spectacular detail, astronomers saw the spot itself as a hurricane-like system of swirling flow, shoving aside the clouds embedded in zones of east-west wind that made horizontal strikes around the planet. Hurricane was the best description anyone could think of, but for several reasons it was inadequate. Earthly hurricanes are powered by the heat released when moisture condenses to rain. No moisture processes derive the red spot. Hurricanes rotate in a cyclonic direction, counterclockwise above the equator and clockwise below. Like all earthly storms, the red spot rotation is anticyclonic. And most important, hurricanes die out within days. Also, as astronomers studied the Voyager pictures, they realized that the planet was virtually all fluid in motion. They have been conditioned to look for a solid planet surrounded by a paper-thin atmosphere like Earth's. But if Jupiter had a solid core anywhere, it was far from the surface. The planet suddenly looked like one big fluid dynamics experiment. And there sat the red spot, turning steadily around and around, thoroughly unperturbed by the chaos around it. The spot became a Gestalt test. Scientists saw what their intuitions allowed them to see. A fluid dynamicist who thought of turbulence as random and noisy had no context for understanding an island of stability in its midst. Voyager had made the mystery doubly maddening by showing small-scale pictures of the flow, too small to be seen by the most powerful earthbound telescopes. The small scales displayed rapid disorganization, eddies appearing and disappearing within a day or less. Yet the spot was immune. What kept it going? What kept it in place? The National Aeronautics and Space Administration keeps its pictures in archives, a half a dozen or so around the country. An archive is at Cornell University. Nearby, in the early 1980s, Philip Marcus, a young astronomer and applied mathematician, had an office. After Voyager, Marcus was one of a half dozen scientists in the United States and Britain who looked for ways to model the red spot. Freed from the ersatz hurricane theory, they found more appropriate analogs elsewhere. Gulf Stream, for example, winding through the western Atlantic Ocean, twists and branches in subtly reminiscent ways. It develops little waves which turn into kinks, which turn into rings and spin off the main current-forming, slow, long-lasting anticyclonic vortices. Another parallel came from a peculiar phenomenon in meteorology known as blocking. Sometimes a system of high pressure sits offshore, slowly turning for weeks or months in defiance of the usual east-west flow. Blocking disrupted the global forecasting models, but it also gave the forecasters some hope, since it produced orderly features with unusual longevity. Marcus studied these NASA pictures for hours, the gorgeous Hasselblad pictures of men on the moon and the pictures of Jupiter's turbulence. Since Newton's laws apply everywhere, Marcus programmed a computer with a system of fluid equations. To capture Jovian weather meant writing rules for a massive dense hydrogen and helium resembling an unlit star. The planet spins fast, each day flashing by in 10 Earth hours. The spin produces a strong Coriolis force, the sidelong force that shoves against a person walking across a merry-go-round, and the Coriolis force drives the spot. Where Lorentz used his tiny model of the Earth's weather to print crude lines on raw paper, Marcus used far greater computer power to assemble striking color images. First he made contour plots. You could barely see what was going on. Then he made slides, and then he assembled the images into an animated movie. It was a revelation. Brilliant blues, reds, and yellows, a checkerboard pattern of rotating vortices coalesces into an oval with an uncanny resemblance to the great red spot in NASA's animated film of the real thing. You see this large-scale spot happy as a clam amid the small-scale chaotic flow. And the chaotic flow is soaking up energy like a sponge, he said. You see these little tiny elementary structures in a background sea of chaos. The spot is a self-organizing system, created and regulated by the same non-linear twists that create the unpredictable turmoil around it. It is stable chaos. A geometry of nature. A picture of reality built up over the years in Benoit Mandelbrot's mind in 1960. It was a ghost of an idea, a faint, unfocused image. But Mandelbrot recognized it when he saw it. And there it was on the blackboard in Hendrik Hotager's office. Mandelbrot Mandelbrot was a mathematical jack of all trades who then adopted and sheltered by the pure research wing of the International Business Machine Corporation. He'd been dabbling in economics, studying the distribution of large and small incomes in an economy. Hotacker, a Harvard economics professor, had invited Mandelbrot to give a talk, and when the young mathematician arrived at the Dower Center, the stately economics building just north of Harvard Yard, he was startled to see his finding already charted on the older man's blackboard. Mandelbrot made a villainous joke. How should my diagram have materialized ahead of my lecture? But Hotacker didn't know what Mandelbrot was talking about. The diagram had nothing to do with the income distribution. It represented 8 years of cotton prices. From Hotacker's point of view, too, there was something strange about this chart. Economists generally assume that the price of a commodity like cotton danced to two different beats, one orderly and one random. Over the long term, prices will be driven steadily by real forces in the economy, the rise and fall of the New England textile industry, or the opening of international trade routes. Over the short term, prices would bounce around more or less randomly. Unfortunately, Hotacker's data failed to match his expectations. There were too many large jumps. Most price changes were small, of course, but the ratio of small changes to large was not as high as he had expected. The distribution did not fall off quickly enough. It had a long tail. The standard model for plotting variation was and is the bell-shaped curve. In the middle, where the hump of the bell rises, most data cluster around the average. On the sides, the low-high extremes fall off rapidly. The statistician uses a bell-shaped curve the way an internist uses a stethoscope as the instrument of first resort. It represents the normal distribution. The point is that when things vary, they try to stay near an average point, and they manage to scatter around the average in a reasonably smooth way. No matter how he plotted them, Hotacker could not make the changes in cotton prices fit the bell-shaped model, but they made a picture whose silhouette Mandelbrot was beginning to see in surprisingly disparate places. Unlike most mathematicians, he confronted problems by depending on his intuition about patterns and shapes. He mistrusted analysis, but he trusted his mental pictures. And he already had the idea that other laws with different behavior could govern random, stochastic phenomena. When he went back to the giant IBM Research Center in Yorktown Heights, New York, in the hills of northern Westchester County, he carried Hotacker's cotton data in a box of computer cards. Then he sent to the Department of Agriculture in Washington for more, dating back to 1900. Like scientists in other fields, economists were crossing the threshold into the computer era, slowly realizing that they would have the power to collect and organize and manipulate information on a scale that had been unimaginable before. Not all kinds of information were available, though, and information that could be rounded up still had to be turned into some usable form. The key punch here was just beginning too. In the hard sciences, investigators found it easier to amass their thousands or millions of data points. Economists, like biologists, dealt with a world of willful living beings. Economists studied the most elusive creatures of all. But at least the economist's environment produced a constant supply of numbers. From Mandelbrot's point of view, cotton prices made an ideal data source. The records were complete, and they were old, dating back continuously a century or more. Cotton was a piece of the buying and selling universe with a centralized market, and therefore centralized record keeping, because at the turn of the century, all the South's cotton flowed through the New York Exchange en route to New England, and Liverpool's prices were linked to New York's as well. Although economists had little to go on when it came to analyzing commodity prices or stock prices, that didn't mean they lacked a fundamental viewpoint about how price changes worked. On the contrary, they shared certain articles of faith. One was a conviction that small, transient changes had nothing in common with large, long-term changes. Fast fluctuations came randomly. The small-scale ups and downs during a day's transactions are just noise, unpredictable, uninteresting. Long-term changes, however, are a different species entirely. The broad swings of prices over months or years or decades are determined by deep macroeconomic forces. The trends of war or recession, forces that should, in theory, give way to understanding. On the one hand, the buzz of short-term fluctuation, on the other, the signal of long-term change. As it happened, that dichotomy had no place in the picture of reality that Mandelbrot was was developing. Instead of separating tiny changes from grand ones, his picture bound them together. He was looking for patterns, not at one scale or another, but across every scale. It was far from obvious how to draw the picture he had in mind, but he knew there would have to be a kind of symmetry, not a symmetry of right and left or top and bottom, but rather a symmetry of large scales and small. Indeed, when Mandelbrot sifted the cotton price data through IBM's computers, he found the astonishing results he was seeking. The numbers that produced aberration from the point of view of normal distribution produced symmetry from the point of view of scaling. Each particular price change was random and unpredictable. But the sequence of changes was independent of scale. Curves for daily price changes and monthly price changes matched perfectly. Incredibly, analyzed Mandelbrot's way, the degree of variation had remained constant over a tumultuous 60-year period that saw 2 world wars and a depression. Within the most disorderly reams of data lived an unexpected kind of order. Given the arbitrariness of the numbers that he was examining, why, Mandelbrot asked himself, should any law hold at all? And why should it apply equally well to personal incomes and cotton prices? In truth, Mandelbrot's background in economics was as meager as his ability to communicate with economists. When he published an article on his findings, it was preceded by an explanatory article by one of his students who repeated Mandelbrot's material in economists' English. Mandelbrot moved on to other interests, but he took with him a growing determination to explore the phenomenon of scaling. It seemed to be a quality with a life of its own, a signature. In the history of chaos, Mandelbrot made his own way. Yet the picture of reality that was forming in his mind in 1960 evolved from an oddity into full-fledged geometry. To the physicists expanding on the work of people like Lorentz, Smale, York, and May, this trickly mathematician remained a sideshow, but his techniques and his language became an inseparable part of their new science. Benoit Mandelbrot was born in Warsaw in 1924 to a Lithuanian Jewish family. His father, a clothing wholesaler, his mother, a dentist. Alert to geopolitical reality, the family moved to Paris in 1936, drawn in part by the presence of Mandelbrot's uncle, Zoran Mandelbrot, a mathematician. When the war came, the family stayed just ahead of the Nazis once again, abandoning everything but a few suitcases and joining the stream of refugees who clogged the road south from Paris. They finally reached the town of Tours. His schooling was irregular and discontinuous. He claimed never to have learned the alphabet or, more significantly, multiplication tables past the fives. Still, he had a gift. When Paris was liberated, he took and passed the month-long oral and written admissions examination for the École Normale and the École Polytechnique, despite his lack of preparation. Among other elements, the test had a vestigial examination in drawing, and Mandelbrot discovered a latent facility for copying the Venus de Milo. On the mathematical sections of the test, exercises in formal algebra and integrated analysis, he managed to hide his lack of training with the help of his geometrical intuition. He had realized that given an analytic problem, he could almost always think of it in terms of some shape in his mind. Given a shape, he could find ways of transforming it, altering its symmetries, making it more harmonious. Often his transformations led directly to a solution of the analogous problem. In physics and chemistry, where he could not apply geometry, he got poor grades, but in mathematics questions, he could never have answered using proper techniques, melted away in the face of his manipulations of shapes. In a 30-year journey from obscurity to eminence, he never saw his work embraced by the many disciplines toward which he directed it. Even mathematicians would say, without apparent malice, that whatever Mandelbrot was, he was not one of them. Early in his time at IBM, soon after his study of commodity prices, he came upon a practical problem of intense concern to his corporate patent. Engineers were perplexed by the problem of noise in telephone lines used to transmit information from computer to computer. Electric current carries the information in discrete packets, and engineers knew that the stronger they made the current, the better it would be at drowning out the noise. But they found that some spontaneous noise could never be eliminated. Once in a while, it would wipe out a piece of signal, creating an error. Although by its nature the transmission noise was random, It was well known to come in clusters. Periods of errorless communication would be followed by periods of errors. By talking to the engineers, Mandelbrot soon learned that there was a piece of folklore about the errors that had never been written down because it matched none of the standard ways of thinking. The more closely they looked at the clusters, the more complicated the patterns of errors seemed. Mandelbrot provided a way of describing the distribution of errors that predicted exactly the observed patterns. Yet it was exceedingly peculiar. For one thing, it made it impossible to calculate an average rate of errors. On average, in Mandelbrot's schemes, errors approached infinite sparseness. His description worked by making deeper and deeper separations between periods of clean transmission and periods of errors. Suppose you divided a day into hours. An hour might pass with no errors at all. Then an hour might contain errors. Then an hour might pass with no errors. But suppose you then divided the hour with errors into smaller periods of 20 minutes. You would find that here, too, some periods would be completely clean, while some would contain a burst of errors. In fact, Mandelbrot argued, contrary to intuition, that you could never find a time during which errors were scattered continuously. Within any burst of errors, no matter how short, there would always be periods of completely error-free transmission. Furthermore, he discovered a consistent geometric relationship between the bursts of errors and the spaces of clean transmission. On scales of an hour or a second, the proportion of error-free periods remained constant. Once, Mandelbrot's error, a batch of data seemed to contradict his scheme, but it turned out that the engineers had failed to record the most extreme cases on the assumption that they were irrelevant. Engineers had no framework for understanding Mandelbrot's description, but mathematicians did. In effect, Mandelbrot was duplicating an abstract construction known as the Cantor set, after the 19th century mathematician George Cantor. To make a Cantor set, you start with the interval of numbers from 0 to 1, represented by a line segment. Then you remove the middle third. That leaves 2 segments, and you remove the middle third of each, from 1/9 to 2/9, and from 7/9 to 8/9. That leaves 4 segments, and you remove the middle third of each, and so on to infinity. What remains? A strange dust of points arranged in clusters, infinitely many yet infinitely sparse. Mandelbrot was thinking of transmission errors as a Cantor set arranged in time. This highly abstract description had practical weight for scientists trying to decide between different strategies of controlling error. In particular, it meant that instead of trying to increase signal strength to drown out more and more noise, engineers should settle for a modest signal, accept the inevitability of errors, and use a strategy of redundancy to catch and correct them. Mandelbrot also changed the way IBM's engineers thought about the cause of noise. Bursts of errors had always sent the engineers looking for a man sticking a screwdriver somewhere, but Mandelbrot's scaling patterns suggested that the noise would never be explained on the basis of specific local events. Mandelbrot turned to other data, drawn from the world's rivers. Egyptians have kept records of the height of the Nile for millennia. It is a matter of more than passing concern. The Nile suffers unusually great variation, flooding heavily in some years and subsiding in others. Mandelbrot classified the variation in terms of 2 kinds of effects, common in economics as well, which he called the Noah and Joseph effects. The Noah effect means discontinuity. When the quantity changes, it can change almost arbitrarily fast. Economists traditionally imagined that prices change smoothly, rapidly or slowly, as the case may be, but smoothly in the sense that they pass through all the intervening levels on their way from one point to another. That image of motion was borrowed from physics, like much of the mathematics applied to economics. But it was wrong. Prices can change in instantaneous jumps, as swiftly as a piece of news can flash across a teletype wire, and 1,000 brokers can change their minds. The stock market strategy was doomed to fail. Mandelbrot argued if it assumed that a stock would have to sell for $50 at some point on its way down from $60 to $10. The Joseph effect means persistence. There came 7 years of great plenty throughout the land of Egypt, and there shall arise after them 7 years of famine. If the biblical legend meant to imply periodicity, it was oversimplified, of course. But floods and droughts do persist. Despite an underlying randomness, the longer a place is height showed that persistence applied over centuries as well as over decades. The Noah and Joseph effects push in different directions, but they add up to this. Trends in nature are real, but they can vanish as quickly as they come. Discontinuity, bursts of noise, cantor dusts, phenomena like these had no place in the geometrics of the past 2,000 years. The shapes of classical geometry are lines and planes, circles and spheres, triangles and cones. They represent a powerful abstraction of reality, and they inspired a powerful philosophy of Platonic harmony. Euclid made of them a geometry that lasted 2 millennia, the only geometry still that most people ever learned. Artists found an ideal beauty in them. The Ptolemaic astronomers built a theory of the universe out of them, but for understanding complexity, they turn out to be the wrong kind of abstraction. Clouds are not spheres, and for what is fond of saying, mountains are not cones. Lightning does not travel in a straight line. The new geometry mirrors a universe that is rough, not rounded, scabrous, not smooth. It is a geometry of the pitted, pocked, and broken up, the twisted, tangled, and intertwined. The understanding of nature's complexity awaited a suspicion that the complexity was not just random, not just accident. It required a faith that the interesting feature of a lightning bolt's path, for example, was not its direction, but rather the distribution of zigs and zags. Mandelbrot's work made a claim about the world. The claim was that such odd shapes carry meaning. The pits and tangles are more than blemishes distorting the classic shapes of Euclidean geometry. They are often the keys to the essence of a thing. What is the essence of a coastline, for example? Mandelbrot asked this question in a paper that became a turning point for his thinking. How long is the coast of Britain? Mandelbrot had come across the coastline question in an obscure posthumous article by an English scientist, Louis F. Richardson, who grew up with a surprising number of the issues that later became part of chaos. He wrote about numerical weather prediction in the 1920s, studied fluid turbulence by throwing a sack of white parsnips into the Cape Cod Canal, and asked in a 1926 paper, does the wind possess a velocity? The question at first sight foolish, improves on acquaintance, he wrote. Wondering about coastlines and wiggly national borders, Richardson checked encyclopedias in Spain and Portugal, Belgium and the Netherlands, and discovered discrepancies of 20% in the estimated lengths of their common frontiers. Mandelbrot's analysis of this question struck listeners as either painfully obvious or absurdly false. He found that most people answer the question in one of two ways. I don't know, it's not my field, or I don't know, but I'll look it up in the encyclopedia. In fact, he argued, any coastline is, in a sense, infinitely long. In another sense, the answer depends on the length of your ruler. Consider one plausible method of measuring. A surveyor takes a set of dividers, opens them to a length of 1 yard, and walks them along the coastline. Now, the resulting number of yards is just an approximation of the true length, because the dividers skip over twists and turns smaller than 1 yard, but the surveyor writes the number down anyway. Then, he sets the dividers to a smaller length, say 1 foot, and repeats the process. He arrives at a somewhat greater length because the dividers will capture more of the detail, and it will take more than 3 1-foot steps to cover the distance previously covered by a 1 yard step. He writes this new number down, sets the dividers at 4 inches, and starts again. This mental experiment using imaginary dividers is a way of quantifying the effect of observing an object from different distances at different scales. An observer trying to estimate the length of England's coastline from a satellite will make a smaller guess than an observer trying to walk its coves and beaches, who will make a smaller guess in turn than a snail negotiating every cover. Since Euclidean measurements, length, depth, thickness, failed to capture the essence of irregular shapes, Mandelbrot turned to a different idea, the idea of dimension. Dimension is a quality with a much richer life for scientists than for non-scientists. We live in a three-dimensional world, meaning that we need 3 numbers to specify a point, for example, longitude, latitude, and altitude. The 3 dimensions are imagined as directions at right angles to one another. This is still the legacy of Euclidean geometry. where space has 3 dimensions. A plane has 2, a line has 1, and a point has 0. The process of abstraction that allowed Euclid to conceive of 1 or 2-dimensional objects spills over easily into our use of everyday objects. A road map, for all practical purposes, is a quintessential 2-dimensional thing, a piece of a plane. It uses its 2 dimensions to carry information of a precisely 2-dimensional kind. In reality, of course, road maps are as 3-dimensional as everything else, but their thickness is so slight and so irrelevant to their purpose that it can be forgotten. Effectively, a road map remains 2-dimensional even when it's folded up. In the same way, a thread is effectively 1-dimensional, and a particle has effectively no dimension at all. Then, what is the dimension of a ball of twine? Mandelbrot answered, it depends on your point of view. From a great distance, the ball is no more than a point, with 0 dimensions. From closer, the ball is seen to fill spherical space, taking up 3 dimensions. From closer still, the twine comes into view, and the object becomes effectively 1-dimensional, though the 1 dimension is certainly tangled up around itself in a way that makes use of 3-dimensional space. And on toward microscopic perspectives. Twine turns to 3-dimensional columns. The columns resolve themselves into 1-dimensional fibers. The solid material dissolves into 0-dimensional points. What about in between? Well, surely there was no clear boundary at which a ball of twine changes from a 3-dimensional to a 1-dimensional object. Yet, far from being a weakness, the ill-defined nature of these transitions led to a new idea about the problem of dimensions. Mandelbrot moved beyond dimensions 0, 1, 2, 3 to a seeming impossibility, fractional dimensions. The notion is a conceptual high-wire act for non-mathematicians that requires a willing suspension of disbelief. Yet it proves extraordinarily powerful. Fractional dimension becomes a way of measuring qualities that otherwise have no clear definition. The degree of roughness or brokenness or irregularity in an object. A twisting coastline, for example, despite its immeasurability in terms of length, nevertheless has a certain characteristic degree of roughness. Mandelbrot specified ways of calculating the fraction and dimension of real objects, given some technique of constructing a shape or given some data, and he allowed his geometry to make a claim about the irregular patterns that he had studied in nature. The claim was that the degree of irregularity remains constant over different scales. Surprisingly often, the claim turns out to be true. Over and over again, the world displays a regular irregularity. One wintry afternoon in 1975, aware of the parallel currents emerging in physics, preparing his first major work for publication in book form, Mandelbrot decided he needed a name for his shapes, his dimensions, and his geometry. His son was home from school, and Mandelbrot found himself thumbing through the boy's Latin dictionary. He came across the adjective fractus, from the verb frangere, to break. The resonance of the main English cognates, fracture and fraction, seemed appropriate. Mandelbrot created the word, noun, and adjective in English and French, fractal. In pursuing this path, Mandelbrot had 2 great advantages over the few other mathematicians who had thought about such shapes. One was his access to the computing resources that go with the name of IBM. Here was another class of idealists to the computer's particular form of high-speed idiocy. Just as meteorologists needed to perform the same few calculations at millions of neighboring points in the atmosphere, Mandelbrot needed to perform an easy program transformation again and again and again. Ingenuity could conceive of transformations. Computers could draw them, sometimes with unexpected results. The early 20th century mathematicians quickly reached the barrier of hard calculation, like the barrier faced by early photobiologists without microscopes. In looking into a universe of finer and finer detail, the imagination can carry one only so far. Mandelbrot's picture of reality was beginning to come into focus now. His studies of irregular patterns in natural processes and his exploration of infinitely complex shapes had an intellectual intersection, a quality of self-simplicity. Above all, fractal meant self-similar. Self-similarity is symmetry across scale. It implies recursion, pattern inside of pattern. Mandelbrot's price charts and river charts displayed self-similarity because not only did they produce detailed detail at finer and finer scales, they also produce detail with certain constant measurements. Self-similarity is an easily recognizable quality. Its images are everywhere in the culture, in mirrors, or in the cartoon notion of a fish eating a smaller fish, eating a smaller fish, eating a smaller fish. How big is it? How long does it last? These are the most basic questions a scientist can ask about a thing. They are so basic to the way people conceptualize the world that it is not easy to see that they imply a certain bias. They suggest that size and duration, qualities that depend on scale, are qualities with meaning, qualities that can help describe an object or classify it. When a biologist describes a human being or a physicist describes a quark, how big and how long are indeed appropriate questions. In their gross physical structure, animals are very much tied to a particular scale. Imagine a human being scaled up to twice its size, keeping all proportions the same, and you imagine a structure whose bones will collapse under its weight. Scale is important. The physics of earthquake behavior is mostly independent of scale. A large earthquake is just a scaled-up version of a small earthquake. That distinguishes earthquakes from animals. For example, a 10-inch animal must be structured quite differently from a 1-inch animal. A 100-inch animal needs a different architecture still if its bones are not to snap under the increased mass. Clouds, on the other hand, are scaling phenomena like earthquakes. Their characteristic irregularity, describable in terms of fractal dimension, changes not at all as they are observed on different scales. That is why air travelers lose all perspective on how far away a cloud is. Without help from cues such as haziness, a cloud 20 feet away can be indistinguishable from 2,000 feet away. Indeed, analysis of satellite pictures has shown an invariant fractal dimension in clouds observed from hundreds of miles away. It's hard to break the habit of thinking of things in terms of how big they are and how long they last. But the claim of fractal geometry is that for some elements of nature, looking for a characteristic scale becomes a distraction. Hurricane, by definition, it is a storm of a certain size, but the definition is imposed by people on nature. In reality, atmospheric scientists are realizing that tumult in the air forms a continuum from the gusty swirling of litter on a city street corner to the vast cyclonic systems visible from space. Categories mislead. The ends of the continuum are of a piece with the middle. It happens that the equations of fluid flow are in many contexts dimensionless, meaning that they apply without regard to scale. Scaled-down airplane wings and ship propellers can be tested in wind tunnels and laboratory basins. And with some limitations, small storms act like large storms. Blood vessels from aorta to capillary form another kind of continuum. They branch and divide and branch again until they become so narrow that blood cells are forced to slide through a single file. The nature of their branching is fractal. Their structure resembles one of the monstrous imaginary objects conceived by Mandelbrot's turn-of-the-century mathematicians. As a matter of physiological necessity, blood vessels must perform a bit of dimensional magic. The circulatory system must squeeze a huge surface area into a limited volume. In terms of the body's resources, blood is expensive and space is at a premium. The fractal structure nature has devised works so efficiently that in most tissue no cell is ever more than 3 or 4 cells away from a blood vessel. Yet the vessels and blood take up little space, no more than about 5% of the body. It is, as Mandelbrot put it, the merchant of Venice syndrome. Not only can't you take a pound of flesh without spilling blood, you can't take a milligram. This exquisite structure, actually 2 intertwining trees of veins and arteries, is far from exceptional. The body is filled with such complexity. In the digestive tract, tissue reveals undulations within undulations. The lungs, too, need to pack the greatest possible surface into the smallest space. An animal's ability to absorb oxygen is roughly proportional to the surface area of its lungs. Typical human lungs pack in a surface bigger than a tennis court. As an added complication, the labyrinth of windpipes must merge efficiently with the arteries and veins. Not immediately, but a decade after Mandelbrot published his physiological speculations, some theoretical biologists began to find fractal organization controlling structures all in the body. The standard exponential description of bronchial branching proved to be quite wrong. A fractal description turned out to fit the data. The urinary collecting system proved fractal. The biliary duct in the liver, the network of special fibers in the heart that carried pulses of electric current to the contracting muscles. Mandelbrot glided matter-of-factly from pulmonary and vascular trees to real botanical trees, trees that need to capture sun and resist wind, with fractal branches and fractal leaves. The theoretical biologists began to speculate that fractal scaling was not just common, but universal in morphogenesis. They argued that understanding how such patterns were encoded and processed had become a major challenge to biology. If one scientist announces that a thing is probably true and another demonstrates it with vigor, which one has done more to advance science? Is the making of a conjecture an act of discovery, or is it just a cold-blooded staking out of a claim? Mathematicians have always faced such issues, but the debate became more intense as computers began to play their new role. Those who used computers to conduct experiments became more like laboratory scientists, playing by rules that allowed discovery without the usual theorem proof of the standard mathematics paper. Mandelbrot's book was wide-ranging and stuffed with the minutiae of mathematical history. Wherever chaos led, Mandelbrot had some basis to claim that he'd been there first. Little did it matter that most readers found his references obscure or even useless. They had to acknowledge his extraordinary intuition for the direction of advances in fields that he had never actually studied. From seismology to physiology, it was something uncanny and sometimes irritating. Even an admirer would cry with exasperation, Mandelbrot didn't have everybody's thoughts before they did. It hardly matters, the face of genius need not always wear an Einstein sting like me. In the end, the word fractal came to stand for a way of describing, calculated, and thinking about shapes that are irregular and fragmented, jagged and broken up. Shapes from the crystalline curves of snowflakes to the discontinuous dusts of galaxies. A fractal curve implies an organizing structure that lies hidden among the hideous complication of such shapes. High school students could understand fractals and play with them. Simple computer programs to draw fractal pictures made the rounds of personal computer hobbyists. Mandelbrot found his most enthusiastic acceptance among applied scientists working with oil or rock or metals, particularly in corporate research centers. By the middle of the 1980s, vast numbers of scientists at Exxon's huge research facility, for example, worked on fractal problems. At General Electric, fractals became an organizing principle in the study of polymers, and also, though his work was conducted secretly, in problems of nuclear reactor safety. In Hollywood, fractals found their most whimsical application in the creation of phenomenally realistic landscapes, earthly and extraterrestrial, in special effects for movies. Patterns discovered in the early 1970s with complex boundaries between orderly and chaotic behavior had unsuspected regularities that could only be described in terms of the relation of large scales to small. The structures that provided the key to nonlinear dynamics proved to be fractal. And on the most immediate practical level, fractal geometry also provided a set of tools that were taken up by physicists, chemists, seismologists, metallurgists, probability theorists, and physiologists. These researchers were convinced, and they tried to convince others, that Mandelbrot's new geometry was nature's own. They made an irrefutable impact on orthodox mathematics and physics as well, but Mandelbrot himself never gained the full respect of those communities. Even so, they had to acknowledge him. One mathematician told friends that he had awakened one night still shaking from a nightmare. In this dream, the mathematician was dead, and suddenly heard the unmistakable voice of God. You know, he remarked, there really was something to that Mandelbrot. The notion of self-similarity strikes ancient chords in our culture. An old strain in Western thought honors the idea. Leibniz imagined that a drop of water contained a whole teeming universe, containing in turn water drops and new universes within. When sperm were first discovered, each was thought to be a homonucleus, a human, tiny but fully formed. But self-similarity withered as a scientific principle for a good reason. In fact, The early sense of self-similarity as an organizing principle came from the limitations on the human experience of scale. How else to imagine the very great and the very small, the very fast and the very slow, but extensions of the known? The myth died hard as the human vision was extended by telescopes and microscopes. The first discoveries were realizations that each change of scale brought new phenomena and new kinds of behavior. For modern particle physicists, the process has never ended. Every new accelerator, with its increase in energy and speed, extends science's field of view to tinier particles and deeper timescales, and every extension seems to bring new information. At first blush, the idea of consistency on few scales seemed to provide less information. In part, that is because a parallel trend in science has been toward reductions. Scientists break things apart and look at them one at a time. If they want to examine the interaction of subatomic particles, they put two or three together. There is complication enough. The power of self-similarity there begins at much greater levels of complexity. It is a matter of looking at the whole. Self-similarity was implicit in Edward Lorentz's work. It was part of his intuitive understanding of the fine structure of the maps made by his system of equations, a structure he could sense but not see on the computers available in 1963. Scaling also became part of a movement in physics that led more directly than Mandelbrot's own work to the discipline known as chaos. Even in distant fields, scientists were beginning to think in terms of theories that used hierarchies of scales, as in evolutionary biology, when it became clear that a full theory would have to recognize patterns of development in genes, individual organisms, in species, and in families of species all at once. Paradoxically, perhaps the appreciation of scaling phenomena must have come from the same kind of expansion of human vision that fueled the early and naive ideas of self-similarity. By the late 20th century, in ways never before conceivable, images of the incomprehensibly small and unimaginably large became part of everyone's experience. The culture saw photographs of galaxies and atoms. No one had to imagine what the universe might be like on microscopic or telescopic scales. Microscopes and telescopes made those images part of everyday experience. Given the eagerness of the mind, by analogies of experience, new kinds of comparison between large and small were inevitable, and some of them were productive. It was to be the physicists, after all, who made a new science of chaos. Mandelbrot provided an indispensable language in a catalog of surprising pictures of nature. As Mandelbrot himself acknowledged, his program described better than it explained. He could list elements of nature along with their practical dimensions: seacoasts, river networks, tree-bound galaxies, and scientists could use those numbers to make predictions. But physicists wanted to know more. They wanted to know why. There were forms in nature, not visible forms, but shapes embedded in the fabric of motion, waiting to be revealed. Universality. A few dozen yards upstream from a waterfall, a smooth flowing stream seems to intuit the coming drop. The water begins to speed and shudder. Individual rivulets stand up like coarse throbbing veins. Mitchell Feigenbaum stands at stream side, sweating slightly in sports coat and corduroys and topping on a cigarette. He's been walking with friends, but they could go on ahead to the quieter pools upstream. Suddenly, in what might be a demented high-speed parody of a tennis spectator, he starts turning his head from side to side. You can focus on something, a bit of film or something. If you move your head fast enough, you can all of a sudden discern the whole structure of the surface, and you can feel it in your stomach. He draws in more smoke from his cigarette. But for anyone with a mathematical background, if you look at this stuff, when you see clouds with all their puffs on top of puffs, or stand at the seawall in a storm, you know that you really know anything. Order in chaos. It was science's oldest cliche. The idea of hidden unity and common underlying form in nature had an intrinsic appeal, and it had an unfortunate history of inspiring pseudoscientists and cranks. When Feigenbaum came to Los Alamos National Laboratory in 1974, a year shy of his 30th birthday, he knew that if physicists were to make something of the idea now, they would need a practical framework, a way to turn ideas into calculations. It was far from obvious how to make a first approach to the problem. Feigenbaum was hired by Peter Carruthers, a calm, deceptively genial physicist who came from Cornell in 1973 to take over the theoretical division. His first act was to dismiss a half-dozen senior scientists. Los Alamos provided itself with no equivalent of university tenure, and to replace them with some bright young researchers of his own choosing. As a scientific manager, he had strong ambition, but he knew from experience that good science cannot always be planned. Feigenbaum brought to Los Alamos a conviction that his science had failed to understand hard problems, non-linear problems. Although he had produced almost nothing as a physicist, he had accumulated an unusual intellectual background. He had a sharp working knowledge of the most challenging mathematical analysis, new kinds of computational technique that pushed most scientists to their limits. He had managed not to purge himself of some seemingly unscientific ideas from 18th century romanticism. He wanted to do science that would be human. He began by putting aside any thought of understanding real complexity and instead turned to the simplest non-linear equation that he could find. The mystery of the universe first announced itself to the 4-year-old Mitchell Feigenbaum through a Silvertone radio sitting in his parents' living room in the Flatbush section of Brooklyn soon after the war. He was dizzy with the thought of music arriving from no tangible cause. The photograph, on the other hand, he thought he understood. His grandmother had given him a special dispensation to put on the 78s. His father was a chemist who worked for the Port of New York Authority and later for Clairol. His mother taught in the city's public schools. Mitchell first decided to become an electrical engineer, a sort of professional known in Brooklyn to make a good living. Later, he realized that what he wanted to know about the radio was more likely to be found in physics. He was one of a generation of scientists raised in the outer boroughs of New York who made their way to brilliant careers via the great public high schools, in his case Samuel J. Tilton, and then City College. Growing up smart in Brooklyn was in some measure a matter of steering an uneven course between the world of mind and the world of other people. He was immensely gregarious when very young, which he regarded as a key to not being beaten up, but something clicked when he realized he could learn things. He became more and more detached from his friends. Ordinary conversation couldn't hold his interest. Sometime in his last year of college, it struck him that he had missed his adolescence, and he made a deliberate project out of regaining touch with humanity. He would sit silently in the cafeteria, listening to students chatting about shaping or food. And gradually, he relearned much of the science of talking to people. He graduated in 1964, went on to MIT, where he got his doctorate in elementary particle physics in 1970. Then he spent a fruitless 4 years at Cornell and at the Virginia Polytechnic Institute. Fruitless, that is, in terms of the steady publication of work on manageable problems that is essential for a young university scientist. Postdocs were supposed to produce papers. Occasionally, an advisor would ask Feigenbaum what had happened to some problem, and he'd say, "Oh, I understand." Only installed at Los Alamos, Carruthers, formidable scientist in his own right, prided himself on his ability to spot talent. He looked not for intelligence, but for a sort of creativity that seemed to flow from some magic gland. You always remember the case of Kenneth Wilson, another soft-spoken Cornell physicist, who seemed to be producing absolutely nothing. Anyone who talked to Wilson for long realized that he had a deep capacity for seeing into physics. So the question of Wilson's tenure became a subject of serious debate. The physicists willing to gamble on his unproven potential prevailed, and it was as if a dam burst. Not one but a flood of papers came forth from Wilson's desk drawers, including work that won him the Nobel Prize in 1982. Wilson's great contribution to physics, along with work by two other physicists, Theo Kadanoff and Michael Fisher, was an important ancestor of chaos theory. These men, working independently, were all thinking in different ways about what happened in phase transitions. They were studying the behavior of matter to the point where it changes from one state to another, from liquid to gas, from unmagnetized to magnetized. As singular boundaries between two realms of existence, phase transitions tend to be highly non-linear in their mathematics. The smooth and predictable behavior of matter in any one phase tends to be little help in understanding the transitions. A pot of water on the stove heats up in a regular way until it reaches the boiling point. But then the change in temperature forces, or something quite interesting happens at the molecular interface between liquid and gas. As Kadanoff viewed the problem in the 1960s, these transitions pose an intellectual tussle. Think of a block of metal being magnetized as it goes into an altered state. It must make a decision. The magnet can be oriented one way or the other. It is free to choose, but each tiny piece of the metal must make the same choice. How? Somehow, in the process of choosing, the atoms of the metal must communicate information to one another. Kadanoff's insight was that the communication can be most simply described in terms of scaling. In effect, he imagined dividing the metal into boxes. Each box communicates with its immediate neighbors. The way to describe that communication is the same as the way to describe the communication of any atom with its neighbors. Hence, the usefulness of scaling, the best way to think of the metal is in terms of a fractal-like model with boxes of all different sizes. Much mathematical analysis and much experience with real systems was needed to establish the power of the scaling idea. Kadanoff felt that he had taken an unwieldy business and created a world of extreme beauty and self-contentedness. Part of the beauty lay in its universality. Kadanoff's idea gave a background to the most striking fact about critical phenomena, namely that these seemingly unrelated transitions, pointing to liquids, magnetizing of metals, all follow the same rules. As a graduate student at MIT, Feigenbaum had an experience that stayed with him for many years. He was walking with friends around the Lincoln Reservoir in Boston. He was developing a habit of taking 4 and 5 hour walks, attuning himself to the panoply of impressions and ideas that would flow through his mind. On this day, he became detached from the group and walked alone. He passed some picnickers, and as he moved away, he glanced back every so often, hearing the sound of their voices, watching the motions of hands gesticulating or reaching for food. Suddenly, he felt that the tableau had crossed some threshold into incomprehensibility. The figures were too small to be made out. The actions seemed disconnected, arbitrary, random. What faint sound reached him had lost meaning. The ceaseless motion, incomprehensible bustle of life. Feigenbaum recalled the words of Gustav Mahler describing a sensation that he tried to capture in the third movement of his Second Symphony. Like the motions of dancing figures in a brilliantly lit ballroom into which you look from the dark night outside. And from such a distance that the music is inaudible. Life may appear senseless to you. Feigenbaum was listening to Mahler, reading Goethe, immersing himself in their high romantic attitudes. Inevitably, it was Goethe's Faust he most reveled in, soaking up its combination of the most passionate ideas about the world with the most intellectual. Without some romantic inclinations, he surely would have dismissed the sensation like his confusion at the reservoir. After all, why shouldn't phenomena lose meaning as they are seen from greater distances? Physical laws provide a trivial explanation for their shrinking. On second thought, the connection between shrinking and loss of meaning was not so obvious. Why should it be that as things become small, they also become incomprehensible? He tried quite seriously to analyze this experience in terms of the tools of theoretical physics. One brain, what he could say about the brain's machinery of perception. You see, some human transactions and you make deductions about them. Given the vast amount of information available to your senses, how does your decoding apparatus sort it out? Clearly, or almost clearly, the brain does not own any direct copies of stuff in the world. There is no library of forms and ideas against which to compare the images of perception. Information is stored in a plastic way, allowing fantastic juxtapositions and leaps of imagination. Some chaos exists out there, and the brain seems to have more flexibility than classical physics in finding the order of it. When Feigenbaum began to think about nonlinearity at Los Alamos, he realized that his education had taught him nothing useful. To solve the system of nonlinear differential equations was impossible, notwithstanding the special examples constructed in textbooks. He read through texts of nonlinear flows and oscillations and decided that little existed to help a reasonable physicist. His computational equipment consisting solely of pencil and paper, Feigenbaum decided to start with a simple equation from population biology. It happened to be the equation high school students use in geometry to graph a parabola. It can be written as y equals r, x minus x. Every value of x produces the value of y, and the resulting curve expresses the relation of the two numbers for the range of values. If X, this year's population, is small, then Y, next year's, is small but larger than X. The curve is rising steeply. If X is in the middle of the range, then Y is large. But the parabola levels off and fall, so that if X is large, then Y will be small again. That is what produces the equivalent of population crashes in ecological modeling, preventing unrealistic, unrestrained growth. The point was to use this simple calculation not once, but repeated endlessly as a feedback loop. The output of one calculation was fed back as input to the next. To see what happened graphically, the parabola helped enormously. In spirit, nothing could have been further removed from the complex calculations of standard physics. Instead of a labyrinth scheme to be solved one time, this was a simple calculation performed over and over again. The numerical experimenter would watch, like a chemist hearing a reaction bubbling away inside a beaker. Here, the output was just a string of numbers, and it did not always converge to a steady final state. It could end up oscillating back and forth between two values, or it could keep on changing chaotically as long as anyone cared to watch. The choice among these different possible behaviors depended on the value of the tuning parameter. Feigenbaum carried out numerical work of this lately experimental sort, and at the same time tried more traditional theoretical ways of analyzing nonlinear functions. Even so, he couldn't see the whole picture of what this equation could do, but he could see that the possibilities were already so complicated that they would be viciously hard to analyze. He also knew that three Los Alamos mathematicians, Nicholas Petropoulos, Paul Stein, and Myron Stein, had studied such maths in 1971, and now Paul Stein warned him that the complexity was frightening indeed. If this simplest of equations already proved intractable, what about the far more complicated equations that a scientist would write down for real systems? Feigenbaum took the whole problem off the shelf. In the brief history of chaos, this one innocent-looking equation provides the most succinct example of how different sorts of scientists looked at one problem in many different ways. For biologists, it was an equation with a message. Simple systems can do complicated things. To Metropolis, Stein, and Stein, the problem was to catalog a collection of topological patterns without reference to any numerical values. They will begin the feedback process at a particular point and watch the succeeding values bounce from place to place on the parabola. As the values move to the right or the left, they broke down sequences of R's and L's. These sequences had some interesting features for a mathematician. They always seemed to repeat in the same special order, but to a physicist, they looked obscure and tedious. No one realized it then, but Lorentz had looked at the same equation in 1964 as a metaphor for a deep question about climate. The question was so deep that almost no one thought to ask it before. Does a climate exist? That is, does the Earth's weather have a long-term average? Most meteorologists, then as now, took the answer for granted. Surely any measurable behavior, no matter how it fluctuates, must have an average. Yet on reflection, it's far from obvious. As Lorentz pointed out, the average weather for the past 12,000 years has been notably different than the average for the previous 12,000, when most of North America was covered by ice. Was there one climate that changed to another for some physical reason? Or is there an even longer-term climate within which those periods were just fluctuations? Or is it possible that a system like the weather may never converge to an average? Lorentz asked a second question. Suppose you could actually write down a complete set of equations that govern the weather. In other words, suppose you had God's own code. Could you then use the equations to calculate average statistics for temperature or rainfall? If the equations were linear, the answer would be an easy yes. But they're non-linear. Since God has not made the actual equations available, Lorentz instead examined the quadratic difference equation. Lorentz first examined what happened as the equation was iterated, given some parameter. With low parameters, he saw the equation reaching a stable fixed point. There, certainly, the system produced a climate in the most trivial sense possible. The weather never changed. With higher parameters, he saw the possibility of oscillation between 2 points, and there, too, the system converged to a simple average. But certain point, Lorenz saw that chaos ensued. Since he was thinking about climate, he asked not only whether continual feedback would produce periodic behavior, but also what the average output would be, and recognized that the answer was that the average too fluctuated unstably. When the parameter value was changed ever so slightly, the average might change dramatically. By analogy, the Earth's climate might never settle reliably into an equilibrium with average long-term behavior. As he continued to explore the changing masks of dynamical systems, Lorenz realized that systems slightly more complicated could produce other kinds of unexpected patterns. Hiding within a particular system could be more than one stable solution. An observer might see one kind of behavior over a very long time, yet a completely different kind of behavior could be just as natural for the system. Such a system is called intransitive. It can stay in one equilibrium or the other, but not both. Only a kick from outside can cause it to change states. In a trivial way, a standard pendulum clock is an intransitive system. A steady flow of energy comes in from a wind-up spring or a battery through an escapement mechanism. A steady flow of energy is drained out by friction. The obvious equilibrium state is a regular swinging motion. If a passerby bumps the clock, the pendulum might speed up or slow down from the momentary jolt, but it will quickly return to its equilibrium as well. The second valid solution to its equations of motion, and that is the state in which the pendulum is hanging straight down and not moving. A less trivial intransitive system, perhaps with several distinct regions of utterly different behavior, could be climate itself. Climatologists who use local computer models to simulate the long-term behavior of the Earth's atmosphere and oceans have known for several years that their models allow at least one dramatically different equilibrium. During the entire geological past, this alternative climate has never existed. But it could be an equally valid solution to the system of equations governing the Earth. It is what some climatologists call the white Earth climate, an Earth whose continents are covered by snow and whose oceans are covered by ice. A glaciated Earth would reflect 70% of the incoming solar radiation, so it would stay extremely cold. The lowest layer of the atmosphere, the troposphere, would be much thinner. The storms that would blow across the frozen surface would be much smaller than the storms we know. In general, the climate would be less hospitable to life as we know it. Computer models have such a strong tendency to fall into the white Earth equilibrium that climatologists find themselves wondering why it has never come about. It may simply be a matter of chance. To push the Earth's climate into the glaciated state would require a huge kick from some external source. But Lorenz described yet another plausible kind of behavior called almost intransitivity. An almost intransitive system displays one sort of average behavior, still fluctuating within certain bounds. Then, for no reason whatsoever, it shifts into a different sort of behavior, still fluctuating, but producing a different average. The people who designed computer models are aware of Lorenz's discovery, but they try at all costs to avoid almost intransitivity. It's too hard. Their natural bias is to make models with a strong tendency to return to the equilibrium we measure every day on the real planet. Then, to explain large changes in climate, they look for external causes, changes in the Earth's orbit around the Sun, for example. Yet it takes no great imagination for a climatologist to see that almost intransitivity might well explain why the Earth's climate has drifted in and out of long ice ages at mysterious, irregular intervals. If so, no physical cause need be found for the time being. Ice ages may simply be a byproduct of chaos. The modern scientist nurses a certain nostalgia for the HP65 handheld calculator. In the 2 years of its supremacy, this machine changed many scientists' working habits forever. For Feigenbaum, it was the bridge between pencil and paper and a style of working with computers that had not yet been conceived. He knew nothing of Lorenz, but in the summer of 1975, at a gathering in Aspen, Colorado, he heard Steve Snell talk about some of the mathematical quantities of the same quadratic difference equation. Snell seemed to think that there was some interesting open question about the exact point at which the mapping changes from periodic to chaotic. As always, male had a sharp instinct for questions worth exploring. Feigenbaum decided to look into it once more. With his calculator, he began to use a combination of analytic algebra and numerical exploration to piece together an understanding of the quadratic map, concentrating on the boundary region between order and chaos. Metaphorically, but only metaphorically. He knew that his region was like the mysterious boundary between smooth flow and turbulence in a fluid. En route, chaos in this region was a cascade of period doubling, the splitting of 2 cycles into 4 cycles, 4 cycles into 8 cycles, and so on. These splittings made a fascinating happen. There were the points at which a slight change in fecundity, for example, might lead a population of gypsy moths to change from a 4-year cycle to an 8-year cycle. Feigenbaum decided to begin by calculating the exact parameter values that produced the splittings. In the end, it was the slowness of the calculator that led him to a discovery of back orders. It took ages, minutes in fact, to calculate the exact parameter value of each period doubling. The higher up the chain he went, the longer it took. With a fast computer and with a printout, Feigenbaum might have observed no pattern. But he had to write the number down by hand, and then he had to think about them while he was waiting, and then, to save time, he had to guess where the next answer would be. Yet, all in an instant, he saw that he did not have to guess. There was an unexpected regularity hidden in the system. The numbers were converging toward the horizon in a perspective drawing. If you know how to make any 2 telephone poles, you know all the rest. The ratio of the second to the first will also be the ratio of the third to the second, and so on. The period doublings were not just coming faster and faster, but they were coming faster and faster at a constant rate. Why should this be so? Ordinarily, the presence of geometric convergence suggests that something somewhere is repeating itself on different scales. But if there was a scaling pattern inside this equation, no one had ever seen it. Feigenbaum calculated the ratio of convergence to the finest precision possible on his machine, 3 decimal places, and came up with a number, 4.669. Did this particular ratio mean anything? Feigenbaum did what anyone would do who cared about numbers. He spent the rest of the day trying to set the number to all the standard constants, pi and so on. It was a variant of none. Feigenbaum knew what he had because geometric convergence meant that something in this equation was scaling, and he knew that scaling was important. All of renormalization theory depended on it. In an apparently unruly system, scaling meant that some quality was being preserved while everything else changed. Some regularity lay beneath the turbulent surface of the equation, but where? It was hard to see what to do next. Summer turns rapidly to autumn in the rarefied Rosalba's hair, and October had nearly ended when Feigenbaum was struck by an odd thought. He knew that Metropolis, Stein, and Stein had looked at other equations as well, and had found that certain patterns carried over from one sort of function to another. The same combinations of R's and L's appeared, and they appeared in the same order. One function had involved the signing of a number, a twist that made Feigenbaum's carefully worked out approach to the parabola equation irrelevant. He would have to start over calculating a trigonometry function, made the process that much slower, and Feigenbaum wondered whether, as with the simpler version of the equation, he would be able to use a shortcut. Sure enough, scanning the numbers, he realized that they were again converging geometrically. It was simply a matter of calculating the convergence rate of this new equation. Again, his precision was limited, but he got a result to 3 decimal places, 4.669. It was the same number. Incredibly, this trigonometric function was not just displaying a consistent geometric regularity, it was displaying a regularity that was numerically identical to that of a much simpler function. No mathematical or physical theory existed to explain why 2 equations so different in form and meaning should lead to the same result. Feigenbaum called for Stein. Stein was not prepared to believe the coincidence on such scanty evidence. The precision was low after all. Nevertheless, Feigenbaum also called his parents in New Jersey to tell them that he'd stumbled across something profound. He told his mother it was going to make him famous. Then he started trying other functions, anything he could think of that went through a sequence of bifurcations on the way to disorder. Everyone produced the same number. Feigenbaum had played with numbers all his life. When he was a teenager, he knew how to calculate logarithms and signs that most people would look up in tables. But he had never learned to use any computer bigger than his hand calculator, and in this he was typical of physicists and mathematicians who tended to disdain the mechanistic thinking that computer work implied. Now, though, it was time. He asked a colleague to teach him Fortran, and by the end of the day, for a variety of functions, he calculated his constant to 5 decimal places, 4.66920. That night, he read about double precision in the manual, and the next day, he got as far as 4.669201690, enough precision to convince Stein. Feigenbaum wasn't quite sure that he convinced himself, though. He'd set out to look for regularity. That was what understanding mathematics meant. But he had also set out knowing that particular kinds of equations, just like particular physical systems, behave in special characteristic ways. These equations were simple after all. Feigenbaum understood the quadratic equation, he understood the sine equation, and mathematics was trivial. Yet something in the heart of these very different equations, repeating over and over again, created a simple number. He'd stumbled upon something, perhaps just a curiosity, perhaps a new law of nature. Imagine that a prehistoric zoologist decides that some things are heavier than other things. They have some abstract quality he calls weight. And he wants to investigate this idea scientifically. He's never actually measured weight, but he thinks he has some understanding of the idea. He looks at big snakes and little snakes, big bears and little bears, and he guesses that the weight of these animals might have some relationship to their size. He builds a scale and starts weighing snakes. To his astonishment, every snake weighs the same. To his consternation, every bear weighs the same too. And to his further amazement, bears weigh the same as snakes. They all weigh 4.669201690. Clearly, weight is not what he supposed. The whole concept requires rethinking. Rolling streams, swinging pendulums, electronic oscillators, many physical systems went through a transition on the way to chaos, and those transitions had remained too complicated for analysis. These were all systems whose mechanics seemed perfectly well understood. Physicists knew all the right equations. Yet moving from the equations to an understanding of global long-term behavior seemed impossible. Unfortunately, the equations of fluids, even pendulums, were far more challenging than the simple one-dimensional logistic math. But Feigenbaum's discovery implied that those equations were beside the point. They were irrelevant. When order emerged, it suddenly seemed to have forgotten what the original equation was. Quadratic or trigonometric, the result was the same. The whole tradition of physics is that you isolate the mechanisms and all the rest flows, he said. It's completely falling apart. Here, you know the right equations, but they're just not helpful. You add up all the microscopic pieces, and you find that you cannot extend them to the long term. They're not what's important in the problem. It completely changes what it means to know something. Although the connection between numerics and physics is faint, Feigenbaum had found evidence that he needed to work out a new way of calculating complex non-linear problems. So far, all available techniques had depended on the details of the functions. If the function was a sine function, Feigenbaum's carefully worked out calculations were sine calculations. This discovery of universality meant that all those techniques would have to be thrown out. Regularity had nothing to do with signs. It had nothing to do with parameters. It had nothing to do with particular function. But why? It was frustrating. Nature had pulled back a curtain for an instant and offered a glimpse of unexpected order. What else was behind the curtain? When inspiration came, it was in the form of a picture, a mental image of two small wavy forms and one big one. That was all. A bright, sharp image, etched in his mind, no more perhaps than the visible top of a vast iceberg of mental processing that had taken place below the waterline of consciousness. It had to do with scaling, and it gave Feigenbaum the path he needed. Feigenbaum was carrying out a program in physics, and strange as it seemed, it was almost a kind of experimental physics. Numbers and functions were his object of study, instead of mesons and quarks. They had trajectories and orbits. needed to inquire into their behavior. He needed, in a phrase that later became a cliche of the new science, to create intuition. His accelerator and his power chamber were the computer. Along with his theory, he was building a methodology. Ordinarily, a computer user would construct a problem, feed it in, and wait for the machine to calculate its solution. One problem, one solution. Feigenbaum and the chaos researchers who followed needed more. They needed to do what Lorenz had done, to create miniature universes and observe their evolution. Feigenbaum quickly discovered how ill-suited the computer facilities of Los Alamos were for the style of computing he wanted to develop. Despite enormous resources far greater than at most universities, Los Alamos had few terminals capable of displaying graphs and pictures, and those few were in the weapons division. Feigenbaum wanted to take numbers and plot them as points on a map. He had to resort to the most primitive method conceivable. Long rolls of printout paper with lines made by printing rows and spaces followed by an asterisk or a plus sign. The official policy of Los Alamos held that one big computer was worth far more than many little computers, a policy that went with the one problem, one solution tradition. Little computers were discouraged. Furthermore, any division's purchase of a computer would have to meet stringent government guidelines and a formal review. Only later, with the budgetary complicity of the theoretical division, did Feigenbaum become the recipient of a $20,000 desktop calculator. Then he could change his equations and pictures on the run, tweaking them and tuning them, playing the computer like a musical instrument. For now, the only terminals capable of serious graphics were in high-security areas behind the fence in local parlance. Feigenbaum had to use a terminal hooked up by telephone lines to a central computer. The reality of working in such an arrangement made it hard to appreciate the raw power of the computer at the other end of the line. Even the simplest tasks took minutes. To edit a line of program meant pressing return and waiting while the terminal hummed incessantly, and the central computer played its electronic round-robin with other users across the laboratory. While he was computing, he was thinking, what new mathematics could we use the multiple scaling pattern? Something about these functions of the realized self-referential, the behavior of one guided by the behavior of another hidden inside it. Where the image, come to him in a moment of inspiration, expressed something about the way one function could be scaled to match another. He applied the mathematics of renormalization group theory, with its use of scaling to collapse infinities into manageable quantities. In the spring of 1976, he entered a mode of existence more intense than any he had lived. He would concentrate, as if in a trance, programming furiously, scribbling with his pencil, programming again. He could not call C Division for help, because that would mean signing off the computer to use the telephone, and reconnection was chancing. He couldn't stop for more than 5 minutes, thought, because the computer would automatically disconnect his line. Every so often, the computer would go down anyway, leaving him shaking with adrenaline. He worked for 2 months without pause. His functional day was 22 hours. He would try to go to sleep in a kind of buzz and awaken 2 hours later with his thoughts exactly where he left them. His diet was strictly coffee. Even when healthy and at peace Feigenbaum subsisted exclusively on the reddest possible meat, coffee, and red wine. His friends speculated that he must be getting his vitamins from cigarettes. In the end, a doctor called it off. He prescribed a modest regimen of Valium and an enforced vacation. But by then, Feigenbaum had created a universal thinking. Universality made the difference between beautiful and useful. Mathematicians beyond a certain point care little whether they are providing a technique for calculation. Physicists beyond a certain point need numbers. Universality offered the hope that by solving an easy problem, physicists could solve much harder problems. The answers will be the same. Further, by placing his theory in the framework of the renormalization group, Feigenbaum gave it a clothing that physicists would recognize as a tool for calculating, almost something standard. But what made universality useful also made it hard for physicists to believe. Universality meant that different systems would behave identically. Of course, Feigenbaum was only studying simple numerical functions. but he believed that his theory expressed natural law about systems at the point of transition between orderly and turbulent. The physical implication was that real-world systems would behave in the same recognizable way, and that furthermore, it would be measurably the same. Feigenbaum's universality was not just qualitative, it was quantitative, not just structural, but measurable. It extended not just to patterns, but to precise numbers. To a physicist, that's straight credulity. Years later, Feigenbaum still kept in the desk drawer, where he could get at them quickly, his rejection letters. By then, he had all the recognition he needed. His almost work had won him prizes and awards that brought prestige and money, but it still rankled that editors of the top academic journals had deemed his work unfit for publication for 2 years after he began submitting it. The notion of a scientific breakthrough so original and unexpected that it cannot be published seems a slightly tarnished myth. Modern science, with its vast flow of information and its impartial system of peer review, is not supposed to be a matter of taste. But one editor who sent back with a Feigenbaum manuscript recognized years later that he rejected a paper that was a turning point for the field. Yet he still argued that the paper had been unsuited to his journal's audience of applied mathematicians. In the meantime, even without publication, Feigenbaum's breakthrough became a superheated piece of news in certain circles of mathematics and physics. The kernel of theory was disseminated the way most science is not disseminated, lectures and preprints. Feigenbaum described his work at conferences, and requests for photocopies of his papers came in by the score, and then by the hundreds. A movement had begun, and the discovery of universality spurred it forward. In the summer of 1977, two physicists, Joseph Ford and Giulio Casati, organized the first conference on a science called chaos. It was held in a gracious villa in Como, Italy, the tiniest city of the southern foot of the lake of the same name. A stunningly beautiful catch basin with a melting snow from the Italian Alps. 100 people came, mostly physicists, but also curious scientists from other fields. Mitch had seen universality and found out how it scaled and worked out a way of getting to chaos that was intuitively appealing, you would say. It was the first time we had a clear model that everybody could understand. And it was one of those things whose time had come. In disciplines from astronomy to zoology, people were doing the same things, publishing in their narrow disciplinary journals, just totally unaware that the other people were around. They thought they were by themselves, and they were regarded as a bit eccentric in their own areas. They had exhausted the simple question you would ask, and begun to worry about phenomena that were a bit more complicated. And these people were just weepingly grateful to find out that everybody else was there too. Later, Feigenbaum lived in a bare space, a bed in one room, a computer in another, and in the third, 3 black electronic towers for playing his solidly dramatic record collection. His one experiment in home furnishing, the purchase of an expensive marble coffee table while he was in Italy, and ended in Asia. He received a parcel of marble checks and piles of papers and books lining the walls. He talked rapidly, his long hair grayed now faced the ground, sweeping back from his forehead. Something dramatic happened in the 20s, and no good reason. Physicists stumbled upon an essentially correct description of the world around them, because the theory of quantum mechanics is in some sense essentially correct. It tells you how you can take dirt and make computers function. It's the way we learn to manipulate our universe. It's the way chemicals are made of plastics and whatnot. One knows how to compute them. It's an extravagantly good theory, except at some level it doesn't make good sense. Some part of the imagery is missing. If you ask what the equations really mean and what is the description of the world according to this theory, it's not a description that entails your intuition of the world. You can't think of a particle moving as though it has a trajectory. You're not allowed to visualize it that way. If you start asking more and more subtle questions, what does this theory tell you the world looks like? Again, it's so far out of normal, a normal way of picturing things, that you run into all sorts of conflicts. Now, maybe that's the way the world really is. But you don't really know that there isn't another way of assembling all this information that doesn't demand so radical a departure from the way in which you intuit things. It's a fundamental presumption in physics. The way you understand the world is that you keep isolating its ingredients until you understand the stuff that you think is truly fundamental. Then you proceed with the other things you don't understand, the details. The assumption is that there are a small number of principles that you can discern by looking at things in their pure state. This is the true analytic notion. And then somehow you put these together in more complicated ways when you want to solve more dirty problems. As the collective knew well, most traditional instruction in physics glossed over non-linearity. A few thought of non-linearity as a creative force. Yet it was non-linearity that created the mysteriously beautiful patterns of strange attractors. Non-linear was a word that you only encountered in the back of the book, Farmer says. A physics student would take a math course, and the last chapter will be on non-linear equations. He would usually say that. Shaw and his colleagues had to turn their raw enthusiasm into a scientific program. They had to ask questions that could be answered and that would be worth answering. They sought ways of connecting theory and experiment. There, they felt, was a gap that needed to be closed. Before they could even begin, they had to learn what was known and what was not. And this itself was a formidable challenge. They did not know it, but their problems were emblematic of the hurdles faced by pioneers in chaos of many widely separated institutions. A handful of researchers, often working alone, afraid to discuss their unorthodox ideas with their colleagues. The Santa Cruz students were hindered by the tendency of communication to travel peacefully in science, particularly when the new subject jumps across the established subdisciplines. Often they had no idea whether they were on new or old territory, and indeed, some of them were parallel discoveries by Soviet mathematicians. They quickly realized that many assaultive questions could be asked about the possible behaviors of simple physical systems and the strange attractors that they produce. What are their characteristic shapes? What does the geometry reveal about the physics of the related physical systems? A physicist wants to make measurements. What was there in these elusive moving images to measure? Shaw and the others tried to isolate the special qualities that made strange attractors so enchanting. Unpredictability was one. But where were the calipers to gauge such a quality? By now, the collective was meeting regularly in an outsized old Santa Cruz house not far from the beach. The house accumulated flea market furniture and computer equipment, much of which was devoted to the roulette problem. In their meetings, the physicists developed a working style, a routine of throwing out ideas and filtering them through some sieve of practicality, reading the literature and conceiving papers of their own. Making a bridge from the strange attractors they knew so well to the experiments of classical physics, the young physicists had grown more comfortable with such ideas than had any of their older colleagues. By living with strange attractors day and night, they convinced themselves that they recognized them in the flapping, shaking, beating, swaying phenomena of everyday lives. They had a game they would play. They would ask, how far away is the nearest strange attractor? Was it that rattling automobile fender? That flag slapping erratically in a steady breeze? No fluttering leaf? You don't see something until you have the right metaphor to let you perceive it, Shaw said. Before long, his astrophysicist friend Bert was quite convinced that the speedometer in his car was rattling in the non-linear fashion of a strange attractor. And Shaw, settling on an experimental project that would occupy him for years to come, adopted as homely a dynamical system as any physicist could imagine, a dripping faucet. As a generator of organization, the dripping faucet offers little to work with. But for a beginning investigator of chaos, the dripping faucet proved to have certain advantages. Everyone already has a mental picture of it. The data stream is as one-dimensional as could be, a rhythmic drumbeat of single points measured in time. None of these qualities could be found in systems that the Santa Cruz group explored later, the human immune system, for example, or the troublesome beam effect that was inexplicably degrading the performance of colliding particle beams at the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center to the north. With a dripping faucet, the single line of data is all there is. And it isn't even a continuously varying velocity or temperature, just a list of drip times. The drips can be regular, or, as anyone can discover by adjusting a kitchen faucet, they can turn irregular and seemingly unpredictable. Asked to organize an attack on such a system, a traditional physicist might begin by making as complete a physical model as possible. The processes governing the creation of breaking off of drips are understandable, if not quite so simple as they might seem. One important variable is the rate of flow. Now, this had to be slow compared to most hydrodynamic systems. Shaw usually looked at drop rates of 1 to 10 per second, which meant a flow rate of 30 to 300 gallons per fortnight. Other variables include the viscosity of the fluid and the surface tension. A drop of water hanging off a faucet, waiting to break off, assumes a complicated three-dimensional shape, and the calculation of the shape alone was, as Shaw said, a state-of-the-art computer calculation. A drop filling with water is like a little elastic bag of surface tension, oscillating this way and that, gaining mass and stretching its walls until it snaps off. A physicist trying to model the drip problem completely by writing down sets of equations and trying to solve them would find himself lost in a deep thicket. An alternative approach would be to forget about the physics and look only at the data, as though it were coming out of a black box. Given a list of numbers representing intervals between drips, could an expert in chaotic dynamics find something useful to say? Indeed, as it turned out, methods could be devised for organizing such data and working backwards into the physics. And these methods became critical to the applicability of chaos to real-world problems. Shaw began halfway between these extremes by making a sort of caricature of a complete physical model. He roughly summarized drip physics by imagining a weight hanging from a spring. The weight steadily grows. The spring stretches, and the weight hangs lower and lower. At a certain point, a portion of the weight will break off. The amount that would detach, Shaw supposed arbitrarily, would depend strictly on the speed of the descending weight when it reached the cutoff point. Then, of course, the remaining weight would bounce back up, as springs do, with oscillations that graduate students learn to model using standard equations. The interesting feature of the model, the only interesting feature, was a non-linear twist that made chaotic behavior possible. The precise timing of drip depended on the flow rate, but it also depended on how the springiness of this bag of surface tension interacted with the steadily increasing weight. If a drop started off its life already moving downward, then it would break off sooner. If it happened to be on the rebound, it will be able to fill with a bit more water before it snaps. Would Shaw's model generate as much complexity as a real faucet? And would the complexity be of the same kind? Shaw found himself sitting in the laboratory in the physics building, a big plastic tub of water over his head, a tube running down to a premium quality hardware store brass nozzle. As each drop fell, it interrupted a light beam, and a microcomputer in the next room recorded the time. At the same time, Shaw had his equations up and running on the analog computer, producing a stream of imaginary data. One day, he performed some show and tell for the faculty, a pseudo-colloquium, as Crutchfield said, because graduate students were not permitted to give formal colloquiums. Shaw played a tape of a faucet making its drumbeat on a piece of tin. And he had his computer going click-click-click in a crisp syncopation, revealing patterns to the ear. His listeners could hear the deep structure in this seemingly disorderly system, but to go further, the group needed a way of taking raw data from any experiment and working backward to equations and strange attractors that characterized chaos. With a more complicated system, one variable could be plotted against another, relating changes in temperature or velocity to the passage of time. But the dripping faucet provided only a series of times, so Shaw tried a technique that may have been the Santa Cruz group's cleverest, most enduring practical contribution to the progress of chaos. It was a method of reconstructing an unseen strange attractor, and it could be applied to any series of data at all. For the dripping faucet data, Shaw made a graph in which the horizontal axis represented a time interval between a pair of drops, and the vertical axis represented the time interval between the next pair. If 150 milliseconds passed between drop 1 and drop 2, and then 150 milliseconds passed between drop 2 and drop 3, he plotted a point at the position of 150, 150. That was all there was to it. If the dripping was regular, the graph would be suitably dull. Every point would land at the same place. The graph would be a single dot, or almost. Actually, the first difference between the computer dripping faucet and the real dripping faucet was that the real version was subject to noise and exceedingly sensitive. Shaw ended up doing most of his work at night, when foot traffic in the physics corridors was lightest. Noise meant that instead of the single dot predicted by theory, he would see a slightly fuzzy blob. Each member of the collective was taken aside from time to time for heart-to-heart talks. They were warned that even if somehow a way could be found to justify doctorates, no one would be able to help the students find jobs in a non-existent field. This may be a fad, the faculty would say, and then where would you be? Yet outside of the redwood shelter of the Santa Cruz Hills, chaos was creating its own scientific establishment, and the dynamical systems selected had to join it. The turning point was the surprise appearance at a midwinter meeting in condensed matter physics in Laguna Beach in 1978. The collective was not invited, but it went nonetheless, bundling itself into Shaw's 1959 Ford ranch-style station wagon, an automobile known as the Green Dream. Just in case, the group brought some equipment, including a huge television monitor and a videotape. When an invited speaker canceled at the last minute, Shaw took his place. The timing was perfect. Chaos had attained the status of buzzword, but few of the physicists attending the conference knew what it meant. So Shaw began by explaining the different kinds of attractors from ordinary to strange. First, steady states, where everything stops, then periodic cycles, where everything oscillates, then chaotic strange attractors, everything else. He demonstrated with his computer graphics on videotape. Audio-visual aids gave us an edge, he said. We could hypnotize him with flashing lights. He illuminated the Lorentz attractor and the dripping faucet. As the flow rate was increased, the system would go through a sudden change in character, a bifurcation. Now, drops would fall in pairs. One interval might be 150 milliseconds, and the next might be 80. So the graph would show two fuzzy dots, one centered at 150 to 180, and the other at 80 to 150. The real test came when the pattern became chaotic. If it were truly random, points would be scattered all over the graph. But if strange attractors were hidden in the data, it might reveal itself as a coalescence of fuzziness into distinguishable structures. Often, 3 dimensions were necessary to see the structure, but that was no problem. The technique could easily be generalized to higher dimensional graph making. Instead of plotting each interval against the next, the scientists would plot each interval against the next but one. It was a trick, a gimmick. Ordinarily, a 3-dimensional graph required knowledge of 3 independent variables in a system. The trick gave 3 variables for the price of 1. It reflected the faith of these scientists that order was so deeply ingrained in apparent disorder that it would find a way of expressing itself even to experimenters who do not know which physical variables to measure. As Farmer says, when you think about a variable, the evolution of it must be influenced by whatever other variables it's interacting with. Their values must somehow be contained in the history of that thing. Somehow their mark must be there. In the case of Shaw's dripping faucet, pictures illustrated the point. In 3 dimensions especially, the patterns emerge, resembling loopy trails of smoke left by an out-of-control skywriting plane. Shaw was able to match plots of the experimental data with data produced by his analog computer model, the main difference being that the real data was always fuzzier, smeared out by noise. Even so, the structure was unmistakable. As the months went on, the transition from rebel to physicist was slow. Every so often, sitting in a coffee house or working in their lab, one or another of the students would have to fight back amazement that their scientific fantasy had not ended. God, we're still doing this, and it still makes sense, as Jim Crackfield would say. We're still here. How far is it going to go? Most of the physics faculty found itself in a difficult position. We had no advisor, nobody telling us what to do, said Shaw. We were in an adversary role for years, and it continues to this day. We were never funded at Santa Cruz. Every one of us worked for considerable periods of time without pay. And it was a shoestring operation the entire way with no intellectual or other guidance. The talk was a popular triumph, and in the audience were several members of the Santa Cruz faculty, seeing chaos for the first time through the eyes of their colleagues. The collective couldn't go on forever. The closer it came to the real world of science, the closer it came to unravel. Its members began thinking about their individual futures, and they began collaborating with established physicists and mathematicians elsewhere. Having learned to look for strange attractors and flapping flags and rattling speedometers, the scientists made a point of finding the symptoms of chaos all through the current literature of physics. Peculiarities that had been dismissed as noise, surprising fluctuations, regularity mixing with irregularity, now began to be explained in the terms of the new science. By the time the collective departed, Some of the Santa Cruz faculty had turned to chaos too. They were joining a movement. Chemists, ecologists, economists, climatologists all now find themselves trying to reconstruct strange factors from crude data, just as Shaw had in his doing faucet studies. Experts on finance use the techniques developed by the Santa Cruz group to sift through decades of daily stock market data, for example, seeking patterns they believe must be there. Many physiologists now believe that chaos provides a way of predicting and perhaps treating erratic rhythms in the processes that govern life, from breathing to heartbeats to brain function. It was in 1980 when Shaw finished his dissertation, 1981 for Pharma, 1982 for Packet. Crutchfield appeared in 1983. Typographical, hodgepodge, interweaving typed pages with no less than 11 papers already published in the journals of physics and mathematics. Now he was studying video feedback loops. Farmer worked on fat fractals and modeled the dynamics of the human immune system. Packet explored spatial chaos and the formation of snowflakes. Only Shaw seemed reluctant to join the mainstream. Several times he came close to quitting science altogether. As his friend said, he was oscillating. 2 decades ago, Edward Lorenz was thinking about the atmosphere. Benoit Mandelbrot was an unknown IBM mathematician. Mitchell Plainbaum, an undergraduate at the City College of New York, Dwight Palmer, a boy growing up in New Mexico. Most practicing scientists shared a set of beliefs about complexity. They held these beliefs so closely that they didn't need to put them into words. Only later did it become possible to say what these beliefs were and to bring them out for examination. Simple systems behave in simple ways. A mechanical contraption like a pendulum, a small electrical circuit, an idealized population of fish in a pond, as long as these systems could be reduced to a few perfectly understood, perfectly deterministic laws, their long-term behavior will be stable and predictable. Complex behavior implies complex cause. A mechanical device, an electrical circuit, a wildlife population of fluid flow, a biological organ, particle beam, an atmospheric storm, a national economy, a system that was visibly unstable, unpredictable, or out of control must either be governed by a multitude of independent components or subject to random external influences. Different systems behave differently. A neurobiologist who spent a career studying the chemistry of the human neuron without learning anything about memory or perception, an aircraft designer who used wind tunnels to solve aerodynamic problems without understanding the mathematics of turbulence, an economist who analyzed the psychology of purchasing decisions without gaining an ability to forecast large-scale trends. Scientists like these, knowing that the components of their disciplines were different, took it for granted that the complex systems made up of billions of these components must also be different. Now, all that has changed. In the intervening 20 years, physicists, mathematicians, biologists, and astronomers have created an alternative set of ideas. Simple systems give rise to complex behavior. Complex systems give rise to simple behavior. And most important, the laws of complexity hold universally, caring not at all for the details of a system's constituent atoms. For the mass of practicing scientists, particle physicists, neurologists, or even mathematicians, the change did not matter immediately. They continued to work on research problems within their disciplines. But they were aware of something called chaos. They knew that some complex phenomena had been explained, and they knew that other phenomena suddenly seemed to need new explanations. A scientist studying chemical reactions in a laboratory or tracking insect populations in a 3-year field experiment, or modeling ocean temperature variations, couldn't respond in the traditional way to the presence of unexpected fluctuations or oscillations, that is, by ignoring them. For some, that meant trouble. On the other hand, pragmatically, they knew that money was available from the federal government and from corporate research facilities for this faintly mathematical kind of science. More and more of them realized that chaos offered a fresh way to proceed with old data, forgotten in desk drawers because they had proved too erratic. More and more felt the compartmentalization of science as an impediment to their work. More and more felt the futility of studying parts in isolation from the whole. For them, chaos was the end of the reductionist program in science. uncomprehension, resistance, anger, acceptance. Those who had promoted chaos longest saw all of these. Joseph Ford of the Georgia Institute of Technology remembered lecturing to a thermodynamics group in the 1970s and mentioning that there was a chaotic behavior in the Duffing equation, a well-known textbook model for a simple oscillator subject to friction. To Ford, the presence of chaos in the Duffing equation was a curious fact. Just one of those things he knew to be true. Although several years passed before it was published in Physical Review Letters. But he might as well have told a gathering of paleontologists that dinosaurs had feathers. They knew better. I said that, Jesus Christ, the audience began to bounce up and down. It was, my daddy played with the Duffing equation, and my granddaddy played with the Duffing equation, and nobody's seen anything like what you're talking about. You would really run across resistance to the notion that nature is complicated. What I didn't understand was the hostility. Comfortable in his Atlanta office, the winter sun setting outside, Ford sips over from oversized mugs with the word chaos painted in bright colors. His younger colleague, Ronald Fox, talked about his own conversion, soon after buying an Apple II computer for his son, at a time when no self-respecting physicist would buy such a thing for his work. Fox heard that Mitchell Feigenbaum had discovered universal laws guiding the behavior of feedback function, and he decided to write a short program that would let him see the behavior of the Apple display. He saw it all painted across the screen, pitchfork bifurcations, stable lines breaking in 2, then 4, then 8. The appearance of chaos itself, and within the chaos, the astonishing geometric regularity. In a couple of days, you could redo all of Feigenbaum, Fox said. Self-teaching by computing persuaded him and others who might have doubted a written argument. Some scientists played with such programs for a while and then stopped. Others could not help but be changed. Fox was one of those who remained conscious of the limits of standard linear science. He knew he had habitually set the hard, non-linear programs and problems aside. In practice, a physicist would always end up saying, this is a problem that's going to take me to the handbook of special functions, which is the last place I want to go. And I'm sure as hell not going to get on the machine and do it. I'm too sophisticated for that. The general picture of non-linearity got a lot of people's attention. Slowly at first, but increasingly, Fox said, everybody that looked at it, it bore fruit for. You know, look at any problem you looked at before, no matter what science you're in. There was a place where you could quit looking at it because it became non-linear. Now you know how to look at it, and you go back. Ford said, if an area begins to grow, it has to be because some clump of people feel that there's something it offers them. That if they modify their research, the rewards will be very big. To me, chaos is like a dream. It offers the possibility that if you come over and play the game, you can strike the mother note. The journal Nature carried a running debate about whether the Earth's climate followed a strange attractor. Economists looked for recognizable strange attractors in stock market trends, but so far had not found them. Dynamicists hoped to use the tools of chaos to explain fully developed turbulence. Albert Lipschitz of the University of Chicago was turning his elegant experimental style to the service of turbulence, creating a liquid helium box thousands of times larger than his tiny cell of 1977. Whether such experiments, liberating fluid disorder in both space and time, would find simple attractors, no one knew. As the physicist Bernardo Uberman said, if you had a turbine on river, you put a probe in it and said, look, here's a low-dimensional strange attractor, we would all take off our hats and look. Chaos was the set of ideas persuading all these scientists that they were members of a shared enterprise. Physicist or biologist or mathematician, they believed that simple deterministic systems could breed complexity. That systems too complex for traditional mathematics could give away simple laws. And that whatever their particular field, their task was to understand complexity itself. Let us look again at the laws of thermodynamics, wrote James Lovelock, author of the Gaia hypothesis. It is true that at first sight they read like the notice of the gate of death is hell. But the second law is one piece of technical bad news from science that has established itself firmly in the non-scientific culture. Everything tends to order disorder. Any process that converts energy from one form to another must lose some as heat. perfect efficiency is impossible. The universe is a one-way street. Entropy must always increase in the universe and in any hypothetical isolated system within it. However expressed, the second law is a rule from which there seems no appeal. In thermodynamics, that is true, but the second law has had a life of its own in intellectual realms far removed from science, taking the blame for disintegration of societies, economic decay, the breakdown of manners, and many other variations on the decadent theme. These secondary metaphorical incarnations of the second law now seem especially misguided. In our world, complexity flourishes, and those looking to science for a general understanding of nature's habits will be better served by the laws of chaos. Somehow, after all, as the universe ebbs towards its final equilibrium in the featureless heat bath of maximum entropy, it manages to create interesting structures. Thoughtful physicists concerned with the workings of thermodynamics realize how disturbing is the question of, as one put it, how a purposeless flow of energy can wash life and consciousness into the world. Compounding the trouble is the slippery notion of entropy, reasonably well defined for thermodynamic purposes in terms of heat and temperature, but devilishly hard to pin down as a measure of disorder. Physicists have trouble enough measuring the degree of order in water, forming crystalline structures in the transition to ice, energy bleeding away all the while. But thermodynamic entropy fails miserably as a measure of the changing degree of form and formlessness in the creature of amino acids, of microorganisms, of self-reproducing plants and animals, of complex information systems like the brain. Certainly, these evolving islands of order must obey the second law. The important laws, the creative laws, lie elsewhere. Nature forms patterns. Some are orderly in space but disorderly in time. Others in time but disorderly in space. Some patterns are fractal, exhibiting structures self-similar in scale. Others give rise to steady states of oscillating ones. Pattern formation has become a branch of physics and of material science, allowing scientists to model the aggregation of particles into clusters, the fractured spread of electrical discharges, and the growth of crystals in ice and metal alloys. The dynamics seem so basic, shapes changing in space and time, yet only now are the tools available to understand them. It's a fair question now to ask a physicist, why are all snowflakes different? Ice crystals form in the turbulent air with a famous blending of symmetry and chance, the special beauty of sixfold indeterminacy. As water freezes, crystals send out tips. The tips grow, their boundaries become unstable, and new tips shoot out from the sides. Snowflakes obey mathematical laws of surprising subtlety, and it was impossible to predict precisely how fast the tip would grow, how narrow it would be, or how often it would branch. Generations of scientists sketched and catalogued formation as a classification matter for lack of a better approach. Growth of such tips, dendrites, is now known as a highly nonlinear, unstable free boundary problem, meaning that models need to track a complex wiggly boundary as it changes dynamically. When solidification proceeds from outside to inside, as in an ice tray, the boundary generally remains stable and smooth, with speed controlled by the ability of the wall to draw away the heat. But when a crystal solidifies outward from an initial seed, as a snowflake does, grabbing water molecules while it falls through the moisture-laden air, the process becomes unstable. Any bit of boundary that gets out ahead of its neighbors gains an advantage in picking up new water molecules and therefore grows that much faster, the lightning rod effect. New branches form and then sub-branches. One difficulty was in deciding which of the many physical forces involved are important and which can safely be ignored. Most important, as scientists have long known, is the diffusion of the heat released when water freezes. But the physics of heat diffusion cannot completely explain the patterns researchers observe when they look at snowflakes under microscopes or grow them in the laboratory. Recently, scientists worked out a way to incorporate another process, surface tension. The heart of the new snowflake model is the essence of chaos, a delicate balance between forces of stability and forces of instability, a powerful interplay of forces on atomic scales and forces on everyday scales. Where heat diffusion tends to create instability, surface tension creates stability. The pull of surface tension makes a substance prefer smooth boundaries like the wall of a soap bubble. It costs energy to make surfaces that are rough. The balancing of these tendencies depends on the size of the crystal. While diffusion is mainly a large-scale macroscopic process, surface tension is strongest at the microscopic scales. Traditionally, because the surface tension effects are so small, researchers assume that for practical purposes they could disregard. Not so. The tiny scales proved crucial. There, the surface effect proved infinitely sensitive to the molecular structure of a solidifying substance. In the case of ice, a natural molecular symmetry gives a built-in preference for 6 directions of growth. To their surprise, scientists found that the mixture of stability and instability manages to amplify this microscopic preference, creating the near fractal lacework that makes snowflakes. The mathematics came not from atmospheric scientists, but from theoretical physicists, along with metallurgists who had their own interest. In metals, the molecular symmetry is different, and so are the characteristic crystals which help determine an alloy's strength. But the mathematics are the same. The laws of pattern formation are universal. Sensitive dependence on initial conditions serves not to destroy, but create. As a growing snowflake falls to earth, typically floating in the wind for an hour or more, the choice is made by the branching tips. At any instant, depend sensitively on such things as the temperature, the humidity, and the presence of impurities in the atmosphere. The 6 tips of a single snowflake, spreading within a millimeter space, yield the same temperatures, and because the laws of growth are purely deterministic, they maintain a near perfect symmetry. But the nature of turbulent air is such that any pair of snowflakes will experience very different paths. The final flake records the history of all the changing weather conditions it's experienced, and the combinations may as well be infinite. Snowflakes are non-equilibrium phenomena. Physicists like to say that. They are products of imbalance in the flow of energy from one piece of nature to another. The flow turns a boundary into a tip, the tip into an array of branches, the array into a complex structure never before seen. As scientists have discovered such instability obeying the universal laws of chaos, they have succeeded in applying the same methods to a host of physical and chemical properties. And inevitably, they suspect that biology is next. In the back of their minds, as they look at computer simulations of dendrite growth, they see algae, cell walls, organisms budding and dividing. From microscopic particles to everyday complexity, many paths now seem open. In mathematical physics, the bifurcation theory of Feigenbaum and his colleagues advances in the United States and Europe. In the abstract reaches of theoretical physics, scientists probe other new issues, such as the unsettled question of quantum chaos. Does quantum mechanics admit the chaotic phenomena of classical mechanics? In astronomy, chaos experts use unexpected gravitational instabilities to explain the origin of meteorites, the seemingly inexplicable catapulting of asteroids from far beyond Mars. Scientists use the physics of dynamical systems to study the human immune system with its billions of components and its capacity for learning, memory, and pattern recognition. And they simultaneously study evolution, hoping to find universal mechanisms of adaptation. Those who make such models quickly see structures that replicate themselves, compete, and evolve by natural selection. Evolution is chaos with feedback, Joseph Ford said. The universe is randomness and dissipation, yes. But randomness with correction can produce surprising complexity. And as Lorentz discovered so long ago, dissipation is an agent of order. God plays dice with the universe is Ford's answer to Einstein's famous question, but they're loaded dice. And the main objective of physics now is to find by what rules were they loaded, and how can we use them for our own ends. Such ideas help drive the collective enterprise of science forward. Still, no philosophy, no proof, no experiment ever seems quite enough to sway the individual researchers for whom science must first and always provide a way of working. In some laboratories, the traditional ways falter. Normal science goes astray, as Kuhn puts it. A piece of equipment fails to meet expectations. The profession can no longer evade anomalies. For any one scientist, the ideas of chaos could not prevail until the method of chaos became a necessity. Every field some examples. In ecology, there was William M. Schaffer, who trained as the last student of Robert MacArthur, the dean of the field in the 50s and 60s. MacArthur built a conception of nature that gave a firm footing to the idea of natural balance. His models supposed that equilibriums would exist and the populations of plants and animals would remain close to them. To MacArthur, balance in nature had what could almost be called a moral quality. States of equilibrium in his models entailed the most efficient use of food, resources, the least waste. Nature, if left alone, would be good. 2 decades later, MacArthur's last student found himself realizing that ecology based on a sense of equilibrium seems doomed to fail. The traditional models are betrayed by their linear bias. Nature is more complicated. Instead, he sees chaos both exhilarating and a bit threatening. Chaos may undermine ecology's most enduring assumptions, he tells his colleagues. What passes for fundamental concepts in ecology is as mist before the fury of the storm. In this case, a full, non-linear storm. Schaffer is using strange attractors to explore the epidemiology of childhood diseases such as measles and chickenpox. He's collected data, first from New York City and Baltimore, then from Aberdeen, Scotland, and all England and Wales. He's made a dynamical model resembling a damped-driven pendulum. The diseases are driven each year by the infectious spread among children returning to school and damped by natural resistance. Schaffer's model predicts strikingly different behavior for these diseases. Chickenpox should vary periodically, measles should vary chaotically. As it happens, the data show exactly what Schaffer predicts. To a traditional epidemiologist, the yearly variations in measles seemed inexplicable, random and noisy. Schaffer, using the techniques of phase space reconstruction, shows that measles follow a strange attractor with a fractal dimension of about 2.5. Schaffer computed Lyapunov exponents and made Poincare maps. More to the point, Schaffer said, if you look at the pictures, it jumps out at you, and you say, my God, this is the same thing. Although the attractor is chaotic, some predictability becomes possible in light of the deterministic nature of the model. A year of high measles infection will be followed by a crash. After a year of medium infection, the level will change only slightly. A year of low infection produces the greatest unpredictability. Schaffer's model also predicted the consequences of damping the dynamics by mass inoculation programs. Consequences that could not be predicted by standard epidemiology. On the collective scale and on the personal scale, the ideas of chaos advance in different ways and for different reasons. Schaffer, as for many others, the transition from traditional science to chaos came unexpectedly. At first, he thought the mathematical ideas were unrealistic for the kinds of systems a practicing ecologist would study. These were one-dimensional maps, he thought. What bearing could they have on continuously changing systems? So a colleague said, read the rest. He wrote the reference on a slip of paper and never bothered to pursue it. Years later, Schaffer lived in the desert outside of Tucson, Arizona, and summers found him in the Santa Catalina Mountains just to the north. Islands of chaparral, really hot when the desert floor is roasting. Amid the thickets in June and July after the spring blooming season and before the summer rain, Schaffer and his graduate students tracked bees and flowers of different species. This ecological system was easy to measure despite all its year-to-year variation. Schaffer counted the bees on every stalk, measured the pollen by draining flowers with pipettes, and analyzed the data mathematically. Bumblebees competed with honeybees, and honeybees competed with carpenter bees, and Schaffer made a convincing model to explain the fluctuations in population. By 1980, he knew that something was wrong. His model broke down. As it happened, the key player was a species that he'd overlooked, ants. Some colleagues suspected unusual winter weather, others unusual summer weather. Schaffer considered complicating his model by adding more variables, but he was deeply frustrated. Word was out among the graduate students that summer at 5,000 feet that Schaffer was part of work, and then everything changed. He happened upon a preprint about chemical chaos in a complicated laboratory experiment, and he felt that the authors had experienced exactly his problem, the impossibility of monitoring dozens of fluctuating reaction products in a vessel match that impossibility of monitoring dozens of species in the Arizona mountains. Yet they had succeeded where he had failed. He read about reconstructing phase space. He finally read The Rents and others. The University of Arizona sponsored a lecture series on order in chaos, when an experimenter explained chemical chaos, displaying a transparency of a strange attractor, and said, "That's real data." A chill ran up Schapa's spine. All of a sudden, I knew that was my destiny, Schapa said. He had a sabbatical year coming. He withdrew his application for National Science Foundation money and applied for a Guggenheim Fellowship. Up in the mountains, he knew the ants changed with the season. Bees hovered and darted in a dynamical buzz. Clouds skidded across the sky. He couldn't work the old way anymore. Copyright 1989 by Dark Books on Tape Incorporated.
of Life and How to Play It by Florence Scovel Shinn. Read by Sarah Partridge. Originally self-published in 1925. This recording is a production of the Master Key Society. Copyright 2021, Master Key Society. Chapter 1. The Game. Most people consider life a battle, but it is not a battle. It is a game. It is a game, however, which cannot be played successfully without the knowledge of spiritual law, and the Old and New Testaments give the rules of the game with wonderful clearness. Jesus Christ taught that it was a great game of giving and receiving. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. This means that whatever man sends out in word or deed will return to him. What he gives, he will receive. If he gives hate, he will receive hate. If he gives love, he will receive love. If he gives criticism, he will receive criticism. If he lies, he will be lied to. If he cheats, he will be cheated. We are taught also that the imaging faculty plays a leading part in the game of life. Keep thy heart, or imagination, with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Proverbs 4:23. This means that what man images sooner or later externalizes in his affairs. I know of a man who feared a certain disease. It was a very rare disease and difficult to get, but he pictured it continually and read about it until it manifested in his body, and he died, the victim of distorted imagination. So we see, to play successfully the game of life, we must train the imaging faculty. A person with an imaging faculty trained to image only good brings into his life every righteous desire of his heart. Health, wealth, love, friends, perfect self-expression, his highest ideals. The imagination has been called the scissors of the mind, and it is ever cutting day by day the pictures man sees there, and sooner or later he meets his own creations in his outer world. To train the imagination successfully, man must understand the workings of his mind. The Greeks said, know thyself. There are three departments of the mind: the subconscious, conscious, and superconscious. The subconscious is simply power without direction. It is like steam or electricity, and it does what it is directed to do. It has no power of induction. Whatever man feels deeply or images clearly is impressed upon the subconscious mind and carried out in minutest detail. For example, a woman I know, when a child, always made believe she was a widow. She dressed up in black clothes and wore a long black veil, and people thought she was very clever and amusing. She grew up and married a man with whom she was deeply in love. In a short time, he died, and she wore black and a sweeping veil for many years. The picture of herself as a widow was impressed upon the subconscious mind, and in due time worked itself out, regardless of the havoc created. The conscious mind has been called mortal or carnal mind. It is the human mind and sees life as it appears to be. It sees death, disaster, sickness, poverty, and limitation of every kind, and it impresses the subconscious. The superconscious mind is the God mind within each man, and is the realm of perfect ideas. In it is the perfect pattern spoken of by Plato, the divine design, for there is a divine design for each person. There is a place that you are to fill and no one else can fill, something you are to do which no one else can do. There is a perfect picture of this in the superconscious mind. It usually flashes across the conscious as an unattainable ideal, something too good to be true. In reality, it is man's true destiny or destination flashed to him from the infinite intelligence which is within himself. Many people, however, are in ignorance of their true destinies and are striving for things and situations which do not belong to them and would only bring failure and dissatisfaction if attained. For example, a woman came to me and asked me to speak the word that she would marry a certain man with whom she was very much in love. She called him A.B. I replied that this would be a violation of spiritual law, but that I would speak the word for the right man, the divine selection, the man who belonged to her by divine right. I added, if AB is the right man, you can't lose him, and if he isn't, you will receive his equivalent. She saw AB frequently, but no headway was made in their friendship. One evening, she called and said, "You know, for the last week, AB hasn't seemed so wonderful to me." I replied, "Maybe he is not the divine selection. Another man may be the right one." Soon after that, she met another man who fell in love with her at once, and who said she was his ideal. In fact, he said all the things that she had always wished AB would say to her. She remarked, "It was quite uncanny." She soon returned his love and lost all interest in AB. This shows the law of substitution. A right idea was substituted for a wrong one. Therefore, there was no loss or sacrifice involved. Jesus Christ said, "Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you." And he said the kingdom was within man. The kingdom is the realm of right ideas, or the divine pattern. Jesus Christ taught that man's words played a leading part in the game of life. By your words ye are justified, and by your words ye are condemned. Many people have brought disaster into their lives through idle words. For example, a woman once asked me why her life was now one of poverty, of limitation. Formerly she had a home, was surrounded by beautiful things, and had plenty of money. We found she had often tired of the management of her home, and had said repeatedly, "I'm sick and tired of things. I wish I lived in a trunk." And she added, "Today I am living in that trunk." She had spoken herself into a trunk. The subconscious mind has no sense of humor, and people often joke themselves into unhappy experiences. For example, a woman who had a great deal of money joked continually about getting ready for the poorhouse. In a few years, she was almost destitute, having impressed the subconscious mind with a picture of lack and limitation. Fortunately, the law works both ways, and a situation of lack may be changed to one of plenty. For example, a woman came to me one hot summer's day for treatment for prosperity. She was worn out, dejected, and discouraged. She said she possessed just $8 in the world. I said, "Good, we'll bless the $8 and multiply them as Jesus Christ multiplied the loaves and the fishes. For he taught that every man had the power to bless and to multiply, to heal and to prosper." She said, "What shall I do next?" I replied, "Follow intuition. Have you a hunch to do anything or to go anywhere? Intuition means intuition, or to be taught from within. It is man's unerring guide, and I will deal more fully with its laws in the following chapter. The woman replied, "I don't know. I seem to have a hunch to go home. I've just enough money for car fare." Her home was in a distant city and was one of lack and limitation, and the reasoning mind or intellect would have said, "Stay in New York and get work and make some money." I replied, "Then go home. Never violate a hunch." I spoke the following words for her: "Infinite Spirit, open the way for great abundance. She is an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to her by divine right." I told her to repeat it continually also. She left for home immediately. In calling on a woman one day, she linked up with an old friend of her family. Through this friend, she received thousands of dollars in a most miraculous way. She has said to me often, "Tell people about the woman who came to you with $8 and a hunch." There is always plenty on man's pathway, but it can only be brought into manifestation through desire, faith, or the spoken word. Jesus Christ brought out clearly that man must make the first move. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Matthew 7:7. In the scriptures we read, "Concerning the works of my hands, command ye me." Infinite intelligence, God, is ever ready to carry out man's smallest or greatest demands. Every desire, uttered or unexpressed, is a demand. We are often startled by having a wish suddenly fulfilled. For example, one Easter, having seen many beautiful rose trees in the florist's windows, I wished I would receive one, and for an instant saw it mentally being carried in the door. Easter came, and with it a beautiful rose tree. I thanked my friend the following day and told her it was just what I had wanted. She replied, "I didn't send you a rose tree. I sent you lilies." The man had mixed the order and sent me a rose tree simply because I had started the law in action, and I had to have a rose tree. Nothing stands between man and his highest ideals and every desire of his heart but doubt and fear. When man can wish without worrying, every desire will be instantly fulfilled. I will explain more fully in a following chapter the scientific reason for this and how fear must be erased from the consciousness. It is man's only enemy: fear of lack, fear of failure, fear of sickness, fear of loss, and a feeling of insecurity on some plane. Jesus Christ said, "Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith?" Matthew 8:26. So we can see we must substitute faith for fear. For fear is only inverted faith. It is faith in evil instead of good. The object of the game of life is to see clearly one's good and to obliterate all mental pictures of evil. This must be done by impressing the subconscious mind with the realization of good. A very brilliant man who has attained great success told me he had suddenly erased all fear from his consciousness by reading a sign which hung in a room. He saw printed in large letters this statement: "Why worry? It will probably never happen." These words were stamped indelibly upon his subconscious mind, and he has now a firm conviction that only good can come into his life. Therefore, only good can manifest. In the following chapter, I will deal with the different methods of impressing the subconscious mind. It is man's faithful servant, but one must be careful to give it the right orders. Man has ever a silent listener at his side: his subconscious mind. Every thought, every word is impressed upon it and carried out in amazing detail. It is like a singer making a record on the sensitive disc of the phonographic plate. Every note and tone of the singer's voice is registered. He coughs or hesitates, it is registered also. So let us break all the old bad records in the subconscious mind, records of our lives which we do not wish to keep, and make new and beautiful ones. Speak these words aloud with power and conviction. I now smash and demolish by my spoken word every untrue record in my subconscious mind. They shall return to the dust heap of their native nothingness, for they came from my own vain imaginings. I now make my perfect records through the Christ within, the records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. This is the square of life, the game completed. In the following chapters, I will show how man can change his conditions by changing his words. Any man who does not know the power of the word is behind the times. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. Proverbs 18:21. Chapter 2. The Law of Prosperity. Yea, the Almighty shall be thy defense, and thou shalt have plenty of silver. One of the greatest messages given to the race through the scriptures is that God is man's supply, and that man can release through his spoken word all that belongs to him by divine right. He must, however, have perfect faith in his spoken word. Isaiah said, "My word shall not return unto me void, but shall accomplish that whereunto it is sent." We know now that words and thoughts are a tremendous vibratory force, ever molding man's body and affairs. A woman came to me in great distress and said she was to be sued on the 15th of the month for $3,000. She knew no way of getting the money and was in despair. I told her God was her supply, and that there is a supply for every demand. So I spoke the word. I gave thanks that the woman would receive $3,000 at the right time in the right way. I told her she must have perfect faith and act her perfect faith. The 15th came, but no money had materialized. She called me on the phone and asked what she was to do. I replied, "It is Saturday, so they won't sue you today. Your part is to act rich, thereby showing perfect faith that you will receive it by Monday." She asked me to lunch with her to keep up her courage. When I joined her at the restaurant, I said, "This is no time to economize. Order an expensive luncheon. Act as if you have already received the $3,000. All things whatsoever ye ask in prayer, believing, ye shall receive." You must act as if you had already received. The next morning, she called me on the phone and asked me to stay with her during the day. I said, "No, you are divinely protected and God is never too late." In the evening, she phoned again, greatly excited, and said, "My dear, a miracle has happened. I was sitting in my room this morning when the doorbell rang. I said to the maid, 'Don't let anyone in.' The maid, however, looked out the window and said, 'It's your cousin with the long white beard.' So I said, 'Call him back. I would like to see him.' He was just turning the corner when he heard the maid's voice, and he came back. He talked for about an hour, and just as he was leaving, he said, 'Oh, by the way, how are finances?' I told him I needed the money, and he said, 'Why, my dear, I will give you $3,000 the first of the month.' I didn't like to tell him I was going to be sued. What shall I do? I won't receive it till the first of the month, and I must have it tomorrow." I said, "I'll keep on treating." I said, "Spirit is never too late. I give thanks she has received the money on the invisible plane and that it manifests on time." The next morning, her cousin called her up and said, "Come to my office this morning and I will give you the money." That afternoon, she had $3,000 to her credit in the bank and wrote checks as rapidly as her excitement would permit. If one asks for success and prepares for failure, he will get the situation he has prepared for. For example, a man came to me asking me to speak the word that a certain debt would be wiped out. I found he spent his time planning what he would say to the man when he did not pay his bill, thereby neutralizing my words. He should have seen himself paying the debt. We have a wonderful illustration of this in the Bible relating to the 3 kings who were in the desert without water for their men and horses. They consulted the prophet Elisha, who gave them this astonishing message. "Thus saith the Lord, ye shall not see wind, neither shall ye see rain, yet make this valley full of ditches." Man must prepare for the thing he has asked for, when there isn't the slightest sign of it in sight. For example, a woman found it necessary to look for an apartment during the year when there was a great shortage of apartments in New York. It was considered almost an impossibility, and her friends were sorry for her and said, "Isn't it too bad you'll have to store your furniture and live in a hotel?" She replied, "You needn't feel sorry for me. I'm a Superman, and I'll get an apartment." She spoke the words, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for the right apartment." She knew there was a supply for every demand, and that she was unconditioned working on the spiritual plane, and that one with God is a majority. She had contemplated buying new blankets when the tempter, the adverse thought or reasoning mind, suggested, "Don't buy the blankets. Perhaps after all you won't get an apartment, and you will have no use for them." She promptly replied to herself, "I'll dig my ditches by buying the blankets." So she prepared for the apartment, acted as though she already had it. She found one in a miraculous way, and it was given to her, although there were over 200 other applicants. The blankets showed an act of faith. It is needless to say that the ditches dug by the 3 kings in the desert were filled to overflowing. Read 2 Kings. Getting into the spiritual swing of things is no easy matter for the average person. The adverse thoughts of doubt and fear surge from the subconscious. They are the army of the aliens, which must be put to flight. This explains why it is so often darkest before the dawn. A big demonstration is usually preceded by tormenting thoughts. Having made a statement of high spiritual truth, one challenges the old beliefs in the subconscious, and error is exposed to be put out. This is the time when one must make his affirmations of truth repeatedly and rejoice and give thanks that he has already received. Before ye call, I shall answer. This means that every good and perfect gift is already man's awaiting his recognition. Man can only receive what he sees himself receiving. The children of Israel were told that they could have all the land they could see. This is true of every man. He has only the land within his own mental vision. Every great work, every big accomplishment has been brought into manifestation through holding to the vision. And often just before the big achievement comes apparent failure and discouragement. The children of Israel, when they reached the promised land, were afraid to go in, for they said it was filled with giants who made them feel like grasshoppers. And there we saw the giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers. This is almost every man's experience. However, the one who knows spiritual law is undisturbed by appearance and rejoices while he is yet in captivity. That is, he holds to his vision and gives thanks that the end is accomplished he has received. Jesus Christ gave a wonderful example of this. He said to his disciples, saying not ye, there are yet 4 months, and then cometh the harvest? Behold, I say unto you, lift up your eyes and look on the fields, for they are ripe already to harvest. His clear vision pierced the world of matter, and he saw clearly the fourth dimensional world, things as they really are, perfect and complete in divine mind. So man must ever hold the vision of his journey's end and demand the manifestation of that which he has already received. It may be his perfect health, love, supply, self-expression, home, or friends. They are all finished and perfect ideas registered in divine mind, man's own superconscious mind, and must come through him, not to him. For example, a man came to me asking for treatments for success. It was imperative that he raise within a certain time $50,000 for his business. The time limit was almost up when he came to me in despair. No one wanted to invest in his enterprise, and the bank had flatly refused a loan. I replied, I suppose you lost your temper while at the bank, therefore your power. You can control any situation if you first control yourself. Go back to the bank, I added, and I will treat. My treatment was, you are identified in love with the spirit of everyone connected with the bank. Let the divine idea come out of this situation. He replied, woman, you are talking about an impossibility. Tomorrow is Saturday. The bank closes at 12 and my train won't get me there until 10. And the time limit is up tomorrow and anyway they won't do it. It's too late. I replied, God doesn't need any time and is never too late. With him, all things are possible. I added, I don't know anything about business, but I know all about God. He replied, it all sounds fine when I sit here listening to you, but when I go out, it's terrible. He lived in a distant city, and I did not hear from him for a week. Then came a letter. It read, you were right. I raised the money and will never again doubt the truth of all that you told me. I saw him a few weeks later, and I said, what happened? You evidently had plenty of time after all. He replied, my train was late, and I got there just 15 minutes to 12. I walked into the bank quietly and said, I have come for the loan, and they gave it to me without a question. It was the last 15 minutes of the time allotted to him, and Infinite Spirit was not too late. In this instance, the man could never have demonstrated alone. He needed someone to help him hold to the vision. This is what one man can do for another. Jesus Christ knew the truth of this when he said, if 2 of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven. One gets too close to his own affairs and becomes doubtful and fearful. The friend or healer sees clearly the success, health, or prosperity and never wavers, because he is not close to the situation. It is much easier to demonstrate for someone else than for oneself, so a person should not hesitate to ask for help if he feels himself wavering. A keen observer of life once said, No man can fail if some one person sees him successful. Such is the power of the vision, and many a great man has owed his success to a wife or sister or a friend who believed in him and held without wavering to the perfect pattern. Chapter 3. The Power of the Word. By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. A person knowing the power of the word becomes very careful of his conversation. He has only to watch the reaction of his words to know that they do not return void. Through his spoken word, man is continually making laws for himself. I know a man who said, "I always miss a car. It invariably pulls out just as I arrive." His daughter said, "I always catch a car. It's sure to come just as I get there." This occurred for years. Each had made a separate law for himself, one of failure, one of success. This is the psychology of superstitions. The horseshoe or rabbit's foot contains no power, but man's spoken word and belief that it will bring him good luck creates expectancy in the subconscious mind and attracts a lucky situation. I find, however, this will not work when man has advanced spiritually and knows a higher law. One cannot turn back and must put away graven images. For example, 2 men in my class had had great success in business for several months when suddenly everything went to smash. We tried to analyze the situation, and I found instead of making their affirmations and looking to God for success and prosperity, they had each bought a lucky monkey. I said, "Oh, I see. You have been trusting in the lucky monkey instead of God. Put away the lucky monkeys and call on the law of forgiveness, for man has power to forgive or neutralize his mistakes." They decided to throw the lucky monkeys down a coal hole, and all went well again. This does not mean, however, that one should throw away every lucky ornament or horseshoe about the house, but he must recognize that the power back of it is the one and only power, God, and that the object simply gives him a feeling of expectancy. I was with a friend one day who was in deep despair. In crossing the street, she picked up a horseshoe. Immediately, she was filled with joy and hope. She said God has sent her the horseshoe in order to keep up her courage. It was indeed at that moment about the only thing that could have registered in her consciousness. Her hope became faith, and she ultimately made a wonderful demonstration. I wish to make the point clear that the men previously mentioned were depending on the monkeys alone, while this woman recognized the power back of the horseshoe. I know in my own case, it took a long while to get out of a belief that a certain thing brought disappointment. If the thing happened, disappointment invariably followed. I found the only way I could make a change in the subconscious was by asserting there are not two powers. There is only one power, God. Therefore, there are no disappointments, and this thing means a happy surprise. I noticed a change at once, and happy surprises commenced coming my way. I have a friend who said nothing could induce her to walk under a ladder. I said, "If you are afraid, you are giving in to a belief in two powers, good and evil, instead of one. As God is absolute, there can be no opposing power unless man makes the false of evil for himself. To show you believe in only one power, God, and that there is no power or reality in evil, walk under the next ladder you see." Soon after, she went to her bank. She wished to open her box in the safety deposit vault, and there stood a ladder on her pathway. It was impossible to reach the box without passing under the ladder. She quailed with fear and turned back. She could not face the lion on her pathway. However, when she reached the street, my words rang in her ears, and she decided to return and walk under it. It was a big moment in her life, for ladders had held her in bondage for years. She retraced her steps to the vault, and the ladder was no longer there. This so often happens. If one is willing to do a thing he is afraid to do, he does not have to. It is the law of non-resistance which is so little understood. Someone has said that courage contains genius and magic. Face a situation fearlessly, and there is no situation to face. It falls away of its own weight. The explanation is that fear attracted the ladder on the woman's pathway, and fearlessness removed it. Thus, the invisible forces are ever working for a man who is always pulling the strings himself, though he does not know it. Owing to the vibratory power of words, whatever man voices, he begins to attract. People who continually speak of disease invariably attract it. After man knows the truth, he cannot be too careful of his words. For example, I have a friend who often says on the phone, "Do come to see me and have a fine old-fashioned chat." This old-fashioned chat means an hour of about 500 to 1,000 destructive words, the principal topics being loss, lack, failure, and sickness. I reply, "No, I thank you. I've had enough old-fashioned chats in my life. They are too expensive, but I will be glad to have a new-fashioned chat and talk about what we want, not what we don't want." There is an old saying that man only dares use his words for three purposes: to heal, bless, or prosper. What man says of others will be said of him, and what he wishes for another, he is wishing for himself. Curses, like chickens, come home to roost. If a man wishes someone bad luck, he is sure to attract bad luck himself. If he wishes to aid someone to success, he is wishing and aiding himself to success. The body may be renewed and transformed through the spoken word and clear vision, and disease be completely wiped out of the consciousness. The metaphysician knows that all disease has a mental correspondence, and in order to heal the body, one must first heal the soul. The soul is the subconscious mind, and it must be saved from wrong thinking. In the 23rd Psalm, we read, "He restoreth my soul." This means that the subconscious mind or soul must be restored with the right ideas, and the mystical marriage is the marriage of the soul and the spirit, or the subconscious and superconscious mind. They must be one. When the subconscious is flooded with the perfect ideas of the superconscious, God and man are one. I and the Father are one. That is, he is one with the realm of perfect ideas. He is the man made in God's likeness and image, imagination, and is given power and dominion over all created things, his mind, body, and affairs. It is safe to say that all sickness and unhappiness come from the violation of the law of love. A new commandment I give unto you: love one another. And in the game of life, love or goodwill takes every trick. For example, a woman I know had for years an appearance of a terrible skin disease. The doctors told her it was incurable, and she was in despair. She was on the stage, and she feared she would soon have to give up her profession, and she had no other means of support. She, however, procured a good engagement, and on the opening night made a great hit. She received flattering notices from the critics, and was joyful and elated. The next day, she received a notice of dismissal. A man in the cast had been jealous of her success and had caused her to be sent away. She felt hatred and resentment taking complete possession of her, and she cried out, "Oh God, don't let me hate that man." That night, she worked for hours in the silence. She said, "I soon came into a very deep silence. I seemed to be at peace with myself, with the man, and with the whole world. I continued this for 2 following nights, and on the 3rd day, I found I was healed completely of the skin disease." In asking for love or goodwill, she had fulfilled the law. For love is the fulfilling of the law, and the disease which came from subconscious resentment was wiped out. Continual criticism produces rheumatism, as critical, inharmonious thoughts cause unnatural deposits in the blood, which settle in the joints. False growths are caused by jealousy, hatred, unforgiveness, fear, etc. Every disease is caused by a mind not at ease. I said once in my class, There is no use asking anyone, what's the matter with you? We might just as well say, who's the matter with you? Unforgiveness is the most prolific cause of disease. It will harden arteries or liver and affect the eyesight. In its train are endless ills. I called on a woman one day who said she was ill from having eaten a poisoned oyster. I replied, oh no, the oyster was harmless. You poisoned the oyster. What's the matter with you? She answered, oh, about 19 people. She had quarreled with 19 people and had become so inharmonious that she attracted the wrong oyster. Any inharmony on the external indicates there is mental inharmony. As the within, so the without. Man's only enemies are within himself, and man's foes shall be they of his own household. Personality is one of the last enemies to be overcome, as this planet is taking its initiation in love. It was Christ's message, peace on earth, goodwill towards man. The enlightened man, therefore, endeavors to perfect himself upon his neighbor. His work is with himself, to send out goodwill and blessings to every man, and the marvelous thing is that if one blesses a man, he has no power to harm him. For example, a man came to me asking to treat for success in business. He was selling machinery, and a rival appeared on the scene with what he proclaimed was a better machine, and my friend feared defeat. I said, first of all, we must wipe out all fear and know that God protects your interests and that the divine idea must come out of the situation. That is, the right machine will be sold by the right man to the right man. And I added, don't hold one critical thought towards that man. Bless him all day and be willing not to sell your machine if it isn't the divine idea. So he went to the meeting, fearless and non-resistant, and blessing the other man. He said the outcome was very remarkable. The other man's machine refused to work, and he sold his without the slightest difficulty. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which spitefully use you and persecute you. Goodwill produces a great aura of protection about the one who sends it, and no weapon that is formed against him shall prosper. In other words, love and goodwill destroy the enemies within oneself. Therefore, one has no enemies on the external. There is peace on earth for him who sends goodwill to man. Chapter 4, the Law of Non-Resistance. Resist not evil, be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. Nothing on earth can resist an absolutely non-resistant person. The Chinese say that water is the most powerful element because it is perfectly non-resistant. It can wear away a rock and sweep all before it. Jesus Christ said, resist not evil, for he knew in reality there is no evil, therefore nothing to resist. Evil has come of a man's vain imagination or a belief in two powers, good and evil. There is an old legend that Adam and Eve ate of Maya, the tree of illusion, and saw two powers instead of one power, God. Therefore, evil is a false law man has made for himself through psychoma or soul sleep. Soul sleep means that man's soul has been hypnotized by the race belief of sin, sickness, and death, etc., which is carnal or mortal thought, and his affairs have outpictured his illusions. We have read in a preceding chapter that man's soul is his subconscious mind, and whatever he feels deeply, good or bad, is outpictured by that faithful servant. His body and affairs show forth what he has been picturing. The sick man has pictured sickness, the poor man, poverty, the rich man, wealth. People often say, why does a little child attract illness when it is too young even to know what it means? I answer that children are sensitive and receptive to the thoughts of others about them, and often outpicture the fears of their parents. I heard a metaphysician once say, if you do not run your subconscious mind yourself, someone else will run it for you. Mothers often unconsciously attract illness and disaster to their children by continually holding them in thoughts of fear and watching for symptoms. For example, a friend asked a woman if her little girl had had the measles. She replied promptly, "Not yet." This implied that she was expecting the illness and therefore preparing the way for what she did not want for herself and child. However, the man who is centered and established in right thinking, the man who sends out only goodwill to his fellow man, and who is without fear, cannot be touched or influenced by the negative thoughts of others. In fact, he could then receive only good thoughts, as he himself sends forth only good thoughts. Resistance is hell, for it places man in a state of torment. A metaphysician once gave me a wonderful recipe for taking every trick in the game of life. It is the acme of non-resistance. He gave it in this way. At one time in my life, I baptized children, and of course, they had many names. Now I no longer baptize children, but I baptize events, but I give every event the same name. If I have a failure, I baptize it success, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. In this, we see the great law of transmutation, founded on non-resistance. Through his spoken word, every failure was transmuted into success. For example, a woman who required money and who knew the spiritual law of opulence was thrown continually in a business way with a man who made her feel very poor. He talked lack and limitation, and she commenced to catch his poverty thoughts, so she disliked him and blamed him for her failure. She knew in order to demonstrate her supply, she must first feel that she had received. A feeling of opulence must precede its manifestation. It dawned upon her one day that she was resisting the situation and seeing two powers instead of one. So she blessed the man and baptized the situation success. She affirmed, "As there is only one power, God, this man is here for my good and my prosperity." Just what he did not seem to be there for. Soon after that, she met, through this man, a woman who gave her for a service rendered several $1,000s, and the man moved to a distant city and faded harmoniously from her life. Make the statement, "Every man is a golden link in the chain of my good, for all men are God in manifestation, awaiting the opportunity given by man himself to serve the divine plan of his life. Bless your enemy, and you rob him of his ammunition. His arrows will be transmuted into blessings." This law is true of nations as well as individuals. Bless a nation, send love and goodwill to every inhabitant, and it is robbed of its power to harm. Man can only get the right idea of non-resistance through spiritual understanding. My students have often said, "I don't want to be a doormat." I reply, when you use non-resistance with wisdom, no one will ever be able to walk over you. Another example. One day I was impatiently awaiting an important telephone call. I resisted every call that came in and made no outgoing calls myself, reasoning that it might interfere with the one I was awaiting. Instead of saying, "Divine ideas never conflict, the call will come at the right time," leaving it to infinite intelligence to arrange, I commenced to manage things myself. I made the battle mine, not God's, and remained tense and anxious. The bell did not ring for about an hour, and I glanced at the phone and found the receiver had been off that length of time, and the phone was disconnected. My anxiety, fear, and belief in interference had brought on a total eclipse of the telephone. Realizing what I had done, I commenced blessing the situation at once. I baptized its success and affirmed, "I cannot lose any call that belongs to me by divine right. I am under grace and not under law." A friend rushed out to the nearest telephone to notify the company to reconnect. She entered a crowded grocery, but the proprietor left his customers and attended to the call himself. My phone was connected at once, and 2 minutes later, I received a very important call, and about an hour afterward, the one I had been awaiting. Once ships come in over a calm sea. So long as man resists a situation, he will have it with him. If he runs away from it, it will run after him. For example, I repeated this to a woman one day, and she replied, "How true that is. I was unhappy at home. I disliked my mother, who was critical and domineering. So I ran away and was married. But I married my mother, for my husband was exactly like my mother, and I had the same situation to face again. Agree with thine adversary quickly." That means agree that the adverse situation is good. Be undisturbed by it, and it falls away of its own weight. "None of these things move me" is a wonderful affirmation. The inharmonious situation comes from some inharmony within man himself. When there is in him no emotional response to an inharmonious situation, it fades away forever from his pathway. So we see man's work is ever with himself. People have said to me, "Give treatments to change my husband or my brother." I reply, "No, I will give treatments to change you. When you change, your husband and your brother will change." One of my students was in the habit of lying. I told her it was a failure method, and if she lied, she would be lied to. She replied, "I don't care. I can't possibly get along without lying." One day, she was speaking on the phone to a man with whom she was very much in love. She turned to me and said, "I don't trust him. I know he's lying to me." I replied, "Well, you lie yourself, so someone has to lie to you, and you will be sure it will be just the person you want the truth from." Sometime after that, I saw her, and she said, "I'm cured of lying." I questioned, "What cured you?" She replied, "I have been living with a woman who lied worse than I did." One is often cured of his faults by seeing them in others. Life is a mirror, and we find only ourselves reflected in our associates. Living in the past is a failure method and a violation of spiritual law. Jesus Christ said, "Behold, now is the accepted time. Now is the day of salvation." Lot's wife looked back and was turned into a pillar of salt. The robbers of time are the past and the future. Man should bless the past and forget it if it keeps him in bondage, and bless the future, knowing it has in store for him endless joys, but live fully in the now. For example, a woman came to me complaining that she had no money with which to buy Christmas gifts. She said, "Last year was so different. I had plenty of money and gave lovely presents, and this year I have scarcely a cent." I replied, "You will never demonstrate money while you are pathetic and live in the past. Live fully in the now and get ready to give Christmas presents. Dig your ditches and the money will come." She exclaimed, "I know what to do. I will buy some tinsel twine, Christmas seals, and wrapping paper." I replied, "Do that, and the presents will come and stick themselves to the Christmas seals." This, too, was showing financial fearlessness and faith in God, as the reasoning mind said, "Keep every cent you have, as you are not sure you will get any more." She bought the seals, paper, and twine, and a few days before Christmas received a gift of several $100s. Buying the seals and twine had impressed the subconscious with expectancy and opened the way for the manifestation of the money. She purchased all the presents in plenty of time. Man must live suspended in the moment. Look well, therefore, to this day. Such is the salutation of the dawn. He must be spiritually alert, ever awaiting his leads, taking advantage of every opportunity. One day, I said continually, silently, "Infinite Spirit, don't let me miss a trick." And something very important was told to me that evening. It is most necessary to begin the day with right words. Make an affirmation immediately upon waking. For example, "Thy will be done this day. Today is a day of completion. I give thanks for this perfect day. Miracle shall follow miracle, and wonders shall never cease." Make this a habit, and one will see wonders and miracles come into life. One morning, I picked up a book and read, "Look with wonder at that which is before you." It seemed to be my message for the day, so I repeated again and again, look with wonder at that which is before you. At about noon, a large sum of money was given me, which I had been desiring for a certain purpose. In a following chapter, I will give affirmations that I have found most effective. However, one should never use an affirmation unless it is absolutely satisfying and convincing to his own consciousness, and often an affirmative is changed to suit different people. For example, the following has brought success to many. I have a wonderful work in a wonderful way. I give wonderful service for wonderful pay. I gave the first two lines to one of my students, and she added the last two. It made a most powerful statement, as there should always be perfect payment for perfect service, and a rhyme sinks easily into the subconscious. She went about singing it aloud, and soon did receive wonderful work in a wonderful way, and gave wonderful service for wonderful pay. Another student, a businessman, took it and changed the word work to business. He repeated, I have a wonderful business in a wonderful way, and I give wonderful service for wonderful pay. That afternoon, he made a $41,000 deal, though there had been no activity in his affairs for months. Every affirmation must be carefully worded and completely cover the ground. For example, I knew a woman who was in great need and made a demand for work. She received a great deal of work, but was never paid anything. She now knows to add wonderful service for wonderful pay. It is man's divine right to have plenty, more than enough. His barns should be full, and his cup should flow over. This is God's idea for man, and when man breaks down the barriers of lack in his own consciousness, the golden age will be his, and every righteous desire of his heart fulfilled. Chapter 5, the Law of Karma and the Law of Forgiveness. Man receives only that which he gives. The game of life is a game of boomerangs. Man's thoughts, deeds, and words return to him sooner or later with astounding accuracy. This is the law of karma, which is Sanskrit for comeback. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. For example, a friend told me this story of herself, illustrating the law. She said, I make all my karma on my aunt. Whenever I say to her, someone says to me. I am often irritable at home, and one day said to my aunt, who was talking to me during dinner, no more talk, I wish to eat in peace. The following day, I was lunching with a woman with whom I wished to make a great impression. I was talking animatedly when she said, no more talk, I wish to eat in peace. My friend is high in consciousness, so her karma returns much more quickly than to one on a mental plane. The more man knows, the more he is responsible for, and the person with a knowledge of spiritual law, which he does not practice, suffers greatly in consequence. The fear of the Lord, law, is the beginning of wisdom. If we read the word Lord, law, it will make many passages in the Bible much clearer. Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord, law. It is the law which takes vengeance, not God. God sees man perfect, created in his own image, imagination, and given power and dominion. This is the perfect idea of man registered in divine mind, awaiting man's recognition. For man can only be what he sees himself to be, and only attain what he sees himself attaining. Nothing ever happens without an onlooker, is an ancient saying. Man sees first his failure or success, his joy or sorrow, before it swings into visibility from the scenes set in his own imagination. We have observed this in the mother picturing disease for her child, or a woman seeing success for her husband. Jesus Christ said, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. So we see freedom from all unhappy conditions comes through knowledge, a knowledge of spiritual law. Obedience precedes authority, and the law obeys man when he obeys the law. The law of electricity must be obeyed before it becomes man's servant. When handled ignorantly, it becomes man's deadly foe. So with the laws of mind. For example, a woman with a strong personal will wished she owned a house which belonged to an acquaintance, and she often made mental pictures of herself living in the house. In the course of time, the man died, and she moved into the house. Several years afterwards, coming into the knowledge of spiritual law, she said to me, "Do you think I had anything to do with that man's death?" I replied, "Yes, your desire was so strong, everything made way for it. But you paid your karmic debt. Your husband, whom you loved devotedly, died soon after, and the house was a white elephant on your hands for years." The original owner, however, could not have been affected by her thoughts had he been positive in the truth, nor her husband, but they were both under karmic law. The woman should have said, feeling the great desire for the house, "Infinite intelligence, give me the right house, equally as charming as this, the house which is mine by divine right." The divine selection would have given perfect satisfaction and brought good to all. The divine pattern is the only safe pattern to work by. Desire is a tremendous force and must be directed in the right channels or chaos ensues. In demonstrating, the most important step is the first step to ask a right. Man should always demand only that which is his by divine right. To go back to the illustration, had the woman taken this attitude, "If this house I desire is mine, I cannot lose it. If it is not, give me its equivalent," the man might have decided to move out harmoniously, had it been the divine selection for her, or another house would have been substituted. Anything forced into manifestation through personal will is always ill-got and has ever bad success. Man is admonished, "My will be done, not thine," and the curious thing is, man always gets just what he desires when he does relinquish personal will, thereby enabling infinite intelligence to work through him. Stand ye still and see the salvation of the Lord. Law. For example, a woman came to me in great distress. Her daughter had determined to take a very hazardous trip, and the mother was filled with fear. She said she had used every argument, had pointed out the dangers to be encountered, and forbidden her to go. But the daughter became more and more rebellious and determined. I said to the mother, "You are forcing your personal will upon your daughter, which you have no right to do, and your fear of the trip is only attracting it, for man attracts what he fears." I added, "Let go and take your mental hands off. Put it in God's hands and use this statement. I put this situation in the hands of infinite love and wisdom. If this trip is the divine plan, I bless it and no longer resist. But if it is not divinely planned, I give thanks that it is now dissolved and dissipated." A day or two after that, her daughter said to her, "Mother, I have given up the trip," and the situation returned to its native nothingness. It is learning to stand still which seems so difficult for man. I will deal more fully with this law in the chapter on non-resistance. I will give another example of sowing and reaping, which came in the most curious way. A woman came to me saying she had received a counterfeit $20 bill given to her at the bank. She was much disturbed, for she said the people at the bank will never acknowledge their mistake. I replied, "Let's analyze the situation and find out why you attracted it." She thought a few moments and exclaimed, "I know it. I sent a friend a lot of stage money just for a joke. So the law had sent her some stage money, for it doesn't know anything about jokes." I said, "Now we will call on the law of forgiveness and neutralize the situation." Christianity is founded upon the law of forgiveness. Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the karmic law, and the Christ within each man is his redeemer and salvation from all inharmonious conditions. So I said, "Infinite Spirit, we call on the law of forgiveness and give thanks that she is under grace and not under law, and cannot lose this $20, which is hers by divine right. Now," I said, "go back to the bank and tell them fearlessly that it was given you there by mistake." She obeyed, and to her surprise, they apologized and gave her another bill, treating her most courteously. So knowledge of the law gives man power to rub out his mistakes. Man cannot force the external to be what he is not. If he desires riches, he must be rich first in consciousness. For example, a woman came to me asking treatment for prosperity. She did not take much interest in her household affairs, and her home was in great disorder. I said to her, "If you wish to be rich, you must be orderly. All men with great wealth are orderly, and order is heaven's first law." I added, "You will never become rich with a burnt match in the pincushion." She had a good sense of humor and commenced immediately, putting her house in order. She rearranged furniture, straightened out bureau drawers, cleaned rugs, and soon made a big financial demonstration, a gift from a relative. The woman herself became made over and keeps herself keyed up financially by being ever watchful of the external and expecting prosperity, knowing God is her supply. Many people are in ignorance of the fact that gifts and things are investments, and that hoarding and saving invariably leads to loss. There is that scattereth and yet increaseth, and there is that withholdeth more than is meet, but it tendeth to poverty. For example, I knew a man who wanted to buy a fur-lined overcoat. He and his wife went to various shops, but there was none he wanted. He said they were all too cheap-looking. At last he was shown one. The salesman said was valued at $1,000, but which the manager would sell him for $500 as it was late in the season. His financial possessions amounted to about $700. Reasoning mind would have said, "You can't afford to spend nearly all you have on a coat." But he was very intuitive and never reasoned. He turned to his wife and said, "If I get this coat, I'll make a ton of money." So his wife consented weakly. About a month later, he received a $10,000 commission. The coat made him feel so rich. It linked him with success and prosperity. Without the coat, he would not have received the commission. It was an investment paying large dividends. If man ignores these leadings to spend or to give, the same amount of money will go in an uninteresting or unhappy way. For example, a woman told me on Thanksgiving Day she informed her family that they could not afford a Thanksgiving dinner. She had the money, but decided to save it. A few days later, someone entered her room and took from the bureau drawer the exact amount the dinner would have cost. The law always stands back of the man who spends fearlessly with wisdom. For example, one of my students was shopping with her little nephew. The child clamored for a toy, which she told him she could not afford to buy. She realized suddenly that she was seeking lack and not recognizing God as her supply. So she bought the toy and on her way home picked up in the street the exact amount of money she had paid for it. Man's supply is inexhaustible and unfailing when fully trusted, but faith or trust must precede the demonstration. According to your faith, be it unto you. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. For faith holds the vision steady, and the adverse pictures are dissolved and dissipated. And in due season we shall reap if we faint not. Jesus Christ brought the good news, the gospel, that there was a higher law than the law of karma, and that law transcends the law of karma. It is the law of grace or forgiveness. It is the law which frees man from the law of cause and effect, the law of consequence, under grace and not under law. We are told that on this plane, man reaps where he has not sown. The gifts of God are simply poured out upon him. All that the kingdom affords is his. This continued state of bliss awaits the man who has overcome the race or world thought. In the world thought, there is tribulation. Jesus Christ said, "Be of good cheer. I have overcome the world." The world thought is that of sin, sickness, and death. He saw their absolute unreality and said sickness and sorrow shall pass away, and death itself, the last enemy, be overcome. We know now, from a scientific standpoint, that death could be overcome by stamping the subconscious mind with the conviction of eternal youth and eternal life. The subconscious, being simply power without direction, carries out orders without questioning. Working under the direction of the superconscious, the Christ or God within man, the resurrection of the body would be accomplished. Man would no longer throw off his body in death. It would be transformed into the body electric, sung by Walt Whitman. For Christianity is founded upon the forgiveness of sins and an empty tomb. Chapter 6, Casting the Burden. Impressing the subconscious. When man knows his own powers and the workings of his mind, his great desire is to find an easy and quick way to impress the subconscious with good, for simply an intellectual knowledge of the truth will not bring results. In my own case, I found the easiest way is in casting the burden. A metaphysician once explained it in this manner. He said, "The only thing which gives anything weight in nature is the law of gravitation. And if a boulder could be taken high above the planet, there would be no weight in that boulder. And that is what Jesus Christ meant when he said, 'My yoke is easy and my burden is light.'" He had overcome the world vibration and functioned in the fourth dimensional realm where there is only perfection, completion, life, and joy. He said, "Come to me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you, for my yoke is easy and my burden is light." We are also told in the 55th Psalm to cast thy burden upon the Lord. Many passages in the Bible state that the battle is God's, not man's, and that man is always to stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. This indicates that the superconscious mind, or Christ within, is the department which fights man's battle and relieves him of burdens. We see, therefore, that man violates law if he carries a burden, and a burden is an adverse thought or condition, and this thought or condition has its root in the subconscious. It seems almost impossible to make any headway direct to the subconscious from the conscious or reasoning mind, as the reasoning mind, the intellect, is limited in its conceptions and filled with doubts and fears. How scientific it then is to cast the burden upon the superconscious mind, or Christ within, where it is made light or dissolved into its native nothingness. For example, a woman in urgent need of money made light upon the Christ within, the superconscious, with the statement, "I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to have plenty." The belief in lack was her burden. As she cast it upon the superconscious with its belief of plenty, an avalanche of supply was the result. We read, "Christ in you, the hope of glory." Another example. One of my students had been given a new piano, and there was no room in her studio for it until she had moved out the old one. She was in a state of perplexity. She wanted to keep the old piano, but knew of no place to send it. She became desperate, as the new piano was to be sent immediately. In fact, was on its way, with no place to put it. She said it came to her to repeat, "I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free." A few moments later, her phone rang, and a woman friend asked if she might rent her old piano, and it was moved out a few minutes before the new one arrived. I knew a woman whose burden was resentment. She said, "I cast this burden of resentment on the Christ within, and I go free to be loving, harmonious, and happy." The almighty superconscious flooded the subconscious with love, and her whole life was changed. For years, resentment had held her in a state of torment and imprisoned her soul, the subconscious mind. The statement should be made over and over and over, sometimes for hours at a time, silently or audibly, with quietness but determination. I have often compared it to winding up a Victrola. We must wind ourselves up with spoken words. I have noticed in casting the burden, after a little while, one seems to see clearly. It is impossible to have clear vision while in the throes of carnal mind. Doubts and fear poison the mind and body, and imagination runs riot, attracting disaster and disease. In steadily repeating the affirmation, "I cast this burden on the Christ within and go free," the vision clears, and with it, a feeling of relief, and sooner or later, comes the manifestation of good, be it health, happiness, or supply. One of my students once asked me to explain the darkness before the dawn. I referred in a preceding chapter to the fact that often before the big demonstration, everything seems to go wrong, and deep depression clouds the consciousness. It means that out of the subconscious are rising the doubts and fears of the ages. These old derelicts of the subconscious rise to the surface to be put out. It is then that man should clap his cymbals like Jehoshaphat and give thanks that he is saved, even though he seems surrounded by the enemy. The situation of lack or disease. The student continued, "How long must one remain in the dark?" And I replied, "Until one can see in the dark. And casting the burden enables one to see in the dark." In order to impress the subconscious, active faith is always essential. Faith without works is dead. In these chapters, I have endeavored to bring out this point. Jesus Christ showed active faith when he commanded the multitude to sit down on the ground before he gave thanks for the loaves and the fishes. I will give another example showing how necessary this step is. In fact, active faith is the bridge over which man passes to his promised land. Through misunderstanding, a woman had been separated from her husband, whom she loved deeply. He refused all offers of reconciliation and would not communicate with her in any way. Coming into the knowledge of spiritual law, she denied the appearance of separation. She made this statement: "There is no separation in divine mind. Therefore, I cannot be separated from the love and companionship which are mine by divine right." She showed active faith by arranging a place for him at the table every day, thereby impressing the subconscious with a picture of his return. Over a year passed, but she never wavered. And one day, he walked in. The subconscious is often impressed through music. Music has a fourth dimensional quality and releases the soul from imprisonment. It makes wonderful things seem possible and easy of accomplishment. I have a friend who uses her Victrola daily for this purpose. It puts her in perfect harmony and releases the imagination. Another woman often dances while making her affirmations. The rhythm and harmony of music and motion carry her words forth with tremendous power. The student must remember also not to despise the day of small things. Invariably, before a demonstration come signs of land. Before Columbus reached America, he saw birds and twigs which showed him land was near. So it is with a demonstration, but often the student mistakes it for the demonstration itself and is disappointed. For example, a woman had spoken the word for a set of dishes. Not long afterwards, a friend gave her a dish which was old and cracked. She came to me and said, "Well, I asked for a set of dishes and all I got was a cracked plate." I replied, "The plate was only signs of land. It shows your dishes are coming. Look upon it as birds and seaweed." And not long afterwards, the dishes came. Continually making believe impresses the subconscious. If one makes believe he is rich and makes believe he is successful, in due time he will reap. Children are always making believe, and except ye be converted and become as little children, ye shall not enter the kingdom of heaven. For example, I know of a woman who was very poor, but no one could make her feel poor. She earned a small amount of money from rich friends who constantly reminded her of her poverty and to be careful and saving. Regardless of their admonitions, she would spend all her earnings on a hat or make someone a gift and be in a rapturous state of mind. Her thoughts were always centered on beautiful clothes and rings and things, but without envying others. She lived in the world of the wondrous, and only riches seemed real to her. Before long, she married a rich man, and the rings and things became visible. I do not know whether the man was the divine selection, but opulence had to manifest in her life, as she had imaged only opulence. There is no peace or happiness for man until he has erased all fear from the subconscious. Fear is misdirected energy, and must be redirected or transmuted into faith. Jesus Christ said, "Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith? All things are possible to him that believeth." I am asked so often by my students, how can I get rid of fear? I reply, by walking up to the thing you are afraid of. The lion takes its fierceness from your fear. Walk up to the lion and he will disappear. Run away and he runs after you. I have shown in previous chapters how the lion of lack disappeared when the individual spent money fearlessly, showing faith that God was his supply and therefore unfailing. Many of my students have come out of the bondage of poverty and are now bountifully supplied through losing all fear of letting money go out. The subconscious is impressed with the truth that God is the giver and the gift. Therefore, as one is one with the giver, he is one with the gift. A splendid statement is, "I now thank God the giver for God the gift." Man has so long separated himself from his good and his supply through thoughts of separation and lack that sometimes it takes dynamite to dislodge these false ideas from the subconscious, and the dynamite is a big situation. We see in the foregoing illustration how the individual was free from his bondage by showing fearlessness. Man should watch himself hourly to detect if his motive for action is fear or faith. Choose ye this day whom we shall serve, fear or faith. Perhaps one's fear is a personality. Then do not avoid the people feared. Be willing to meet them cheerfully, and they will either prove golden links in the chain of one's good, or disappear harmoniously from one's pathway. Perhaps one's fear is of disease or germs. Then one should be fearless and undisturbed in a germ-laden situation, and he would be immune. One can only contract germs while vibrating at the same rate as the germ, and fear drags men down to the level of the germ. Of course, the disease-laden germ is the product of carnal mind, as all thought must objectify. Germs do not exist in the superconscious or divine mind, therefore are the product of man's vain imagination. In the twinkling of an eye, man's release will come when he realizes there is no power in evil. The material world will fade away, and the fourth dimensional world, the world of the wondrous, will swing into manifestation. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. Chapter 7, Love. Every man on this planet is taking his initiation in love. A new commandment I give unto you, that ye love one another. Uspensky states in Tertia Morgana that love is a cosmic phenomenon and opens to man the fourth dimensional world, the world of the wondrous. Real love is selfless and free from fear. It pours itself out upon the object of its affection without demanding any return. Its joy is in the joy of giving. Love is God in manifestation and the strongest magnetic force in the universe. Pure, unselfish love draws to itself its own. It does not need to seek or demand. Scarcely anyone has the faintest conception of real love. Man is selfish, tyrannical, or fearful in his affections, thereby losing the thing he loves. Jealousy is the worst enemy of love, for the imagination runs riot, seeing the loved one attracted to another, and invariably these fears objectify if they are not neutralized. For example, a woman came to me in deep distress. The man she loved had left her for other women, and said he never intended to marry her. She was torn with jealousy and resentment, and said she hoped he would suffer as he had made her suffer, and added, "How could he leave me when I loved him so much?" I replied, "You are not loving that man, you are hating him," and added, "You can never receive what you have never given. Give a perfect love, and you will receive a perfect love. Perfect yourself on this man. Give him a perfect, unselfish love, demanding nothing in return, Do not criticize or condemn, and bless him wherever he is." She replied, "No, I won't bless him until I know where he is." "Well," I said, "that is not real love. When you send out real love will return to you, either from this man or his equivalent. For if this man is not the divine selection, you will not want him. As you are one with God, you are one with the love which belongs to you by divine right." Several months passed, and matters remained about the same, but she was working conscientiously with herself. I said, "When you are no longer disturbed by his cruelty, he will cease to be cruel, as you are attracting it through your own emotions." Then I told her of a brotherhood in India who never said good morning to each other. They used these words: "I salute the divinity in you." They saluted the divinity in every man, and in the wild animals in the jungle, and they were never harmed, for they saw only God in every living thing. I said, "Salute the divinity in this man, and say, I see your divine self only. I see you as God sees you, perfect, made in his image and likeness." She found she was becoming more poised and gradually losing her resentment. He was a captain, and she always called him the Cap. One day she said suddenly, "God bless the Cap wherever he is." I replied, "Now that is real love. And when you have become a complete circle and are no longer disturbed by the situation, you will have his love or attract its equivalent." I was moving at this time and did not have a telephone, so was out of touch with her for a few weeks, when one morning I received a letter saying, "We are married." At the earliest opportunity, I paid her a call. My first words were, "What happened?" "Oh," she exclaimed, "a miracle. One day I woke up and all suffering had ceased. I saw him that evening and he asked me to marry him. We were married in about a week, and I have never seen a more devoted man." There is an old saying, "No man is your enemy, no man is your friend, every man is your teacher." So one should become impersonal and learn what each man has to teach him, and soon he would learn his lessons and be free. The woman's lover was teaching her selfless love, which every man sooner or later must learn. Suffering is not necessary for man's development. It is the result of violation of spiritual law, but few people seem able to rouse themselves from their soul sleep without it. When people are happy, they usually become selfish, and automatically the law of karma is set in action. Man often suffers loss through lack of appreciation. I knew a woman who had a very nice husband, but she said often, "I don't care anything about being married, but that is nothing against my husband. I'm simply not interested in married life." She had other interests and scarcely remembered she had a husband. She only thought of him when she saw him. One day her husband told her he was in love with another woman and left. She came to me in distress and resentment. I replied, "It is exactly what you spoke the word for. You said you didn't care anything about being married, so the subconscious worked to get you unmarried." She said, "Oh yes, I see. People get what they want and then feel very much hurt." She soon became in perfect harmony with the situation and knew they were both much happier apart. When a woman becomes indifferent or critical and ceases to be an inspiration to her husband, he misses the stimulus of their early relationship and is restless and unhappy. A man came to me dejected, miserable, and poor. His wife was interested in the science of numbers and had had him read. It seems the report was not very favorable, for he said, "My wife says I'll never amount to anything because I am a 2. I replied, "I don't care what your number is. You are a perfect idea in divine mind, and we will demand the success and prosperity which are already planned for you by that infinite intelligence." Within a few weeks, he had a very fine position, and a year or 2 later, he achieved a brilliant success as a writer. No man is a success in business unless he loves his work. The picture the artist paints for love of his art is his greatest work. The pot boiler is always something to live down. No man can attract money if he despises it. Many people are kept in poverty by saying, money means nothing to me, and I have a contempt for people who have it. This is the reason so many artists are poor. Their contempt for money separates them from it. I remember hearing one artist say of another, he's no good as an artist. He has money in the bank. This attitude of mind, of course, separates man from his supply. He must be in harmony with a thing in order to attract it. Money is God in manifestation, as freedom from want and limitation, but it must be always kept in circulation and put to right uses. Hoarding and saving react with grim vengeance. This does not mean that man should not have houses and lots, stocks and bonds, for the barns of the righteous man shall be full. It means man should not hoard even the principal if an occasion arises when money is necessary. In letting it go out fearlessly and cheerfully, he opens the way for more to come in. For God is man's unfailing and inexhaustible supply. This is the spiritual attitude towards money, and the great bank of the universal never fails. We see an example of hoarding in the film production of Greed. The woman won $5,000 in a lottery, but would not spend it. She hoarded and saved, let her husband suffer and starve, and eventually she scrubbed floors for a living. She loved the money itself and put it above everything. And one night she was murdered and the money taken from her. This is an example of where love of money is the root of all evil. Money in itself is good and beneficial, but used for destructive purposes, hoarded and saved, or considered more important than love, brings disease and disaster, and the loss of the money itself. Follow the path of love, and all things are added, for God is love, and God is supply. Follow the path of selfishness and greed, and the supply vanishes, or man is separated from it. For example, I knew the case of a very rich woman who hoarded her income. She rarely gave anything away, but bought and bought and bought things for herself. She was very fond of necklaces, and a friend once asked her how many she possessed. She replied, 67. She bought them and put them away, carefully wrapped in tissue paper. Had she used the necklaces, it would have been quite legitimate, but she was violating the law of use. Her closets were filled with clothes she never wore, and jewels which never saw the light. The woman's arms were gradually becoming paralyzed from holding on to things, and eventually she was considered incapable of looking after her affairs, and her wealth was handed over to others to manage. So man, in ignorance of the law, brings about his own destruction. All disease, all unhappiness, come from the violation of the law of love. Man's boomerangs of hate, resentment, and criticism come back laden with sickness and sorrow. Love seems almost a lost art, but the man with the knowledge of spiritual law knows it must be regained, for without it, he has become as sounding brass and tinkling cymbals. For example, I had a student who came to me month after month to clean her consciousness of resentment. After a while, she arrived at the point where she resented only one woman, but that one woman kept her busy. Little by little, she became poised and harmonious, and one day, all resentment was wiped out. She came in radiant and exclaimed, "You can't understand how I feel. The woman said something to me, and instead of being furious, I was loving and kind, and she apologized and was perfectly lovely to me. No one can understand the marvelous lightness I feel within." Love and goodwill are invaluable in business. For example, a woman came to me complaining of her employer. She said she was cold and critical and knew she did not want her in the position. "Well," I replied, "salute the divinity in the woman and send her love." She said, "I can't, she's a marble woman." I answered, "You remember the story of the sculptor who asked for a certain piece of marble? He was asked why he wanted it, and he replied, because there is an angel in the marble. And out of it, he produced a wonderful work of art." She said, "Very well, I'll try it." A week later, she came back and said, "I did what you told me to. and now the woman is very kind and took me out in her car. People are sometimes filled with remorse for having done someone an unkindness, perhaps years ago. If the wrong cannot be righted, its effect can be neutralized by doing someone a kindness in the present. This one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind, and reaching forth unto those things which are before. Sorrow, regret, and remorse tear down the cells of the body and poison the atmosphere of the individual. A woman said to me in deep sorrow, "Treat me to be happy and joyous, for my sorrow makes me so irritable with the members of my family that I keep making more karma." I was asked to treat a woman who was mourning for her daughter. I denied all belief in loss and separation and affirmed that God was the woman's joy, love, and peace. The woman gained her poise at once, but sent word by her son not to treat any longer because she was so happy it wasn't respectable. So mortal mind loves to hang on to its griefs and regrets. I knew a woman who went about bragging of her troubles, so of course she always had something to brag about. The old idea was if a woman did not worry about her children, she was not a good mother. Now we know that mother fear is responsible for many of the diseases and accidents which come into the lives of children. For fear pictures vividly the disease or situation feared, and these pictures objectify, if not neutralize. Happy is the mother who can say sincerely that she puts her child in God's hands and knows therefore that he is divinely protected. She, in this way, throws about him a great aura of protection. For example, a woman awoke suddenly in the night, feeling her brother was in great danger. Instead of giving into her fears, she commenced making statements of truth, saying, "Man is a perfect idea in divine mind, and is always in his right place. Therefore, my brother is in his right place, and is divinely protected." The next day, she found that her brother had been in close proximity to an explosion in a mine, but had miraculously escaped. So man is his brother's keeper in thought, and every man should know that the thing he loves dwells in the secret place of the Most High, and abides under the shadow of the Almighty. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling. Perfect love casteth out fear. He that feareth is not made perfect in love, and love is the fulfilling of the law. Chapter 8, Intuition or Guidance. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. There is nothing too great of accomplishment for the man who knows the power of his word, and who follows his intuitive leads. By the word, he starts in action unseen forces and can rebuild his body or remold his affairs. It is therefore of the utmost importance to choose the right words, and the student carefully selects the affirmation he wishes to catapult into the invisible. He knows that God is his supply, that there is a supply for every demand, and that his spoken word releases this supply. Ask, and ye shall receive. Man must make the first move. Draw nigh to God, and he will draw nigh to you. I have often been asked just how to make a demonstration. I reply, speak the word, and then do not do anything until you get a definite lead. Demand the lead, saying, "Infinite Spirit, reveal to me the way. Let me know if there is anything for me to do." The answer will come through intuition or hunch, a chance remark from someone, or a passage in a book, etc., etc. The answers are sometimes quite startling in their exactness. For example, a woman desired a large sum of money. She spoke the words, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate supply. Let all that is mine by divine right now reach me in great avalanches of abundance." Then she added, "Give me a definite lead. Let me know if there is anything for me to do." The thought came quickly. Give a certain friend who had helped her spiritually $100. She told her friend, who said, "Wait and get another lead before giving it." So she waited, and that day met a woman who said to her, I gave someone $1 today. It was just as much for me as it would be for you to give someone 100. This was indeed an unmistakable lead, so she knew she was right in giving the $100. It was a gift which proved a great investment, for shortly after that, a large sum of money came to her in a remarkable way. Giving opens the way for receiving. In order to create activity in finances, one should give. Tithing, or giving 1/10 of one's income, is an old Jewish custom and is sure to bring increase. Many of the richest men in this country have been tithers, and I have never known it to fail as an investment. The 10th part goes forth and returns blessed and multiplied. But the gift or tithe must be given with love and cheerfulness, for God loveth a cheerful giver. Bills should be paid cheerfully. All money should be sent forth fearlessly and with a blessing. This attitude of mind makes man master of money. It is his to obey, and his spoken word then opens vast reservoirs of wealth. Man himself limits his supply by his limited vision. Sometimes the student has a great realization of wealth, but is afraid to act. The vision and action must go hand in hand, as in the case of the man who bought the fur-lined overcoat. A woman came to me asking me to speak the word for a position. So I demanded, Infinite Spirit, open the way for this woman's right position. Never ask for just a position. Ask for the right position, the place already planned in divine mind, as it is the only one that will give satisfaction. I then gave thanks that she had already received, and that it would manifest quickly. Very soon, she had 3 positions offered her, 2 in New York and 1 in Palm Beach, and she did not know which to choose. I said, ask for a definite lead. The time was almost up and was still undecided when one day she telephoned. When I woke up this morning, I could smell Palm Beach. She had been there before and knew its balmy fragrance. I replied, well, if you can smell Palm Beach from here, it is certainly your lead. She accepted the position, and it proved a great success. Often, one's lead comes at an unexpected time. One day, I was walking down the street when I suddenly felt a strong urge to go to a certain bakery a block or 2 away. The reasoning mind resisted, arguing, there is nothing there that you want. However, I had learned not to reason, so I went to the bakery, looked at everything, and there was certainly nothing there that I wanted. But coming out, I encountered a woman I had thought of often, and who was in great need of the help which I could give her. So often, one goes for one thing and finds another. Intuition is a spiritual faculty and does not explain, but simply points the way. A person often receives a lead during a treatment. The idea that comes may seem quite irrelevant, but some of God's leadings are mysterious. In the class one day, I was treating that each individual would receive a definite lead. A woman came to me afterwards and said, while you were treating, I got the hunch to take my furniture out of storage and get an apartment. The woman had come to be treated for health. I told her I knew in getting a home of her own, her health would improve. And I added, I believe your trouble, which is a congestion, has come from having things stored away. Congestion of things causes congestion in the body. You have violated the law of use, and your body is paying the penalty. So I gave thanks that divine order was established in her mind, body, and affairs. People little dream of how their affairs react on the body. There is a mental correspondence for every disease. A person might receive instantaneous healing through the realization of his body being a perfect idea in divine mind, and therefore whole and perfect. But if he continues his destructive thinking, hoarding, hating, fearing, condemning, the disease will return. Jesus Christ knew that all sickness came from sin, but admonished the leper after the healing to go and sin no more, lest a worse thing come upon him. So man's soul, or subconscious mind, must be washed whiter than snow. For permanent healing, and the metaphysician is always delving deep for the correspondence. Jesus Christ said, condemn not, lest ye also be condemned. Judge not, lest ye be judged. Many people have attracted disease and unhappiness through condemnation of others. What man condemns in others, he attracts to himself. For example, a friend came to me in anger and distress because her husband had deserted her for another woman. She condemned the other woman and said continually she knew he was a married man and had no right to accept his attentions. I replied, stop condemning the woman, bless her, and be through with the situation. Otherwise, you are attracting the same thing to yourself. She was deaf to my words, and a year or two later became deeply interested in a married man herself. Man picks up a live wire whenever he criticizes or condemns, and may expect a shock. Indecision is a stumbling block in many a pathway. In order to overcome, make the statement repeatedly. I am always under direct inspiration. I make right decisions quickly. These words impress the subconscious, and soon one finds himself awake and alert, making his right moves without hesitation. I have found it destructive to look to the psychic plane for guidance, as it is the plane of many minds and not the one mind. As man opens his mind to subjectivity, he becomes a target for destructive forces. The psychic plane is the result of man's mortal thought and is on the plane of opposites. He may receive either good or bad messages. The science of numbers and the reading of horoscopes keep man down on the mental or mortal plane, for they deal only with the karmic path. I know of a man who should have been dead years ago, according to his horoscope, but he is alive and a leader of one of the biggest movements in this country for the uplift of humanity. It takes a very strong mind to neutralize a prophecy of evil. The student should declare, every false prophecy shall come to naught. Every plan my Father in heaven has not planned shall be dissolved and dissipated. The divine idea now comes to pass. However, if any good message has ever been given one, of coming happiness or wealth, harbor and expect it, and it will manifest sooner or later through the law of expectancy. Man's will should be used to back the universal will. I will that the will of God be done. It is God's will to give every man every righteous desire of his heart, and man's will should be used to hold the perfect vision without wavering. The prodigal son said, I will arise and go to my father. It is indeed often an effort of the will to leave the husks and swine of mortal thinking. It is so much easier for the average person to have fear than faith, so faith is an effort of the will. As man becomes spiritually awakened, he recognizes that any external inharmony is the correspondence of mental inharmony. If he stumbles or falls, he may know he is stumbling or falling in consciousness. One day, a student was walking along the street condemning someone in her thoughts. She was saying mentally, that woman is the most disagreeable woman on earth, when suddenly 3 Boy Scouts rushed around the corner and almost knocked her over. She did not condemn the Boy Scouts, but immediately called on the law of forgiveness and saluted the divinity in the woman. Wisdom's way are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. When one has made his demands upon the universal, he must be ready for surprises. Everything may seem to be going wrong, when in reality it is going right. For example, a woman was told that there was no loss in divine mind, therefore she could not lose anything which belonged to her. Anything lost would be returned, or she would receive its equivalent. Several years previously, she had lost $2,000. She had loaned the money to a relative during her lifetime, but the relative had died, leaving no mention of it in her will. The woman was resentful and angry, and as she had no written statement of the transaction, she never received the money, so she determined to deny the loss and collect the $2,000 from the Bank of the Universal. She had to begin by forgiving the woman, as resentment and unforgiveness closed the doors of this wonderful bank. She made this statement, I deny loss. There is no loss in divine mind. Therefore, I cannot lose the $2,000 which belong to me by divine right. As one door shuts, another door opens. She was living in an apartment house which was for sale, and in the lease was a clause stating that if the house was sold, the tenants would be required to move out within 90 days. Suddenly, the landlord broke the leases and raised the rent. Again, injustice was on her pathway, but this time she was undisturbed. She blessed the landlord and said, "As the rent has been raised, it means that I'll be that much richer, for God is my supply." New leases were made out for the advanced rent, but by some divine mistake, the 90 days clause had been forgotten. Soon after, the landlord had an opportunity to sell the house. On account of the mistake in the new leases, the tenants held possession for another year. The agent offered each tenant $200 if he would vacate. Several families moved. 3 remained, including the woman. A month or 2 passed, and the agent again appeared. This time he said to the woman, "Will you break your lease for the sum of $1,500? It flashed upon her. Here comes the $2,000. She remembered having said to friends in the house, "We will act together if anything more is said about leaving." So her lead was to consult her friends. These friends said, "Well, if they've offered you $1,500, they will certainly give $2,000. So she received a check for $2,000 for giving up the apartment. It was certainly a remarkable working of the law, and the apparent injustice was merely opening the way for her demonstration. It proved that there is no loss, and when man takes his spiritual stand, he collects all that is his from this great reservoir of good. I will restore to you the years the locusts have eaten. The locusts are the doubts, fears, resentments, and regrets of mortal thinking. These adverse thoughts alone rob man, for no man gives to himself but himself, and no man takes away from himself but himself. Man is here to prove God and to bear witness to the truth, and he can only prove God by bringing plenty out of lack and justice out of injustice. Prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it. Chapter 9. Perfect self-expression, or the divine design. No wind can drive my bark astray, nor change the tide of destiny. There is for each man perfect self-expression. There is a place which he is to fill, and no one else can fill, something which he is to do, which no one else can do. It is his destiny. This achievement is held a perfect idea in divine mind, awaiting man's recognition. As the imaging faculty is the creative faculty, it is necessary for man to see the idea before it can manifest. So man's highest demand is for the divine design of his life. He may not have the faintest conception of what it is, for there is possibly some marvelous talent hidden deep within him. His demand should be, Infinite Spirit, open the way for the divine design of my life to manifest. Let the genius within me now be released. Let me see clearly the perfect plan. The perfect plan includes health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. This is the square of life, which brings perfect happiness. When one has made this demand, he may find great changes taking place in his life, for nearly every man has wandered far from the divine design. I know in one woman's case, it was as though a cyclone had struck her affairs, but readjustments came quickly, and new and wonderful conditions took the place of old ones. Perfect self-expression will never be labor, but of such absorbing interest that it will seem almost like play. The student knows also, as man comes into the world financed by God, the supply needed for his perfect self-expression will be at hand. Many a genius has struggled for years with the problem of supply, when his spoken word and faith would have released quickly the necessary funds. For example, after the class one day, a man came to me and handed me a cent. He said, I have just 7 cents in the world, and I'm going to give you 1, for I have faith in the power of your spoken word. I want you to speak the word for my perfect self-expression and prosperity. I spoke the word and did not see him again until a year later. He came in one day, successful and happy, with a roll of yellow bills in his pocket. He said, immediately after you spoke the word, I had a position offered me in a distant city and am now demonstrating health, happiness, and supply. A woman's perfect self-expression may be in becoming a perfect wife, a perfect mother, a perfect homemaker, and not necessarily in having a public career. Demand definite leads, and the way will be made easy and successful. One should not visualize or force a mental picture. When he demands the divine design to come into his conscious mind, he will receive flashes of inspiration and begin to see himself making some great accomplishment. This is the picture or idea he must hold without wavering. The thing man seeks is seeking him. The telephone was seeking Bell. Parents should never force careers and professions upon their children. With a knowledge of spiritual truth, the divine plan could be spoken for early in childhood or prenatally. A prenatal treatment should be, let the God in this child have perfect expression. Let the divine design of his mind, body, and affairs be made manifest throughout his life, throughout eternity. God's will be done, not man's. God's pattern, not man's pattern, is the command we find running through all the scriptures. And the Bible is a book dealing with the science of the mind. It is a book telling man how to release his soul, or subconscious mind, from bondage. The battles described are pictures of man waging war against mortal thoughts. On man's foes shall be they of his own household. Every man is Jehoshaphat, and every man is David, who slays Goliath, mortal thinking, with a little light stone, faith. So man must be careful that he is not the wicked and slothful servant who bury his talent. There is a terrible penalty to be paid for not using one's ability. Often, fear stands between man and his perfect self-expression. Stage fright has hampered many a genius. This may be overcome by the spoken word or treatment. The individual then loses all self-consciousness and feels simply that he is a channel for infinite intelligence to express itself through. He is under direct inspiration, fearless and confident, for he feels that it is the Father within him who does the work. A young boy came often to my class with his mother. He asked me to speak the word for his coming examinations at school. I told him to make the statement, I am one with infinite intelligence. I know everything I should know on this subject. He had an excellent knowledge of history, but was not sure of his arithmetic. I saw him afterwards, and he said, I spoke the word for my arithmetic and passed with the highest honors, but thought I could depend on myself for history and got a very poor mark. Man often receives a setback when he is too sure of himself, which means he is trusting to his personality and not the Father within. Another one of my students gave me an example of this. She took an extended trip abroad one summer, visiting many countries where she was ignorant of the languages. She was calling for guidance and protection every minute, and her affairs went smoothly and miraculously. Her luggage was never delayed nor lost. Accommodations were always ready for her at the best hotels, and she had perfect service wherever she went. She returned to New York. Knowing the language, she felt God was no longer necessary, so looked after her affairs in an ordinary manner. Everything went wrong. Her trunks delayed amid inharmony and confusion. The student must form the habit of practicing the presence of God every minute. In all thy ways, acknowledge him. Nothing is too small or too great. Sometimes, an insignificant incident may be the turning point in a man's life. Robert Fulton, watching some boiling water simmering in a tea kettle, saw a steamboat. I have seen a student often keep back his demonstration through resistance or pointing the way. He pins his faith to one channel only and dictates just the way he desires the manifestation to come, which brings things to a standstill. My way, not your way, is the command of infinite intelligence. Like all power, be it steam or electricity, it must have a non-resistant engine or instrument to work through, and man is that engine or instrument. Over and over again, man is told to stand still. O Judah, fear not, but tomorrow go out against them, for the Lord will be with you. You shall not need to fight this battle. Set yourselves, stand ye still, and see the salvation of the Lord with you. We see this in the incidents of the $2,000 coming to the woman through the landlord when she became non-resistant and undisturbed, and the woman who won the man's love after all suffering had ceased. The student's goal is poise. Poise is power, for it gives God power a chance to rush through man, to will and to do its good pleasure. Poised, he thinks clearly and makes right decisions quickly. He never misses a trick. Anger blurs the visions, poisons the blood, is the root of many diseases, and causes wrong decision leading to failure. It has been named one of the worst sins, as its reaction is so harmful. The student learns that in metaphysics, sin has a much broader meaning than in the old teaching. Whatsoever is not of faith is sin. He finds that fear and worry are deadly sins. They are inverted faith, and through distorted mental pictures bring to pass the thing he fears. His work is to drive out these enemies from the subconscious mind. When man is fearless, he is finished. Maeterlinck says that man is God-afraid. So as we read in the previous chapters, man can only vanquish fear by walking up to the thing he is afraid of. When Jehoshaphat and his army prepared to meet the enemy, singing praise the Lord, for his mercy endureth forever, they found their enemies had destroyed each other, and there was nothing to fight. For example, a woman asked a friend to deliver a message to another friend. The woman feared to give the message, as the reasoning mind said, "Don't get mixed up in this affair. Don't give that message." She was troubled in spirit, for she had given her promise. At last she determined to walk up to the lion and call on the law of divine protection. She met the friend to whom she was to deliver the message. She opened her mouth to speak it, when her friend said, "So-and-so has left town." This made it unnecessary to give the message, as the situation depended upon the person being in town. As she was willing to do it, she was not obliged to. As she did not fear, the situation vanished. The student often delays his demonstration through a belief in incompletion. He should make this statement: in divine mind, there is only one completion. Therefore, my demonstration is completed. My perfect work, my perfect home, my perfect health. Whatever he demands are perfect ideas registered in divine mind and must manifest under grace in a perfect way. He gives thanks he has already received on the invisible and makes active preparation for receiving on the visible. One of my students was in need of a financial demonstration. She came to me and asked why it was not completed. I replied, "Perhaps you were in the habit of leaving things unfinished, and the subconscious has gotten into the habit of not completing, as the without, so the within." She said, "You are right. I often begin things and never finish them. I'll go home and finish something I commenced weeks ago, and I know it will be symbolic of my demonstration." So she sewed assiduously, and the article was soon completed. Shortly after, the money came in a most curious manner. Her husband was paid his salary twice that month. He told the people of their mistake, and they sent word to keep it. When man asks believing, he must receive, for God creates his own channels. I have been sometimes asked, suppose one has several talents, how is he to know which one to choose? Demand to be shown definitely. Say, "Infinite Spirit, give me a definite lead. Reveal to me my perfect self-expression. Show me which talent I am to make use of now." I have known people to suddenly enter a new line of work and be fully equipped with little or no training. So make the statement, I am fully equipped for the divine plan of my life, and be fearless in grasping opportunities. Some people are cheerful givers, but bad receivers. They refuse gifts through pride or some negative reason, thereby blocking their channels, and invariably find themselves eventually with little or nothing. For example, a woman who had given away a great deal of money had a gift offered her of several $1,000s. She refused to take it, saying she did not need it. Shortly after that, her finances were tied up, and she found herself in debt for that amount. Man should receive gracefully the bread returning to him upon the water. Freely ye have given, freely ye shall receive. There is always the perfect balance of giving and receiving, and though man should give without thinking of returns, he violates law if he does not accept the returns which come to him. For all gifts are from God, man being merely the channel. A thought of lack should never be held over the giver. For example, when the man gave me the 1 cent, I did not say, poor man, he cannot afford to give me that. I saw him rich and prosperous, with his supply pouring in. It was this thought which brought it. If one has been a bad receiver, he must become a good one and take even a postage stamp if it is given him, and open up his channels for receiving. The Lord loveth a cheerful receiver as well as a cheerful giver. I have often been asked why one man is born rich and healthy and another poor and sick. Where there is an effect, there is always a cause. There is no such thing as chance. This question is answered through the law of reincarnation. Man goes through many births and deaths until he knows the truth which sets him free. He is drawn back to the earth plane through unsatisfied desire to pay his karmic debts or to fulfill his destiny. The man born rich and healthy has had pictures in his subconscious mind in his past life of health and riches, and the poor and sick man of disease and poverty. Man manifests on any plane the sum total of his subconscious beliefs. However, birth and death are man-made laws, for the wages of sin is death, the Adamic fall in consciousness through the belief in 2 powers. The real man, spiritual man, is birthless and deathless. He never was born and has never died. As he was in the beginning, he is now and ever shall be. So through the truth, man is set free from the law of karma, sin, and death, and manifests the man made in his image and likeness. Man's freedom comes through fulfilling his destiny, bringing into manifestation the divine design of his life. His Lord will say unto him, Well done, thou good and faithful servant. Thou hast been faithful over a few things. I will make thee ruler over many things, death itself. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord, eternal life. Chapter 10, Denials and Affirmations. Thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. All the good that is to be made manifest in man's life is already an accomplished fact in divine mind, and is released through man's recognition or spoken word. So he must be careful to decree that only the divine idea be made manifest, for often he decrees through his idle words failure or misfortune. It is therefore of the utmost importance to word one's demands correctly, as stated in a previous chapter. If one desires a home, friend, position, or any other good thing, make the demand for the divine selection. For example, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right home, my right friend, my right position. I give thanks it now manifests under grace in a perfect way. The latter part of the statement is most important. For example, I knew a woman who demanded $1,000. Her daughter was injured, and they received $1,000 indemnity, so it did not come in a perfect way. The demand should have been worded in this way. Infinite Spirit, I give thanks that the $1,000 which is mine by divine right is now released and reaches me under grace in a perfect way. As one grows in a financial consciousness, he should demand that the enormous sums of money, which are his by divine right, reach him under grace in perfect ways. It is impossible for man to release more than he thinks is possible, for one is bound by the limited expectancies of the subconscious. He must enlarge his expectancies in order to receive in a larger way. Man so often limits himself in his demands. For example, a student made the demand for $600 by a certain date. He did receive it, but heard afterwards that he came very near receiving $1,000, but he was given just $600 as the result of his spoken word. They limited the Holy One of Israel. Wealth is a matter of consciousness. The French have a legend giving an example of this. A poor man was walking along a road when he met a traveler who stopped him and said, "My good friend, I see you are poor. Take this gold nugget, sell it, and you will be rich all your days." The man was overjoyed at his good fortune and took the nugget home. He immediately found work and became so prosperous that he did not sell the nugget. Years passed and he became a very rich man. One day, he met a poor man on the road. He stopped him and said, "My good friend, I will give you this gold nugget, which if you sell, will make you rich for life." The mendicant took the nugget, had it valued, and found it was only brass. So we see the first man became rich through feeling rich, thinking the nugget was gold. Every man has within himself a gold nugget. It is his consciousness of gold, of opulence, which brings riches into his life. In making his demands, man begins at his journey's end. That is, he declares he has already received. "Before ye call, I shall answer." Continually affirming establishes the belief in the subconscious. It would not be necessary to make an affirmation more than once if one had perfect faith. One should not plead or supplicate, but give thanks repeatedly that he has received. The desert shall rejoice and blossom as the rose. This rejoicing, which is yet in the desert state of consciousness, opens the way for release. The Lord's Prayer is in the form of command and demand. "Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors," and ends in praise, "For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Concerning the works of my hands, command ye me." So prayer is command and demand, praise and thanksgiving. The student's work is in making himself believe that with God, all things are possible. This is easy enough to state in the abstract, but a little more difficult when confronted with a problem. For example, it was necessary for a woman to demonstrate a large sum of money within a stated time. She knew she must do something to get a realization, for realization is manifestation, and she demanded a lead. She was walking through a department store when she saw a very beautiful pink enamel paper cutter. She felt the pull towards it. The thought came, "I haven't a paper cutter good enough to open letters containing large checks." So she bought the paper cutter, which the reasoning mind would have called an extravagance. When she held it in her hand, she had a flash of a picture of herself opening an envelope containing a large check, and in a few weeks, she received the money. The pink paper cutter was her bridge of active faith. Many stories are told of the power of the subconscious when directed in faith. For example, a man was spending the night in a farmhouse. The windows of the room had been nailed down, and in the middle of the night, he felt suffocated and made his way in the dark to the window. He could not open it, so he smashed the pane with his fist, drew in drafts of fine, fresh air, and had a wonderful night's sleep. The next morning, he found he had smashed the glass of a bookcase, and the window had remained closed during the whole night. He had supplied himself with oxygen simply by his thought of oxygen. When a student starts out to demonstrate, he should never turn back. Let not that man who wavers think that he shall receive anything of the Lord. A student once made this wonderful statement: "When I ask the Father for anything, I put my foot down and I say, 'Father, I'll take nothing less than I've asked for, but more. So man should never compromise. Having done all, stand. This is sometimes the most difficult time of demonstrating. The temptation comes to give up, to turn back, to compromise. He also serves who only stands and waits. Demonstrations often come at the 11th hour because man then lets go, that is, stops reasoning, and infinite intelligence has a chance to work. Man's dreary desires are answered drearily, and his impatient desires long delayed or violently fulfilled. For example, a woman asked me why it was she was constantly losing or breaking her glasses. We found she often said to herself and others with vexation, "I wish I could get rid of my glasses." So her impatient desire was violently fulfilled. What she should have demanded was perfect eyesight, but what she registered in the subconscious was simply the impatient desire to be rid of her glasses, so they were continually being broken or lost. Two attitudes of mind cause loss. Depreciation, as in the case of the woman who did not appreciate her husband, or fear of loss, which makes a picture of loss in the subconscious. When a student is able to let go of his problem, cast his burden, he will have instantaneous manifestation. For example, a woman was out during a very stormy day and her umbrella was blown inside out. She was about to make a call on some people whom she had never met, and she did not wish to make her first appearance with a dilapidated umbrella. She could not throw it away, as it did not belong to her. So in desperation, she exclaimed, "Oh God, you take charge of this umbrella. I don't know what to do." A moment later, a voice behind her said, "Lady, do you want your umbrella mended?" There stood an umbrella mender. She replied, "Indeed I do." The man mended the umbrella while she went into the house to pay her call, and when she returned, she had a good umbrella. So there is always an umbrella mender at hand on man's pathway when one puts the umbrella or situation in God's hands. One should always follow a denial with an affirmation. For example, I was called on the phone late one night to treat a man whom I had never seen. He was apparently very ill. I made the statement, "I deny this appearance of disease. It is unreal, therefore cannot register in his consciousness. This man is a perfect idea in divine mind, pure substance expressing perfection." The next morning he was much better, and the following day out attending to his business. There is no time or space in divine mind. Therefore the word reaches instantly its destination and does not return void. I have treated patients in Europe and have found that the result was instantaneous. I am asked so often the difference between visualizing and visioning. Visualizing is a mental process governed by the reasoning or conscious mind. Visioning is a spiritual process governed by intuition or the superconscious mind. The student should train his mind to receive these flashes of inspiration and work out the divine pictures through definite leads. When a man can say, "I desire only that which God desires for me," his false desires fade from the consciousness, and a new set of blueprints is given him by the master architect, the God within. God's plan for each man transcends the limitation of the reasoning mind, and is always the square of life, containing health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. Many a man is building for himself in imagination a bungalow when he should be building a palace. If a student tries to force a demonstration through the reasoning mind, he brings it to a standstill. "I will hasten it," saith the Lord. He should act only through intuition or definite leads. Rest in the Lord and wait patiently. Trust also in him, and he will bring it to pass. I have seen the law work in the most astonishing manner. For example, a student stated that it was necessary for her to have $100 by the following day. It was a debt of vital importance which had to be met. I spoke the word, declaring spirit was never too late and that the supply was at hand. That evening, she phoned me of the miracle. She said that the thought came to her to go to her safety deposit box at the bank to examine some papers. She looked over the papers, and at the bottom of the box was was a new $100 bill. She was astounded and said she knew she had never put it there, for she had gone through the papers many times. It may have been a materialization, as Jesus Christ materialized the loaves and fishes. Man will reach the stage where his word is made flesh, or materialized instantly. The fields ripe with the harvest will manifest immediately, as in all of the miracles of Jesus Christ. There is a tremendous power alone in the name Jesus Christ. It stands for truth made manifest. He said, "Whatsoever ye ask the Father in ye name, he will give it to you." The power of this name raises the student into the fourth dimension, where he is freed from all astral and psychic influences, and he becomes unconditioned and absolute, as God himself is unconditioned and absolute. I have seen many healings accomplished by using the words in the name of Jesus Christ. Christ was both person and principle, and the Christ within each man is his Redeemer and salvation. The Christ within is his own fourth dimensional self, the man made in God's image and likeness. This is the self which has never failed, never known sickness or sorrow, was never born, and has never died. It is the resurrection and the life of each man. No man cometh to the Father save by the Son, means that God, the universal, working on the place of the particular, becomes the Christ in man, and the Holy Ghost means God in action. So daily, man is manifesting the Trinity of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Man should make an art of thinking. The master thinker is an artist, and is careful to paint only the divine designs upon the canvas of his mind. And he paints these pictures with masterly strokes of power and decision, having perfect faith that there is no power to mar their perfection, and that they shall manifest in his life the ideal made real. All power is given man through right thinking to bring his heaven upon his earth, and this is the goal of the game of life. The simple rules are fearless faith, non-resistance, and love. May each reader be now freed from that thing which has held him in bondage through the ages, standing between him and his own, and know the truth which makes him free. Free to fulfill his destiny, to bring into manifestation the divine design of his life, health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. Denials and affirmations. For prosperity. God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. For right conditions. Every plan my Father in heaven has not planned shall be dissolved and dissipated, and the divine idea now comes to pass. For right conditions. Only that which is true of God is true of me, for I and the Father are one. For faith. As I am one with God, I am one with my good, for God is both the giver and the gift. I cannot separate the giver from the gift. For right conditions. Divine love now dissolves and dissipates every wrong condition in my mind, body, and affairs. Divine love is the most powerful chemical in the universe and dissolves everything which is not of itself. For health. Divine love floods my consciousness with health, and every cell in my body is filled with light. For eyesight. My eyes are God's eyes. I see with the eyes of spirit. I see clearly the open way. There are no obstacles on my pathway. I see clearly the perfect plan. For guidance. I am divinely sensitive to my intuitive leads and give instant obedience to thy will. For the hearing. My ears are God's ears. I hear with the ears of spirit. I am non-resistant and am willing to be led. I hear glad tidings of great joy. for right work. I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give a perfect service for perfect pay. For freedom from all bondage. I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free. The Life Power and How to Use It by Elizabeth Town. Read by Sarah Partridge. Originally published by Elizabeth Town in 1906. This recording is a production of Master Key Society for the purpose of research, study, and discussion. The Cloudmaker tells us the world is wrong and is bound in an evil fetter. But the Blue Sky Man comes bringing a song of hope that shall make it better. And the toilers, hearing his voice, behold the sign of a glad tomorrow, whose hands are heaped with the purest gold, of which each heart may borrow. Nixon Waterman. To William E. Town, who has helped me to know the truth, I dedicate these pages. The truth is large. No man hath seen the whole. Larger than words, it brooks not the control of argument and of distinctions nice. No age or creed can hold it, no device of speech or language, no syllogism. Truth is the sun, and reason is the prism you lift before it, whence the light is thrown in various colors. Each man takes his own. If this man takes the red as you the blue, is yours the whole, and is his truth not true? Spirit is truth, howe'er the colors fall. The fact comes back to spirit, after all. Samuel Valentine Cole. To see the beauty of the world, and hear the rising harmony of growth, whose shade of undertone is harmonized decay. To know that love is life, that blood is one and rushes to the union, that the heart is like a cup athirst for wine of love. Who sees and feels this meaning utterly, the wrong of law, the right of man, the natural truth, partaking not of selfish aims, withholding not the word that strengthens and the hand that helps, who wants and sympathizes with the pettiest life and loves all things and reaches up to God with thanks and blessing. He alone is living. John Boyle O'Reilly. Chapter 1. Methuselah and the Sun. The sun gives forth to us heat and light rays, without which this old world could never be. Glory to warmth and light, which are power and wisdom shed upon us. But there is likewise a third kind of ray shed by old soul, whose mission we may not so readily bless. The sun's actinic rays are death-dealing. They cause disintegration, decomposition. There are people who declare that time was when a great canopy of vapor hung over the earth and revolved with it, as Jupiter's vapory canopies now do, and that this vapory canopy kept off almost completely the actinic rays, while it emitted light and heat rays. Thus, they account for Adam's and Methuselah's great ages, and they say that unless this vapory canopy is again formed around our earth to ward off these death-dealing rays, we shall never attain immortality in the flesh. They claim that as heat and light rays are power and wisdom, so the actinic rays are the devil of the Bible, the destroyer. And they believe that before man can be saved, the destroyer must be cast into outer darkness, shut out by that sheltering canopy of vapor. An interesting and apparently plausible theory, is it not? But there are facts yet to be reckoned with. It is true that if a great watery veil spread itself over the earth today, there might be no more death. But neither could there be growth. Every form of life would continue as it is, wrinkles, gray hair, and all. Why? Because there must be dissolution of old forms before there can be new ones made with that material. Take a photo plate as an instance. Here is a glass surface covered with a delicate gelatin. Expose it in a dark room under a red light, and you can see just what it looks like. Hold it there as long as you please, and it still looks the same. Now, shut it into the black camera and sally forth on pleasure bent. The delicate film is undisturbed, but you come to a beautiful bit of woodland you want to snap. You turn your focus upon it, and one little snap of a second's duration transforms that gelatin surface. Just for one instant of time, you let in those actinic rays, and then all was darkness again inside the camera. Now back you go into the dark room and turn up the red light, by which you see again your beautiful bit of woodland, reproduced on that delicate gelatin surface. If you let in a bit of daylight, your picture would be gone in a wink. The delicate gelatin would be pied in an attempt to reproduce whatever it faced. But you don't let in the light of day. You fix your bit of beautiful woodland by dipping the plate in a solution which hardens the particles of gelatin to the glass. Henceforth, the light cannot affect that gelatin. The picture you have, but life, progress, change, possibilities are gone from the delicate gelatin forever. But if you could live forever under a red light, you would not need to fix your negative. It would forever retain that picture. And if you continue to live under the red light, you might as well throw away your camera and plates. You could never take another picture, and you wouldn't need such amusement either, not for long. A few days in the red light, and you would be sick, and a few more days, and you would go mad. Finally, nature would fix you, and there would be no more change. I wonder if scientists have ever tried keeping a dead form hermetically sealed under red glass. The cutting off of the actinic rays ought to arrest decay and facial change. You see, the actinic rays, the devil or destroying rays of the sun, are absolutely essential to all change in the photoplate. Probably the actinic rays soften and separate the atoms of the gelatin, which are immediately polarized into the form of the scene it faces in the light and heat rays. Without the softening action of the actinic rays, the gelatin could not take the form of the scene it faces, and without the light and heat rays, it could not see and feel the scene. Even if the actinic rays were present, it takes the trinity of rays, light, heat, and actinic, to produce a photograph negative. It is said that all inventions are but clumsy copies of mechanisms found in the human body and brain, that man contains on a microscopic scale all the inventions ever thought of, or that ever will be thought of. This is another way of saying that man is the microcosm, the universe the macrocosm. Victor Hugo expresses the same truth when he says man is an infinite little copy of God. The entire photographing process goes on in body and brain. Not a thought or sight but is photographed upon some tiny cell. Not a cell but may be cleaned of that impression, resensitized and given another impression. Perhaps cells are immortal, as science claims. If so, every cell must have undergone this cleaning, resensitizing, and rephotographing process countless billions of times, with countless possibilities ahead. And in every one of these picturings and repicturings, the actinic rays are utterly indispensable. So I cannot believe that the immortality of anything but a marble statue is dependent upon the cutting off of the sun's actinic rays. To be sure, the actinic rays cause dissolution, but dissolution merely precedes resolution. Dissolution gives light and heat, wisdom and love power a chance to produce yet higher forms. Blessed be the destroying rays. Blessed be nature's devil, for he but clears the way for God himself, and cleans up and rearranges the rubbish after God has passed. But when the race was in its childhood, it looked upon the work done by these actinic rays, and fear was born. It saw things die. It saw destruction in the path of the wind, and like any child, it imagined evil things. It personified the destroying power as Diablos, the devil, which means destroyer. It saw also the building, growing principle in nature and imagined a builder. But being a child, it drew the childish conclusion that destroyer and builder worked eternally against each other, that they were enemies. You see, that was before the race had conceived the idea that two could work together. It was every man savage for himself and the devil take the hindmost. So the baby race began to love the builder, God, and dislike and fear the destroyer, and in its ignorance it personified both. But here and there a clear seer arose who glimpsed the truth. God spoke through Isaiah, saying, "Behold, I make peace and I create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things." Solomon said the Lord creates evil for the day of evil. And every seer of every Bible has tried to make clear the oneness, the all-wisdom, all-power, all-presence of God. All life is one. The Son is God manifest. The destroyer belongs to the Trinity and can no more be dispensed with than can the other two members, wisdom and love power. And you may rest assured the destroyer touches only that which needs dissolution, that it may be transmuted. Has anything gone out of your life? Have you lost that which you esteemed dear? Grieve not. It has been destroyed or taken away to make place for yet higher things. God gives and God takes away in answer to your own highest desires. The destroyer is but cleaning the plate for a more beautiful picture. Be still and know that all things are working for the manifestation of your deepest desires. Work with things, not against them. Chapter 2, Threefold Being. Man is a three-strata being instead of a two-strata one, as Thompson J. Hudson theorizes. The obvious stratum is commonly called conscious or objective mind. This is the surface mind, the everyday mind, the mind we use in our waking hours. Then there is the subconscious mind. The subconscious or subjective mind is the stratum of mind which receives the knowledge and wisdom which is passed through the conscious mind. The subconscious stratum of mind holds the habits and instincts formed in some time and place in and by the conscious mind. Sub means under. The subconscious mind lies under the conscious mind, as the depths of the lake lie under the surface. But there is a third layer of mind which lies within and beyond both conscious and subconscious mind, and whose workings Hudson confounds with those of the subconscious mind. This may be called, for the lack of a better name, the superconscious mind, the mind above conscious mind, the mind above consciousness. This superconscious mind is what we call God, out of which comes all wisdom. Conscious mind is the point of contact between what we have already learned in this and previous states of existence and a limitless reservoir of truth yet to be learned. Conscious mind is like unto the surface of a lake. Subconscious mind is like the depths of the lake. Every drop which has at some time been on the surface and is liable at any time to be recalled there. But superconscious mind is like the rains of heaven and the streams from snow-clad heights, whence the lake is perpetually replenished. That which we already know, which we do by instinct, rests in the subconscious mind, ever ready to be recalled to the conscious mind. The conscious mind has to do with that which we are now learning. Superconscious mind contains all wisdom, knowledge, and power. In it, we live and move and have our being, and from it, we are able to call by aspiration and inspiration whatsoever we would know. The visible universe, as it is the subconscious and conscious mind of God. It represents what has been thought out of the universal reservoir of truth, but it is only a taste of the wonderful supplies still awaiting our aspiration and inspiration. Think of all the wonderful discoveries and inventions of the last 60 years, all thought out of that great universal reservoir, and eye have not seen nor ear heard the glories that yet await us in the great superconscious realm. Mrs. Bain illustrates individuality and solidarity by a star-shaped diagram. Each point of the star represents a person, a formed character. In other words, it represents the subconscious or habit self, the nature of the person. The center of the star represents God, the universal mind, with which every person is one on the unseen side. Looking at the points alone, there is diversity, separateness. But looking from the center outward toward the points, we see that points and center are all one, with no separating lines. Now imagine a line cutting each point off from the center. An imaginary line, not a real one, and you will have a fair illustration of the conscious mind. The conscious mind lies between the personality and the universality of each of us, between the human and the divine of each, between what has been realized and that limitless reservoir of beauties waiting to be realized. Look at the star from the center, and you will see that each point is simply a little bay projecting outward from the center. So each individuality is an inlet of God, each individual mind an inlet of divine mind. And conscious mind is the imaginary line where personal mind and divine mind meet. You can readily see that one's conscious mind then would be filled with personality or divinity according as he looks down and is occupied with the physical being, or looks up and aspires toward the universal part of himself, the God part. Now imagine the center of the star as being fluid, ever-living, and always free. And think of the points as being nearly solid, partially fixed. Imagine the points as containing water of life so muddy with false beliefs that it continually deposits along its edges layers of mud, ever hardening, with the water growing thicker and the beaches ever widening. Thus will you perceive the difference between personality and universality. Now imagine the conscious mind endowed with will. Note that when it turns toward the point of the star, toward the material part of itself, it becomes tense with anxiety and thus shuts off the point from the center, preventing a free play of the currents of life through the star point, the personality. So the personality dries up, literally. This is the process by which we grow old. Then imagine the conscious mind turned in faith and love toward the center of life. Think, with this broader vision and knowledge of life, how lightly it would hold the things of personality, of that little point of personality, knowing that the personality is only a little inlet of divinity, and that the broad opening between the two is always open, that personality exists as a result of ever-flowing currents of divinity, and that only his own grasping and straining can hinder the currents. Knowing all this, conscious mind turns away from the already realized personality and throws wide the opening into the great center of all life. Thus, conscious mind looks up, not down, and comes into his kingdom of love, wisdom, power. This is inspiration and aspiration. Yes, you may receive what you will, provided you call upon the superconscious mind, the one mind over all. Whatsoever you can ask this mind, believing you receive, you shall have. When you can't ask in faith, it is usually because you have not dwelt enough with the thought of God, the divine self of all creation. When we dwell much in the thought of personality, things, materiality, then God seems faint and far away and impotent, and we can't believe we shall receive what we ask. We need daily periods for withdrawing from the physical life and dwelling upon the thought of our oneness with omniscience, omnipotence, omnipresence, and our oneness with each other. Thus does faith grow. Aspiration and inspiration become our mental habit, and the waters of life flow freely through us. The one Spirit will guide you in all the affairs of life, and you are safe only when following its promptings. If you would know the Spirit's leadings, measure your impulses by the golden rule, for the Spirit is love to all. Chapter 3, Soul, Mind, and Body. If there is an individual soul that leaves the body in death, as most of us suppose, then this individual soul must be an organization of cell souls, just as the body is an organization of cells. The The body is referred to as the shell, the husk, the house we live in, the temple. In leaving the body, then, only the coarser elements are sloughed off and left as dead, while the soul of every cell ascends, still organized in the individual soul, and the body cells disintegrate because the soul no longer holds them together. This agrees with the statement of theosophy that there is an astral body within the material body, which is like the material body but more beautiful. Many persons claim to have seen this astral body leave its temple. Perhaps Paul meant this when he spoke of two bodies. It seems reasonable to suppose that this spiritual body carries within it all knowledge gained in this state of being, and that in a new incarnation, the older experiences are forgotten, just as 1,000 things are forgotten every day of our lives, things which at some future time we may recall. The thing was there, in our subconsciousness, all the time. It simply did not affect us strongly enough to make us think about it. A child's interest in this incarnation keeps in the background of subconsciousness its memories of past lives. If it wanted to hard enough and thought about it enough, it could recall incidents in previous generations just as it can recall an incident of yesterday or last year, which it has temporarily forgotten. Many people claim to have recalled past states of existence by desire and concentration, and many claim to have flashes of remembrance without any special desire or intention. And the Society for Psychical Research has on record many strange cases of dual or many-sided personality, etc., which seem to confirm this conception of soul and body. It seems to me that the soul is the naked life force which is one with spirit, that material experiences are the matrices by which the life force, our soul force, is formed and organized into individuality, and that we shed the material parts of the body as fast as we can. Just as in the lower forms of life, shells are discarded when backbones appear, the shell protecting and molding the life form until it is sufficiently formed and organized to do without the shell. When the physical body becomes too stiff and unyielding a form for the growing mind or soul, then it is discarded, and it looks as if the soul, through growth and attraction, steps into a new incarnation where the material at hand will afford it a better matrix. As long as the body is alive and yielding, responding readily to the developing organization of the individual, the soul keeps changing in its matrix. Its body, day by day, is needed, but a stiff, too rigid and old-style matrix or body has to be discarded in whole for a new one. From the soul the body form doth take, and when the body becomes inadequate to express the soul growth, it is sloughed off altogether. The body, astral and material, is the storage of the past experiences and the wisdom organized through those experiences. The objective mind in the brain is the surface of this storage, the doorway by which all this wisdom and knowledge entered into individual organization. The brain is the switchboard by which we are able to use this store of wisdom and knowledge at will. The objective mind governs and directs not only the switchboard, but all the sub-stores with which it connects. The objective mind also connects with the universal storehouse of wisdom upon which it draws by what we call intuition. It is through this connection with the universal that we are enabled to rise higher than our source of subconscious wisdom and knowledge gained in previous incarnations. In order to grow, we need the superconscious wisdom, which is all. Just as by desire and concentration we can recall the knowledge and wisdom gained in previous incarnations, so by desire and concentration directed toward the universal, the infinite, we call to us yet greater wisdom and knowledge than any yet realized. The body, which disintegrates after death, is a mere collection of cell cocoons from which the organized cell souls have flown to new states of being. With its soul, the body loses its feeling, the atoms disintegrating, each becoming what it was before, simply a bit of dead matter, which is not dead at all. The atoms of matter are just the same after death as before, but the organizing and informing spirit and soul, spirit or soul, for there is no dividing line between them, has departed, leaving each atom to live its little life again without relation to other atoms. Without this organizing spirit to draw and hold the atoms together, they fall apart. ashes to ashes. The cell is the unit organization of the body, each cell clothed with many atoms. The soul of the cell leaves it, just as the soul leaves the body as a whole. That the astral body is an organization of cell souls, just as the physical body is an organization of cells, I have no present doubt. And it looks reasonable to me to suppose that the soul or astral body carries within it all the records of all the individual's experiences since the beginning of time. That with every generation and experience, this astral grows in wisdom and knowledge and beauty of character. I see no reason to doubt. And by the power of universal attraction, it is drawn in each reincarnation to the exact parentage and condition it needs to help its growth in grace. To life, the force behind the man, intellect, is a necessity, because without it he blunders into death. Just as life, after ages of struggle, evolved that wonderful bodily organ, the eye, so that the living organism could see where it was going and what was coming to help or threaten it, and thus avoid 1,000 dangers that formerly slew it. So it is evolving today a mind's eye that shall see not the physical world, but the purpose of life, and thereby enable the individual to work for that purpose instead of thwarting and baffling it by setting up short-sighted personal aims as at present. Even as it is, only one sort of man has ever been happy, has ever been universally respected among all the conflicts of interests and illusions. I sing not arms and the hero, but the philosophic man, he who seeks in contemplation to discover the inner will of the world, in invention to discover the means of fulfilling that will, and in action to do that will by the so discovered means. Bernard Shaw. Chapter 4. How to Aim. Without definiteness of aim, nothing can be accomplished. With too definite an aim, very little can be accomplished. This is the paradox of all accomplishment. It looks hard, but it is in reality very easy, so easy that a child lives it. The key to the problem is this: no man liveth unto himself, and none dieth unto himself. We are all members one of another. All creation moves to one far-off divine event, the definite details of which no human being has yet grasped. Perhaps none ever will grasp it, for how can the hand or the foot conceive the structure and purposes of the whole body? There is a universal aim, which includes and impels all individual aims. There is one great intelligence, one spirit, one purpose actuating every human being. The plan of salvation is not a mere superstitious myth. There certainly is a plan, a divine event, which we are all working at, whether we know it or not. There is a divine ideal beckoning us, every one. Glimpses of it are caught even by the fool who hath said in his heart there is no God, no oneness of life and purpose. As our bodies are all members of God's body, so our ideals are members of the universal ideal. Our aims are members of the universal aim. Your hand may understand and define its impulse to grasp or release, but can it understand and define your aim and purpose, which gave it the impulse? We can imagine the hand understanding its own movements, but can it understand your movements and purposes? The hand says, I want to grasp this, but can it in any sense understand your purpose, which made it want to grasp? So you say, I want to paint pictures, or I want to make money, or I want to teach school, or I want to be a homekeeper and mother, or I want to build bridges. But can you tell why you want to do these things or others? Can you define the great I want, of which your I want is but an outcropping? Can you see the universal ideal, of which your ideal is a detail? No. You can see your individual I want, but the universal I want is too large for you to take in from your point of view. Did you ever say to yourself, I want to be a bridge builder? Then after you had become a successful bridge builder, did you find yourself rather disgusted with the bridge business? Did you find yourself saying, I want to be a painter instead of a bridge builder? And you couldn't imagine why your wants wouldn't stay satisfied with bridge building. Can you imagine the hand being disgusted because after it had grasped the book a while, it found itself wanting to let go? Of course, the hand would not understand why it could not remain constant to its first desire. It would not see the reason for letting go. So with us members of the stupendous whole, universal purpose and desire play through us. We know we want this and we don't want that. When we are on the animal plane, we simply gratify our wants when we can, and are satisfied until another want impels us. By and by, we begin to reason about our wants. We call some of them good and gratify them if we can. We call some of them bad and fight them with all our puny might, and are correspondingly unhappy. In both cases, we fail to see why we want what we want. When after we have learned to build bridges, we find ourselves wanting to paint pictures, we resist the desire and keep on building bridges. Then, if the universal purpose really wants us to stop building bridges and make pictures, it keeps on impelling us in a new direction until we finally find a way to get into painting. If we are too stubborn, the universal I want gets us out of the way and raises up our sons and daughters to paint the pictures. It is like this. In response to the universal I want, you have taught your good right hand to thread needles and sew until it can almost do it in the dark. All the nerves and brains and muscles in your fingertips have learned that little trick. Now, in response to a new universal I want, you decide that that good right hand of yours is to learn to run scales on the piano. You sit down at the piano, place your hand in position, and impel it to strike the notes. But this sort of thing is entirely new to your fingers. Every little muscle is stiff. Every nerve and every tiny bit of finger brain protests that it can't run scales. It doesn't know how. Its work is sewing. It can't. So there. You say to yourself, how stiff my fingers are, and how rebellious. They won't mind me at all. But you keep on sending your want, your will into them. Practice long hours every day. And by you find your fingers have learned the new trick and can do it without special thought and will from you. You kept pouring your want into that hand until it became the hand's want and will. From working against your want, the hand has come to work with it and by it. Why did you do it? Because the universal I want kept pouring itself into you until you took up the practice. Just as you poured the I want on into your hands until they too wanted to do it and did it. Were your fingers extra rebellious? Did they fight and get tangled up and imitate each other's movements? Then what did you do with them? You kept them at it, and you kept them at it a great deal longer time than you would if they had been more obedient fingers. You kept them practicing until they learned to do the work willingly, with interest, artistically. Then you gave them beautiful things to play with instead of hard things to work at. Of course, the beautiful things to play with are all made up of the very same sort of things your fingers have been working hard at. But the monotony of repetition is all gone from the beautiful play. It is joy to play. It is hard work to practice scales. But without all those scales, there can never be a satisfying play. In practice, we learn by repetition to do well and gracefully one thing at a time. In play, we string all these movements together in a satisfying play of joy and praise. We hope for the perfection of action, which alone makes satisfying play possible. Therefore, we keep practicing. The harder our fingers rebel, the longer and more persistently we keep them at it. That is all. Now, the universal I want keeps us at things in precisely the same way. The universal is working out a glorious ideal of perfect play, wherein every member of itself shall be shining, obedient, supple enough to play with grace and full joy the music of the spheres. You and I, being more or less stiff and disobedient and dense, have to be kept in our practices until we learn to do them right. We say, oh, if I could only get into my right niche, but I seem to be held here in spite of all I can do. We say we don't like the sort of drudgery we are condemned to. There must be something wrong with the universe, or with economic or family conditions, or we would not have to drudge at one kind of thing when we are fitted for something else or want to do something else. Our fingers cry out in the same way when we keep them in the scales. Oh, they cry. Why are we compelled to this dreary, commonplace repetition when our souls long for beautiful harmonies? You see, it never occurs to them that they are compelled to this commonplace scale practice because they long for beautiful harmonies and happy play. And it doesn't occur readily to you and to me that we are held to our dishwashing, our business routine, our bridge building, because our souls long for greater things. But it is so. The perfection of large ideals can never be attained except through perfection of detail. And through the dishwashing, business routine, bridge building, we are perfecting the details of self-command, of body and brain control, which will enable us to play the great harmonies our souls already feel. The great things we feel and desire without being able to express them comprise the universal ideal at which every soul is aiming, whether or not he knows it. The perfection of this great ideal we see as through smoked glass, darkly. We get all sorts of half views of it and spend a lot of time squabbling about it. But not one of us really knows even a tiny part of the glory and beauty and joy of that universal ideal, which includes and actuates all our personal ideals. It doth not yet appear what we shall be, but we know that when the great ideal does appear, we shall all have our places in the joy of its beauty. For every one of us will have had his place and done his part in working out that ideal. The universal ideal is gently urging us on to ineffable good, but none of us can conceive the details of the good which is yet to appear. We are all hoping and working for this indeterminate good, as Hanford Henderson calls it. It constitutes our large ideal, which includes all our lesser, fleeting ideals and even our passing wishes and longings. It is with our large ideals that definiteness of aim is a mistake. An indeterminate good necessitates a general aim. It will not do to say, I know exactly where the blossoms will appear when the earth blossoms as a rose, and I know exactly the day they will appear. Therefore, will I till only those exact spots and get my ascension robes ready for that exact hour. The man who is so dead sure of his great aim will sooner or later, like Perkins and Quincy Adams Sawyer, find himself perched on the ridgepole with his white robes flapping in the cold night and his goods in somebody else's possession. When one is too sure of the far-off divine event, he muddles the present opportunity for hastening that event. Wisdom is before him that hath understanding, but the eyes of a fool are at the ends of the earth. The man who is too sure of the indeterminate good misses the present good. The man who aims at the great good which he cannot hit misses the little goods near at hand which need to be hit. What should we think of a hunter who aimed only at big game beyond his gun's reach, while small game gambled at his feet? We'd think of a fool who deserved to starve to death, of course. We miss our chances by straining after the big game beyond our reach. The great ideal should have our faith rather than our aim. Aim only at that which is within reach, and trust the big things to time and the spirit. You stand in the now. Keep your aim for the things of the now. Thus will your aim gain accuracy, and you will be ready for the great things when they shall at last appear in the now. Where are you now? Are you building bridges? Then aim to build this one better than any other was ever built. Aim to improve your work now. Aim to enjoy it all, for only as joy brightens you can you see how to better your work and methods. And proficiency in bridge building means freedom to follow your next ideal. The greater your proficiency, the nearer the top you get, and the more money you get for your work. And the more money you have, the more time you can take for working out your next ideal. In proportion as you are progressively proficient at your work, your money stream will increase. In proportion as you enjoy your work, you will grow in efficiency and money. The drudge is held to his work because he does not put into it the love and interest and joy necessary to make him progressively proficient. He says lack of money keeps him from getting into a new line of work. That is it exactly. The universal spirit which urges us on keeps the money away from us until we have gained in this thing the proficiency needed to fit us for other work. Are you building bridges and at the same time aiming to paint pictures? And are you too poor to drop the bridge building and devote all your time to painting pictures? Then I say unto you, have faith in your desire to paint pictures, for your desire is an outcropping of universal desire, and is certain to find its satisfaction. Your desire is the desire of omnipotence, omniscience, which will in no wise disappoint itself. All desires shall be fulfilled in the fullness of time. Would you hasten the time? Then have faith in your desire, but aim at the bridge building. Do better and better the work you find to do until the way opens to a new line of work. And do every detail of your bridge building as if it were the painting of the greatest picture. Think you that accuracy of observation, delicacy of touch, harmony of thought, and power of expression are gained only by dabbling paint on a canvas with a camel's hairbrush? No. Bridge building has its place in training a great painter. Put your soul into it while you are held to it, and give it its full chance to do the work. Have faith in your desire to paint pictures, but aim your energies at the bridge you are building now. Keep your faith high, your aim true, and verily, in an hour when you least expect it, the way will open from bridge building to picture painting. Where are the cowards who bow down to environment, who think they are made of what they eat and must conform to the bed that they lie in? I am not wax. I am energy. Like the whirlwind and waterspout, I twist my environment into my form, whether it will or not. What is it that transmutes electricity into auroras, and sunlight into rainbows, and soft flakes of snow into stars, and adamant into crystals, and makes solar systems of nebulae? Whatever it is, I am its cousin german. I too have my ideas to work out, and the universe is given me for raw material. I am a signet, and I will put my stamp upon the molten stuff before it hardens. What allegiance do I owe to environment? I shed environments for others as a snake sheds its skin. The world must come my way, slowly if it will, but still my way. I am a vortex launched in chaos to suck it into shape. Ernest Crosby. Chapter 5, The Substance of Things. To a certain extent, I have been benefited by these teachings. In some ways, they do not appear to have a very practical result. It is possible to concentrate and obtain small things, but any real change in surroundings seems to be quite dependent upon circumstances entirely outside my own will. H.B. Thus writes a short-sighted and faithless one. Faithless because of her short-sightedness. Another woman who has observed the same things writes thus: if I see no great results now, I know it is because I am working for large things. Life concentrates on mushroom and grows it in a night, but an oak requires 20 years of concentration. A woman concentrates on a good dinner, a bit of sewing, the control of her tongue for an hour, $5 for a new hat, the cure of a headache, and success crowns each effort. These are little things, the mushrooms of an hour, used shortly and soon forgotten. The same woman concentrates for a complete change in disposition or environment, for anything, in fact, which seems a long way off from present conditions. Now, if she is a short-sighted woman, she has little or no faith in anything which she cannot see, hear, taste, smell, or feel. She can see, taste, and smell a mushroom, so she believes in it. She could see an oak and believe in that, but she cannot see the acorn growing underground. Therefore, she has no faith that there is an oak growing. And if there is already a little oak in sight, she cannot see it grow, no matter how steadily she looks at it. Therefore, she fears the oak is not growing. But the far-seeing woman is different. She sees through things. She feels the intangible. She hears, smells, and tastes that which moves upon the face of the deep and brings forth things. She touches the true substance, that which stands under of things which are to be. Her faith rests in invisible life. The other woman's faith rests only in the visible things which life has made. To say that HB has no faith would be an untruth. Every living being is full of faith, or he could not live. Faith is in the atmosphere, and we live by using it, just as a fish lives by using the water. Faith springs eternal in every human breast, fed from the universal source. To talk of one's little faith or one's much faith is like talking of the earth's squareness. Every soul lives by faith, and plenty of it. But he lives by faith in what? There's the rub. Until we emerge from sense of materiality, and no one has as yet got more than his nose above these muddy waters, we live by faith in things seen, smelled, tasted, heard, and felt. These are the only things we are familiar with. To them we pin our faith and pride ourselves upon our good sense, reason, and lack of superstition. I can't believe in anything unless I can see it, is our self-satisfied cry. You can't fool me with your religious hocus-pocus, nor with your rabbit's foot and horseshoe and four-leaved clover. I can see no connection between a rabbit's foot and your good luck. Therefore, I know no connection exists. I can see no big God on a great white throne. Consequently, I know none exists. Show me your God. Show me the string which connects the four-leaved clover to your good luck, and I'll put my faith in it. The material one reckons without his unseen host. By and by, the unseen begins to juggle with him. His beautiful plans, every step of which he could plainly see, are blown awry. He can't see why. The things in which he had such faith begin to totter and tumble about his ears. He can't see why. Reluctantly, he begins to see that there are mighty forces he can't see. His whole beautiful material world begins to dance to strings he can't see. Ah, so there are things he can't see, hear, smell, taste, or feel. They may be a fearful and chaotic jumble. They seem to be, but they are there. After all, his certainty that he could see, smell, hear, taste, and feel the whole thing. And he begins to reach out toward these unseen things. He peers and peers into the darkness and stillness, and as he peers, his faiths gradually loosen their hold upon the old visible things and begin to reach out into the darkness and silence. He sends his faiths groping, feeling their way through the invisible, always seeking the strings to which visible things have been dancing and tumbling. At first, all is darkness, but by and by, faith gets its tentacles around something unseen. Ah, there is something which disposes what man proposes, an unseen, untasted, unheard, unsmelt, unfelt something. A terrible something it may be, but still a something, all-powerful, all-present. He has sent his feelers into the invisible and touched God, the soul, the life principle, which makes and unmakes, gives and takes away, all those little things to which he was wont to pin his faiths. The next thing is to find out the nature of this mighty something whose home is in the invisible. But how find out the nature of the unseen? Not by touch, taste, smell, sight, or hearing, not at first anyway, but by its fruits you may know a tree to be good or bad. By its fruits you may know the invisible powers to be beneficent or malefic. And the material one is familiar with fruits, with things. He built such beautiful things himself, so he ought to be a judge of the fruits of labor. The fruits of his labor were all good. He knows they were. Only the great unseen had not spoiled them all. Oh, the labors of the unseen brought his own good efforts to naught. The unseen must be a terrible and evil power. Its fruits are destruction of his own good buildings. He fears this great unseen power to which his faiths are beginning to pin themselves. But wait, good is beginning to rise from the ashes of his ruins. This so terrible calamity is turning out a blessing. New and greater things are forming to take the places of the lost fruits, and they are good. Oh, this great unseen works in terrifying mystery, but its fruits are good. Now he is ready to come unto God. He begins to see the unseeable things, and his faiths tendril them. Those who would come unto him must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. Those who would understand and feel and use the invisible forces must believe that they are, and that they reward those who diligently seek to understand and use them. The unseen things move the visible world. The material one, being pinned by his faiths to the things of the world, is moved as the world is moved. He is a mere puppet in the hands of the unseen powers. As he looses the faiths which bound him to the world rack and sends his faith tendrils into the unseen, he becomes one with the powers which pull the world strings. Faith is the substance, the underlying and creating principle of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. The material one's faith is pinned to things already seen. Therefore, his creative principle is poured into the thing already created. Then life juggles and tumbles things until the material one's faiths are torn loose from their material moorings and go feeling out into the unseen for new things to cling to. When the whole bunch of visible things has failed us, when houses, lands, money, friends, and even fathers and mothers and brothers and sisters have gone back on us, what is there left to pin our faiths to? And without something to have faith in, how could we live at all? We couldn't live without faiths to steady us. Witness the suicides and the deaths from broken hearts. And if all visible things have failed us, if our faiths are broken loose from fathers, mothers, brothers, friends, houses, and lands, where else can our faiths take hold again except in the region of the unseen? The region where the wind bloweth whither it listeth, and thou canst hear the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh nor whither it goeth. The region of substance, of creative power. It seems very terrible to have our faiths broken loose from fathers, mothers, brothers, friends, houses, and lands, but it is good for us, as time always proves. Broken loose from the effects of creative energy, our faiths reach out into the unseen and tendril the very energy itself. From a state of oneness with things, we evolve a new being at one with the creative power within things. What are the unseen things to which our torn faiths begin to attach themselves? Our faith itself is unseen, the substance of things hoped for, the substantial evidence of things not yet seen. What do we hope for that we have not yet seen? First of all, we hope for peace, another of the substantial unseen things. We hope for love, the most substantial of unseen things. Oh, if we had but peace and love, we could count all else well lost. And behold, by unseen faith tendrils, our bruised faiths attach themselves to the unseen substance of peace and love. Wisdom is an unseen substance. Our unseen faiths attach themselves to the unseen source of wisdom. Thought is unseen. Our faiths, torn loose from things, begin to reach out into the unseen realm of thought. Ideals are unseen things. Our faiths, torn loose from the already realized, begin to tendril the unseen ideals. The race's ideals, the family ideals, and lastly, our individual ideals. Our unseen faiths become one with these unseen ideals, and through these little faith tendrils, we begin literally to draw the ideal down into our physical being and out into the visible world. Through our faith tendrils, the ideal is literally expressed, pressed out into visibility. When our faiths were attached to material things, the material things, being negative to us, sucked us dry. Now our faith tendrils reach upward to the unseen ideal realm of real substance to which we are negative, And by the same law of dynamics, it is we who draw the life, draw it from the unseen realm of real life substance. Of ourselves, we could do nothing. The things to which our faiths attached us sucked us dry of power, and the unseen powers finally tore us loose. But now that we are tendrilled by our faiths to the unseen, the Father in us and through us doeth the works of rightness that bring peace. And behold, we are filled with the unseen power, and through our faith in the unseen, we pass on the fruits of the Spirit, which are love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, meekness, faith, temperance. And being filled with the power of the unseen, we pass on the fruits of the Spirit to fathers, mothers, brothers, friends, houses, lands. Pass it on in every act of life and in every breath we take. We breathe out that which through our faith tendrils the great unseen breathes into us. Then, behold, that which is written comes to pass. Ye shall have 100-fold more houses and lands and fathers and mothers and brothers in this present time. You shall have them to use it well. While you were attached by your faiths to things, they used you. Now you use them. Pin your faiths to the unseen things and let patience have her perfect work. So shall you realize your heart's full desire. Let things rock as they will. Let facts be stubborn and conditions hard if need be. Never mind them. To mind them is to pin your faiths to them. Mind the unseen things. Pin your faiths to your ideals. Flout facts and hard conditions. Believe in the unseen. Train your faiths upward. Whatsoever ye desire, believe that ye receive, and you shall surely have it. If it is a mushroom, expect it in a night. If you desire a great oak, give it time to grow. In due time, perhaps in an hour when you least expect it, it will surely appear. The one thing needful is to pin your little faiths to the unseen source of all things. Believe in the great unseen part of yourself and the universal. Chapter 6. To get at the substance. All desirable and as yet unexpressed things are in the silence waiting to be drawn into expression through aspiration and inspiration. Of course, one can aspire and inspire anywhere and under almost any conditions. I remember one great aspiration of mine, which was satisfied whilst I was sitting in a crowded streetcar with folks standing in front of me and others clinging to the running board. The things of the silence are everywhere present, permeating solid things as the X-rays do. All creation cannot hinder a man communing with the unseen at any time and in any place. All creation cannot hinder him except as he lets it. But that is the trouble. He lets it interfere unless he is in almost agonizing earnest about the unseen things. That momentous hour on the crowded streetcar came after weeks of most earnest seeking, after weeks of almost constant concentrating on this one thing I wanted to receive from the unseen. I was so absorbed in that one subject that the crowds were as nothing to me. In order to get anything, wisdom, power, love, from the silence, one's whole interest must be absorbed in the matter. Your interest is like the plate in a camera. It receives impressions only from that upon which it is turned, and the camera must be held steadily in one position until the impression is received. The human camera receives impressions from the unseen in exactly the same way that it receives impressions from the seen world, but it takes a longer time to receive a complete impression from the unseen, just as it takes a longer time to get a good negative in the dark. The unseen is the dark to us, hence the long time it often takes to get a complete impression of anything we desire to receive in the silence. It takes longer exposure to get the impression. Concentration is merely the steady exposure of the attention, the interest to the thing we desire to realize to make tangible. Now the busy person, The person who is interested in 1,000 things keeps his interest so busy taking instantaneous photographs that he has no time to get impressions from the unseen. His mind is constantly flitting from one thing to another. When it happens to turn toward the unseen, it simply sweeps the dark quickly and comes back to earth again without an impression. Instead of a steady aspiration toward the ideal, there is a constant perspiration toward the real. As there is nothing new under the sun, the only progress made is around and around the same old things. The only real relief from things as they are lies in the unseen. The only way to get at the relief is to concentrate on the unseen things. In order to do this, the attention must be called away from seen things. The mind must be set on things above and kept set until the renewing is complete. People who are not yet satisfied that the visible world does not and cannot satisfy will see no need of going into the silence on set occasions. And there is another class who are apt to see no need of it, the class whose concentration on the invisible is so constant that material things assume the subordinate relation. These are people who have got the truth by coming up through great tribulation, who have run the gamut of things and found the principle behind things. And almost invariably, if not always, I have never heard an exception, these are people who have tried nearly every method of spiritual culture extant, have practiced fasting and prayer, breath exercises, denials and affirmations, and treatments and concentrations of every conceivable kind. Martin Luther was one of these, and at last, when he had tried everything else and was crawling up the church steps on all fours, he found the truth. Immediately he arose, repudiated all his good works as unavailing, and went about praising and preaching that not by works but by faith we are healed. 8 or 10 years ago, I heard Paul Millets, who had worked for years at all manner of spiritual, mental, and breath exercising, repudiating all as unnecessary. Not any of these things avails you, he said, and others who have found the truth reiterate the same statement. And yet, every one of them has found the truth through those very practices. If Martin Luther had stopped short of crawling up those church steps as his own seeking spirit bade him, he would never have found the truth. If Millets, Sheldon, Burnell et al. Had left out one of their practices, they would still be seeking. The spirit in every man bids him to do things and refrain from doing other things in order to save himself from something or other. Is this universal urge only a lie? No. These concentration exercises are kindergarten methods by which we learn to use ourselves. When by practice we have learned how, we discard the kindergarten methods. What was gained by self-conscious effort becomes habit. We turn intuitively to the unseen, whereas we used to turn to it only by conscious effort, by special practices. But why repudiate the practices? Why tell others who are trying to learn how that their efforts are all useless? By practices we found a way. Why discourage practice? There are people who as yet are wrapped up in the material. There are those who are wrapped up in the unseen. Neither of these are in present need of set times for concentrating upon the unseen, the ideal side of life. But there is a third great middle class who are not absorbed in the already manifest world and who want to be one with the unseen world of causation. To these I say, follow the example of all the adepts of all the ages. Practice concentration. To all who want to accomplish something, I say, go into the silence regularly for power and wisdom to accomplish. To those whose interests are mainly the material world, but who want to understand and be deeply interested in the unseen world, from whence come all things, to those I say, go into the silence at regular periods every day. To all humanity who are longing for something, I say, all things are in the silence. Be still and know. Chapter 7, The Spirit and the Individual. I was washing my breakfast dishes one morning when it occurred to me to go to visit a friend who lived several miles away. I did my work and started to dress for my journey when there came over me such a feeling of depression or despondency or gloom that I could not understand. I kept on getting ready all the time, trying to reason away the feeling, but it would not go. Finally, I got my hat on and one glove, started for the door, when such a heaviness came over me that I turned back into my room and sat down saying, God, I want to know what the meaning is of all this. The answer came loud, strong, and firm. Stay at home. I stayed, and taking off my hat, gloves, and cape, I felt so light I seemed to walk on air. At the time, I supposed the voice, I call it voice for want of a more definite term, had told me to stay at home because someone was coming to me for help. This was my first year as a teacher and healer. But not a soul came that day, nor that night, and the thought flitted through my mind that perhaps it was all nonsense after all, and I might as well have gone. Well, the outcome was that the train I would have taken met with a fearful accident in which many were killed or badly injured. This is only one of many similar experiences I have had. I do not stop to reason out things. The world has tried for 1900 years to follow reason, and look at the outcome. I follow my intuition, and it never fails me. Flora P. Howard, Los Angeles, California. One's reason is not a thing to be belittled and denied. It is his crowning glory, created for use. But it is not all the wisdom a man has access to, nor is it the greatest. The man who exalts his understanding above the wisdom of the rest of creation and uncreation is a fool and sure to come to grief. But he who rejoices in his personal understanding or reason as the means by which he taps the source of all wisdom is in a fair way to profit by his own intelligence and the universal intelligence besides. Everybody knows his foresight is not so good as his hindsight. He has demonstrated the fact many a time, by as many little tumbles off his high horse. Really, it seems as if he might have learned by this time not to be quite so sure about his reason. After Mrs. Howard knew that the train she meant to go on had been wrecked, she saw plainly why it was unwise for her to go on that particular train. Her reason had been enlightened, her hindsight perfected. By what? By universal intelligence. Suppose New York City should set itself up as the center of all wisdom. Suppose she were to say, what I cannot reason out is not worth knowing. Suppose she continued to send out decrees into all the world, but turned up her nose at the messages sent into her. What do you suppose would happen? She would go to smash in a week. It is by her reception of all those messages as to outside doings that she is enabled to reason out her business problems and send out messages that move the world. To exalt New York knowledge and reason and despise outside knowledge and reason would quickly ruin her. Intuition is the wireless line by which we receive directions from every other station in the universe. After Mrs. Howard had received and obeyed her message from the universal some days after, she knew why she had been so directed. He who is puffed up in his own conceit is eternally despising his intuitions, following his back number reasons, and getting into the accidents. Then he wonders why he is so abused. You see, we have none of us ever passed this way before. This day is a new day. This bit of road has never been traveled before. Nobody can know by reason what we shall run into just around the bend there. He may make a rough guess at it, but he cannot know. But there is something which, whether it knows or does not know consciously what is or will be around that corner there, there is something which can and does send us by the wireless line a message to keep away or to go to it, as the case may be. Now, Mrs. Howard was a woman with no desire to be in such a smash, and she believed her intuitions would keep her warned away from them. Now, next door to Mrs. Howard, there may have lived another woman, just as good as Mrs. Howard, just as devoted to her intuitions, who received a message to go on that train. At the same moment, Mrs. Howard's heart grew heavy and she heard the message, "Stay at home." This other woman's heart grew light and she heard the message, "Go." So she went blithely forth to the train. She mounted the steps and walked into the car and along past several vacant seats before she felt the impression to sit down. She sat down and gazed happily out of the window. By and by, as they were bowling swiftly along, there came a sudden crash and shrieks and hiss of steam. Then there was work to do. This woman neighbor of Mrs. Howard's, beyond a little shaking up from which she almost instantly recovered, was entirely uninjured. There were dead and dying in front and behind her, but she was safe. There was work to do, and she was there to do it. You see, this woman was a physician and surgeon, and the only one on the train. She had been years preparing for such work, and she believed her intuitions would lead her, strong and well herself, into such opportunities as this. So the message which depressed Mrs. Howard brought light to the soul of this woman. Each received and interpreted the message according to her own particular character. And what about the injured and killed? They too were led by the Spirit. Each by his own self-built character related himself to his particular fate. I wouldn't wonder if a good many of them did it by filling up on the accident and criminal columns of the daily papers. The man who thinks in terms of accident is pretty sure to meet them. But probably more of the victims were drawn through their false religion. The man who thinks himself, who really thinks it in his heart, who thinks himself a vile worm and a great sinner deserving of a bad end, and yet who has not repented, is daily relating himself more closely to all sorts of violent and horrible things. And everywhere and at all times, the violent man, the strenuous man, no matter how good he may be, is preparing himself to be led into whatever catastrophe fits him. There is no hidden myths about our fates. We get just what we are fitted for. And through all ages, we have been fitting ourselves, and we are still at it. He who is not busy fitting himself for the best is relating himself to the less good. He who fits himself to die with his boots on will die so. He who fits himself for accidents will die by accident. He who fits himself for life may perchance never again see death. When the bubonic plague is about to appear in a place, all the birds fly away. What warned them? Oh, that was only instinct, something common that we wise beings never use. Before Mount Pelée spit destruction, all the wild animals, not one of which could have had any personal knowledge or any record of volcano lore, fled from the vicinity. The tame animals whimpered and cowered, and those which could ran away. Then the people's hearts began to sink, and the most ignorant of them ran after the animals. As Mount Pelée grew more emphatic in her prophecies, all hearts grew heavier and heavier, and all souls heard the message, "Go." Then there was hurried preparation for a hasty exodus. But no, the wise, educated, sensible men put their heads together and decided that they would not, and others should not be guided by any such common thing as instinct, or by their own sinking hearts. No, even though their hearts fell into their shoes and their knees knocked and their teeth chattered, they would be sensible. They would. If they used their divine reason, they would. Mount Pelée has never destroyed them before, and it wouldn't now. So the wise reasoners corralled the poor fools, and they were well corralled. Only one ever got away. Now, just what the Spirit is like that tries to lead us into all truth is a thing I don't know. But that there is such a Spirit that pervades and would save all creatures from harm, I do know, both by intuition, the Spirit's witness with my spirit, and my actual and repeated experiences of both kinds. I have been led of the Spirit into ways of pleasantness, peace, and plenty, And before that, I turned up my nose at the spirit and went my own way into all sorts of troubles. And I have a theory, based on the spirit's witness with mine, as to what this spirit is and how it acts. The spirit is the universal intelligence which fills this universe so full there is not room for anything else. There are just little eddies and whirls and currents and cross-currents in this great ocean of intelligence. And you are one eddy in it, and I another. And each of us sets up little swirls and currents that move us about and move other things to us. And when a leaf floats by, it is drawn into our eddy. But when we swirl by a rock, the rock is unmoved, and so are we. We are not related to the rock. When gold is placed beside a horseshoe magnet, it stays put. The magnet and gold are not interested in each other. But that does not prove that the magnet is stupid and dead. No, there is a great current of longing in that magnet. If it had means of locomotion, it would go about the world seeking, perhaps never knowing just what it was seeking, but still seeking. And by, it would begin to feel a definite inclination to go in a certain direction. Now, if it is just a fool magnet without great pride in its brains, it will follow that definite inclination. And as it journeys, the drawing power will grow, and it will journey faster. And behold, it will fly into the arms of its affinity, a steel bar. And it will cling, and the bar will cling, and joy will be born. It takes two, and an exchange of intelligence to bring joy into being. Or perhaps our magnet will stay at home, and long until it draws to its steel filings. This is not so fanciful as you may suppose. All things are intelligent. All things are putting their little compulsions on all creation for satisfaction. And in due time, all compulsions will be met. The great sea is seething with intelligence, and affinities are coming together. It is the attraction of the magnet for the steel that constitutes what I call the spirit. That attraction is intelligence. When in doubt as to the meaning of your solar center feelings, do nothing. Come back as Mrs. Howard did. Sit down, be still, ask for the meaning, and obey. Chapter 8, By Crooked Paths. The Reverend R.F. Horton tells a little story of a remarkable answer to prayer. He was with a party of tourists in Norway. In exploring some wild and marshy country, one of the ladies lost one of her galoshes. The overshoe could not be replaced short of Bergen at the end of their tour, and it was out of the question to attempt to explore that wild country without rubbers. The galosh must be found, or the tour curtailed. As you may imagine, every member of the party set diligently to work to find the missing rubber. Over and over, they hunted the miles of glades and mountainsides they had traversed. At last, they gave it up and returned to the hotel. But in the afternoon, a thought came to Dr. Horton. Why not pray that they find the shoe? So he prayed, and they rowed back up the fjord to the landing of the morning, and he got out and walked directly to the overshoe, in a spot he would have sworn he had before searched repeatedly. I remember a similar experience of my own. There were 4 of us riding bicycles along a rather sandy road some distance from town. 2 were spinning along on a tandem some distance ahead of us on a downgrade when a rivet flew out and the chain dropped. The tandem ran for a quarter of a mile on down the hill and slowed up on the rise beyond, so that our friends were able to dismount without injury. By this time, we had overtaken them, having ridden in their track and learned for the first time the cause of their halt. Of course, everybody's immediate thought was, oh, we can never find that tiny gray rivet in this gray dust. Probably the other bicycles ran over it, and home is 3 miles off. But we all retraced our steps, diligently searching. 2 of the party are crack shots with the rifle, with very quick eyesight. I thought one of these 2 might find the rivet, but we all walked slowly back, far beyond the point where they became conscious of their loss, and no one spied the rivet. Then it occurred to me that the high spirit within had not been called to our assistance. Immediately I said to myself, Spirit, you know where the rivet is. Please show it to me. I thought of the spirit as the law of love or attraction, which is the principle of all creation, and instantly the idea came that the little rivet could attract the eye's attention if the eye were willing to be attracted. These words floated into my mind, rivet, rivet, rivet my eye. By this time, I had fallen behind the others, so I walked leisurely, calmly along, eyes willing, and those words sang themselves over and over in my mind. And the rivet riveted my eye. I, who considered myself very slow of sight, found the rivet. And I know it was because I turned to the universal self, to God, to the law of attraction for the help needed, for the knowledge which not one of us had in consciousness, but which was certainly present in the universal mind in which we live and move and have our being. Just the other day, I had a little experience which illustrates that man's extremity is God's opportunity idea. For years, I have said I could never find ready-made garments to fit me. Have tried many times, waists all too short and narrow in front, sleeves skimpy. But I keep trying every year, for everything is evolving, you know, even clothes and tailors. I wanted a new white lawn shirtwaist and wondered if I couldn't find one ready-made. I tried the biggest suit house in Springfield. No good. Then one day, I had an impulse to try the best places in Holyoke. I found one or two almosts, but nothing that would quite do. So I gave it up. Then I had another impulse to try a store of which I have always said I never found there anything I wanted. I nearly passed the store saying to myself, no use to try there, and it is late anyway. But there came the thought, or rather impression, that the spirit impelled me, and I would better go. We'll see if it is the spirit, I said to myself. I believe it is. It was. I found the shirtwaist I wanted, and I found a pretty white lawn suit besides, and it was found in the most unlikely corner in the vicinity, according to my judgment and experience. There is a little law in here that I want you to notice. The spirit leads us through impressions or attractions, and it is limited in its revelations by our mental makeup, which is the conscious and ruling part of us. Why did not the spirit impress me in the first place to go to that store, where that shirtwaist and dress had been waiting for me since spring? And I had wanted them since spring. The spirit did impress me about it, but when the spirit said shirtwaist to me, I said Springfield. If they haven't a fit there, they won't have it anywhere. And anyway, I know I'll never find it. But I tried, without faith. That shut the spirit up for the time. But at the very first opportunity, on the first afternoon, when I wasn't too busy to even think about such things, the spirit whispered, shirtwaist, to me again. And I didn't let the spirit get any farther with its impressions. Instead of asking the spirit where to go for a shirtwaist, I said, oh yes, shirtwaist, of course. I'll go to A's and B's and C's where I generally get other things that suit me. You see, my habit mind, preconceived opinions again settled the matter. It was not until I had given up finding anything at these places and was going right by the door of the other store that the spirit had a chance even to whisper its name to me. The spirit had to lead me around all my prejudices in the matter before it could get me to think of that place. My mind was open to the thought of the shirtwaist, but it was closed hard and fast against the idea of that particular store. At least the direct mental route to that store was closed, so the spirit had to lead me around my back alley brain connections. But now the direct route is open. The spirit always goes shopping with me, and nearly always the direct mental routes are open, so I have lots of fun shopping, never waste a lot of time at it, and I nearly always get just what I want, many times at bargain prices, though I almost never look at bargain ads in the papers. But many, many times have I gone into a store to buy a certain thing and found a big special sale on of that very item. Do you think these things are very trivial things to be bothering the spirit about? I don't. The spirit is all wise, all powerful, everywhere present, and its chief end and joy is to direct folks aright. The Spirit is a sort of universal floor walker to straighten out the snarls between supply and demand in all departments of life. And I think it is a pretty heedless or foolish individual who won't consult it in every little dilemma. And I notice that in spite of this thought, I find myself ignoring the Spirit, thinking I know, of course, where I'd better go for a shirtwaist. It seems hard to remember that life's store is always growing and changing, so that we can always save time, money, and needless meandering by asking the Spirit. Herein lies the secret of all our little experiences when it looks as if our leading of the Spirit was all wrong and our prayers, longing, and desires all unanswered. The Spirit never fails us. It is we who grow weary following the Spirit, which must lead us to the desired goal by way of our own mental paths. You see, it is a matter of cutting new streets in our mental domain, so it won't be necessary for the Spirit to take us by such roundabout ways. It is a matter of clearing out our rocky prejudices, so we'll not have to travel around them. And here, the Spirit helps us again. As soon as the Spirit succeeded in getting me around all my prejudices and into that store, I wiped away the prejudice. So there is a straight mental street now where none existed before. The next time the Spirit says shirtwaist to me, it can send me straight to D's if it wants to. Yes, the Spirit moves in a mysterious way its wonders to perform. It looks mysterious to us until we are led back by the straight way. Then it is so simple, so easy, we can hardly believe the Spirit would condescend to it. Ah, but it does. Nothing is too small or too great for the Spirit's attention, if we believe. When we don't believe, we are to be pitied, and the Spirit keeps discreetly mum. I am the poet of the body, and I am the poet of the soul. The pleasures of heaven are with me, and the pains of hell are with me. The first I graft and increase upon myself. The latter I translate into a new tongue. I am the poet of the woman, the same as the man. And I say it is as great to be a woman as to be a man. And I say there is nothing greater than the mother of men. I chant the chant of dilation or pride. We have had ducking and deprecating about enough. I show that size is only development. Walt Whitman. Chapter 9. Spirit, the breath of life. My healer teaches that I must depend alone upon the Spirit, that breathing exercises, foods, sunshine, and air must not be made the dependence for health. He says, why, you can't help breathing. That is Tommy rot. Sunshine and air are spirit, and the plain truth of the matter is that if you don't use them all, your dependence on spirit will avail simply nothing. Try living in a north room with the window shut and see. You can't help breathing, but your breathing avails nothing unless by it you take in good, fresh, live spirit in the way of pure air and sunshine. If we all lived under the sun and slept under the stars, that healer's advice might be good enough, but we don't. We live in tight, dark rooms whence the spirit of life has fled, leaving only its cast-off effluvia. We can't help breathing, but what do we breathe? We breathe the dead air of close rooms. Spirit is life, and we live by breathing it. Spirit is in fresh air. Fresh air is in spirit. Fresh air and spirit are one. Dead air is air minus spirit or life. What good will it do you to say you depend upon spirit when you don't, when you shut yourself away from the spirit of life and breathe death? Pure air and sunshine are spirits specially prepared for your use. What good will it do you to pretend that you depend upon spirit when you shut yourself into rooms whence the spirit has flown? If you live in close rooms, you may affirm your dependence upon spirit until you are black in the face, and you may be treated every hour of the day by this healer and 10,000 more like him, and the result will be only sickness and death. I know in my heart and soul and mind that this is true, and I have seen the truth of it demonstrated by hundreds of cases of people who failed to get well on treatments of any sort, and who afterward did get well on sunshine, fresh air, and full breathing, along with mental treatment. The gospel of fresh air is more needed by human beings than even the gospel of new thought. If we understood and applied the gospel of fresh air, we should think right without trying. It is in gloomy, unaired corners that evil thoughts breed, because the spirit of life is not present there in such form that it can be appropriated by human beings. They get therein the breath of death and generate thoughts to match, distorted thoughts of death and evil and despair. Come into the sunshine and breathe the breath of life, which generates in you the new thought of life, love, wisdom, truth, health, happiness, and success. New thought will not save you unless you live it, and a little observation and experimenting will prove to you that you can't live it without breathing plenty of fresh air. If all is spirit, why does this healer tell you that to regulate your breathing, exercise, food, etc., is to depend upon something outside spirit? The fact of the matter is this: he fails to realize that all is spirit. He is still tangled up with good and evil, spirit and not spirit, God and devil. He does not see spirit in everything and everything in spirit. So he puts the keep off the grass sign wherever he does not see spirit. This will not prevent his pointing you to the spirit where he does recognize it. None of us are wise enough as yet always to see God in all his works. It is spirit which makes us breathe. When we shut ourselves away from the pure breath of life, we shut away the power that makes us breathe. And when we are too interested in doing indoor work, the spirit finds it pretty hard work to make us breathe enough to keep us in good condition for growing. Close rooms and sedentary work defeat the spirit's will to make us breathe. So we, by working against the spirit, form a habit of breathing too little, thus robbing ourselves of the life, health, wisdom, power, joy, which the spirit is trying to give us with every breath. Now we find ourselves hampered by self-imposed habits which need breaking. So we set ourselves to work with the spirit of life. We throw open the window and let in the spirit of life. We go outdoors and revel in the spirit of sunshine. We run and jump to make ourselves inbreathe the spirit of life. Being too busy to spend hours every day outdoors, we do stunts in our night dresses to make us inbreathe more of the spirit of life. And always, night and day, winter and summer, we take pains to leave our windows well open, that the spirit of life be not shut away from us for one single moment. We are learning to depend wholly upon the spirit. We used to remember the spirit only on the Sabbath day. Now we remember it every day and all night. We remember to breathe it and eat it as well as think it. And verily, we are blessed. Chapter 10, Affirmation and Wheels. Mere repetition of I am success statements will avail little. One must think the thing he desires, and he must put his shoulder to the wheel. But the person who is full of the sense of failure and defeat is more apt than not to put his shoulder to the wrong side of the wheel. He is so discouraged and preoccupied and worried that he thinks it doesn't matter much where he puts his shoulder. The thing won't budge anyway. So he goes stupidly along, trudging away with his shoulder in the same old spot, the wrong spot. But let that man make up his mind that there is a way to budge that wheel, and he will find it, and you will see things move. That man will walk around that wagon a time or two, take in the lay of the land, pat his horses into willing humor, maybe back him up a bit, bring out a cheerful yeah, and settle his shoulder to the right spot at the right moment, and away they go. Or another team will pass just at the right time to give him a lift out. The man who believes himself equal to any emergency which arises will be strong mentally and physically. His mind will be alert, full of expedients. Instead of pushing like a blind mule at one spot until he drops in his tracks, he will use his gumption and find another way. He will conjure up a lever of some sort to budge that load. If he can't do it alone, somebody else will come along in the nick of time to give him the lift he needs. He believes he will work it somehow, and he does. The I am failure man never has anybody come along in the nick of time. Just my luck, he whines, and keeps on putting his shoulder to the wrong part of the wheel, or tugging hopelessly and half-heartedly, or with inward rage that takes more energy than the tug, keeps on until he has to give it up for the time. To affirm I am success will not pull the load out of the mire, except as it awakes energy to intelligent effort. All affirmations and all going into the silence are useful in waking mental and physical energy to intelligent action. All chronic failures are such because they believe in failure and opposition and malicious animal magnetism and general all-around the world is against me-ness. This belief in failure fills the individual with an affinity for undesirable things. The infallible cure, the only cure for failure, is belief in success, belief in one's own power to turn even defeat to good advantage. The man who doesn't know when he is beaten will never be beaten. The lunkhead who didn't know he was a lunkhead went to the top, while the lunkhead who knew he was a lunkhead stayed at the lunkhead end of the class. One of our big pork packers once tramped across the continent because he hadn't money to pay his way. After he arrived at his destination, he said he saw on his tramp hundreds of places where he could have started in without a cent and in time made piles of money. Opportunities just crying to be developed. Only the thought of a bigger chance at the end of the route kept him from stopping in the very first town on his route. But that boy had success in him, and he was on the alert for opportunities. He believed in himself and the world. The failure believes only in bad luck, and his eye is out for soft snaps, which he is certain he'll never get a chance at. When a man is looking for trouble and defeat, he finds them. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. That does not mean that a man may make a few affirmations of success or profess new thought and immediately become a success. The heart of man is the emotional center of his habits or instinct, the center from which radiate his instincts, his habits, as the nerves radiate from the solar plexus. Instincts are habit thoughts, heart thoughts, and every instinct came into being through conscious thought and effort. Follow your internal experiences while learning to play the piano, and you will gain a clear idea of how instinct comes into being. At first, your fingers are stiff, and every movement is a voluntary one. Every movement has to be thought about, directed by thought, but gradually you acquire the habit of handling your fingers in a certain way. Gradually, you cease to think at all about your finger movements. You do it instinctively. In other words, you have trained your heart, your subconscious mind, to do the thinking for you. Henceforth, instead of thinking consciously about your finger movements, you think about them in your heart, that is, subconsciously. Psychologists say that not more than 5% of our mental processes are conscious, the remaining 95% being under the consciousness. This means that at least 95% of our thoughts are habit thoughts or instinctive thoughts. It is this instinctive part of us, this 95% of us, that is referred to in the Bible as the heart. Now, if this heart of us carries at least 95% of our mentality, you can easily see why a man is what he thinketh in his heart. And you can see why a few affirmations of success, or even a good many of them, will not change the man sufficiently to make any great difference in his surroundings. And you can see why a mere intellectual conception of new thought is not enough to change him and his environment. Man is a magnet, at least 95% of which is habit mind. Therefore, by far, the greater part of his environment comes to him by its affinity to his 95% habit or instinct mind, his underconscious mind, of whose workings he is practically unconscious. So it is no wonder he so often says, "I don't see why this undesired thing should come to me." He cannot see why it comes, because he is practically unconscious of that great 95% of his thinking which draws them. He knows he does not consciously desire these unpleasant things, and he can scarcely conceive the fact that he is conscious of only about 5% of his thoughts and desires. And 2, he is loath to acknowledge that the greater part of himself has no more sense than to bring such things to him. He feels more complacent when he lays the blame at the door of environment, or wicked people, or malicious animal magnetism, or a God who chastens whom he loveth, or a devil who got loose from God's leading strings and goes raging about to pester good folks. Man is a magnet, and every line and dot and detail of his experiences come by his own attraction. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. The preponderance of attraction comes through the instinct self, the heart, and there is no use in trying to fight off or run away from the things which come to us. We only hurt ourselves by fighting, and to run away from the things we have attracted is to run into the arms of similar or worse conditions. We have to take ourselves along. The only way to change conditions effectually is to change the heart, the habit, or instinct mind. This can be done with more or less ease according to the degree of setness of character and the degree of will and enthusiasm brought to bear. The key to all change of character lies with that little 5% conscious mind, which with all its littleness is a sure lever by which to move the 95% ponderosity below it. For conscious thought is positive thought, dynamic, while subconscious thought is negative, receptive. That little 5% mind has stronger compelling power than several times its bulk of subconscious mind, and there is not an atom of all that 95% subconscious mind which cannot be moved by that little 5% mind which lies at the top. The conscious self is the directing power. Just as it directed your fingers to change their fixed habits, so it can direct any change in other lines of mental or bodily habit by directing persistent, quietly insistent practice on the desired lines. Insist upon right conscious thinking, and in due time you cannot fail to have right subconscious thinking. To think good, peace, love, self-command, self-faith, success long and faithfully enough will fill even the most set heart with habits of good, peace, love, self-command, self-faith, success. And in proportion as the heart becomes filled with such habits, the environment and experiences will change to match. How long will it take thus to transform you by the renewing of your whole mind? All depends upon you. If your practice is fitful and half-hearted, it may take another incarnation or two. If you go at it with a steady will, cutting off all distractions which sap your will and enthusiasm, practicing faithfully and diligently at the new mental habits, you may make the desired change in, say, half a lifetime or less. And if you can bring to your assistance a high spiritual exaltation and faith, you can make the change in almost no time at all. For spiritual exaltation and faith and enthusiasm will literally melt the hardest heart and permit a quick reformation. This is the secret of quick accomplishment in children. Their hearts are clean and molten in the emotional fires of enthusiasm and faith, ready to receive deep and lasting impressions. By our being schooled in reason, we grown-ups have cooled and even quenched the heart fires of faith and enthusiasm, so it takes time and repetition to reform us. This is the secret of miracles. Religious enthusiasm and exaltation are akin to the fires of youth. They melt the heart to receive higher impressions. The rationalist must receive his new impressions by painstaking hammering in. Repetition and time will do for him what religious or youthful enthusiasm does quickly for babes and fools. No, affirmations will not do the work of putting your shoulder to the wheel when the load is stalled, but they will transform you, heart and consciousness, so that you will attract better horses as well as wheels, better roads, more friends to happen around in the moment of need. And affirmations of the right sort will wake up your gumption so that you will not overload your horses or your personal energies to the point of needing a shoulder at the wheel. Success is the natural result of intelligent direction of effort. Affirmations of success, faith, wisdom, power, good, love will wake your latent forces to more intelligent uses. The more enthusiasm you can conjure into the affirmations, the more quickly will you realize success. April rain. It isn't raining rain to me. It's raining daffodils. In every dimpled drop I see wild flowers on the hills. The clouds of gray engulf the day and overwhelm the town. It isn't raining rain to me. It's raining roses down. It isn't raining rain to me, but fields of clover bloom where any buccaneering bee may find a bed and room. A health unto the happy, a fig for him who frets. It isn't raining rain to me, it's raining violets. Robert Muffman in Harper's. Chapter 11, Your Forces and How to Manage Them. You can overdo anything, even self-treatment. If you keep repeating affirmations to yourself, your mental chattering interferes with the real healing. It is not the conscious mind which heals you. It is the subconscious or soul mind and the superconscious or oversoul mind. Your soul's expression is guided and directed by your conscious mind. A mental affirmation is simply a word of direction to your soul mind. The soul hears your statements and then builds accordingly. But what would happen if you called up your housemates and told them over and over just what you wanted done and just how to do it? If you spent all your time repeating your directions to them, when would they get the work done? And wouldn't they get your directions mixed too? Of course. You don't do it that way. Of course not. Not if you are a wise housekeeper. You call up your maids and tell them quietly and kindly, and in as few words as possible, just what you want done. Then they go cheerfully away out of your presence and do their best to please you. If you later come across something which was not done right, you call in a maid and repeat your directions with perhaps a little further explanation. Then you go away again and trust her to do it right this time. What would happen if you tagged around after your maids and tried to watch and criticize and direct every little movement? Why, they would grow nervous and make foolish mistakes, and you would all give up in despair. And what would happen if you directed them to do a certain difficult piece of work and then came back 5 minutes later expecting to find it all done? Oh, you can't imagine yourself doing such foolish things. Perhaps you don't with your maids, but evidently you do with your own self. Your objective, everyday consciousness is the mistress or master of your being. Psychologists say the objective mental activities are not more than 1/20th of all your mental activities. That means that the mistress mind has the equivalent of at least 20 maids under her direction. These maids belong to the subjective mind or soul of you. Then there is the great oversoul, of which your individual soul is but an atom whose every demand is heard. That means that your little mistress mind not only has at her bidding the equivalent of at least 20 maids of the subconscious, but she has also at her call the equivalent of 10 million billion other helpers of the infinite oversoul. And all the mistress mind has to do is say the word. All these helpers fly to do her bidding. Perhaps you think all these helpers don't fly to do your bidding, but they do. The only trouble with you is that you don't give your helpers time and chance to work out your desires. You keep repeating your directions over and over, and you keep trying to tag around after all your 20 or more housemaids to see if they're doing the things you want done. You watch them in your stomach and your liver and your lungs, always fretting for fear they are going wrong. No wonder you get nervous and fidgety and strained all over. No wonder your feelings are no better than they were. Make your statements of health, happiness, and success at certain regular intervals, say 2 or 3 times a day, or make them at times when you can't get your mind off your conditions. Make the statements plainly and positively. Then call your mind entirely away from the subject and give your soul and the oversoul a chance to work. Make light of your feelings and go get well interested in some good work. Take it for granted that all your being and all creation besides is working out for you the things you desire, rest easy and trust yourself. Don't let your mind tag your feelings and symptoms. Give it plenty of useful work and plenty of play and plenty of rest while your soul works things out for you as fast as it can. Just be as interested and happy as you can while the soul is working. Jolly yourself into having a good time. Say the word and then be happy and do not allow yourself to doubt that the soul will do the work. This is the secret of quick healing. The nearer you can come to keeping your mind pleasantly occupied between the times when you give yourself special affirmations and treatments, the more quickly you will realize health of mind, body, and environment, as well as soul. Thy faith in thy soul and the oversoul will have made thee whole. The faithless mind is a terrible meddler and creator of discords, and the idle mind, the mind not directed to useful purposes, is always a faithless meddler. Moral: get interested in some good work. Chapter 12. Duty and Love. Though you work your fingers to the bone and have not love for your work, it profits you next to nothing, and your employer less than it ought to. Duty work robs the doer of the joy of doing, which is the chief compensation for all work. You imagine you do your work well from a sense of duty. You would do it better still if you loved it. If you loved it, you would enjoy every bit of it, and you would glory in every little improvement you hit upon, and you would hit upon a lot because your soul would be playing through your fingers. The soul of the duty doer is shut away from his work. He works with his fingers and his habit mind only. By the end of the week, he is fagged out and his poor soul droops for lack of exercise. Then perhaps he takes it to church for relief and shuts it carefully away again before Monday morning. And the worst of it is that so many people make a virtue of keeping their souls locked up 6 days out of 7. They parade duty as their mainspring, and even when they do happen to let a little soul, a little love and joy into their work, they won't acknowledge it. They stick to it, that it is duty which impels them. When the soul does manage to get out of its shell and express itself in useful work, the brain denies it the glory and happiness which belong to it. The worker resolutely shuts off the joy vibrations with that stern word duty. He robs himself of the pleasure of his honest effort. There are 2 ways of robbing oneself of the joy of work. One is by paralyzing joy with duty. The other is by scattering the mind and soul all over creation whilst the hands are doing something. In the former case, the soul is shut away in idleness. In the latter, it is wasted in riotous thinking. The soul's power is emotion, that which flows from the silence within. The nature of emotion is motion. To let emotion move through the body out into intelligent effort is joy and eternally welling life and strength and wisdom. To let the mind wander while the hands work is to fritter your soul force away at the top of the head. The power which should move from the head down through the body and out into intelligent doing is simply dissipated into thin air. The wandering mind robs the body of vitality and joy. It is the prodigal who wastes all your substance. The duty doer is stingy. He lets some of his soul into his work, shutting the rest tight within. He puts his thought into his work, but he is stingy with his soul, his love. He works coldly, stolidly, conscientiously, reminding himself constantly that he is to be good for nothing, as the wise mama commanded the little boy who wanted a prize for being good. Now everybody knows that cold contracts things. The cold duty doer shuts off his soul warmth, and his body grows gaunt and pinched, his brain cells stiff, his thoughts angular. He shuts off the inspiration of love and joy and works like a machine, grinding out the same old things by the same old pattern. The duty doer converts a real living, growing, loving being into a mere cold machine. It's a shame, and the whole cause is the old father's tradition that duty is greater than love. I wonder where they got that notion. The same spirit led them that leads us. That same spirit must have led them and us into duty doing. Why? To gain self-control, that we might have the greater joy. That is it. First, there is the natural, the animal way of doing things, just to follow impulse and gratify self at no matter what expense to others. But somehow you are not very happy after you have done it. Then there is the mental way of doing things, the duty way, when we cut off all the old natural impulses and teach ourselves to work solidly, steadily in the right line. It takes about all our thought and effort to control ourselves in this mental way. It requires a firm, unrelenting hand upon our impulses. But we were not happy when we didn't control our impulses, and we are at least at peace when we do. So we keep on crushing back the natural impulses and sticking sternly to duty. When we followed the old animal impulses to have things our way right or wrong, without regard to the other fellow, we were always lured on by the hope of joy. When we got the thing desired, as we sometimes did, it was only to be disappointed. So we were full of unrest. Since we have chosen the ways of duty, there are no joys to lure us, but rest accompanies us. In the old way, we were always sure we were going to be happy. In the duty way, we have ceased to expect happiness, but we really have peace. And a peace in the heart, we have learned from sad experience, is worth 2 joys in the bush. We have been often bitten and thus learned caution, so we keep on schooling ourselves to keep the peace and shut eyes and ears to promises of pleasure. We have learned to follow conscience instead of natural impulse. Conscience is merely spiritual caution. The faculty called caution warns us from outward danger. It was created by many ages of race experience in getting its fingers burned and its shins kicked and its head broken. Conscience warns us from inner dangers and is being created by many ages of human experience at stealing from the other fellow, only to find its own heart robbed of peace and happiness. We tasted impulse and found it sweet at first and bitter at the last. Then we tasted duty and found its first pungency melt away to a clean sweetness such as we had never tasted before. A sweetness so pure and satisfying that it is no wonder we keep clinging to the duty-doing which brought it. When we lived from unchecked and unguided impulse only, we were many times happy on the surface when we happened to get the things asked for, but we were always restless and dissatisfied within. This unrest is the voice of the universal spirit within, which is ever urging us to take our dominion over self and to direct our energies to higher and yet higher uses. It is the voice of life which ever demands a high purpose for being and doing. The spirit of the world which is moving us allows each a few years and many intervals of irresponsible living. We have our childhood when the whole world smiles and flies to gratify every impulse, and when we are good children, we have our little vacations and play happily with that sweet taste in our hearts. If we try to take too many playtimes, the spirit in us is frowning and restless again, ever urging us to be up and doing that which will help the world spirit express the beauties it has in mind for us. When we quit chasing pleasure and begin to live and do after the plan set in our hearts, the world spirit whispers, "Well done," to us. We find peace. We taste and see that it is good. Henceforth, we work for the inner peace, not for the fleeting gratification of the outer senses. As we follow duty, peace deepens and widens. By and by, we form the habit of duty, and it grows easier and easier. We do what seems best because we have learned that to do otherwise ruffles our peace, and we have learned to love that peace beyond anything else life can hold for us. Peace keeps on deepening and widening and growing more dynamic. At first, it is a solemn calm, and a little deviation from duty ruffles and dissipates it. But by and by, as we keep on doing our duty through this solemn calm, growing ever deeper and broader, there wells the full diapason of a deep joy. Very softly at first, with many diminuendos and silences. At unexpected moments, it swells again. Over little things the tide of life has brought us, things we loved and thought we had given up forever when we chose duty as our guide. Fitfully at first, the deep joy wells, fitfully and gently, but oh so full and sweet and satisfying, such tones as our souls never heard before. We wonder at the deep joy, and oh, we begin to see that the world spirit was urging us on to duty only that we might find deeper joy than the old, irresponsible life could yield us. By taking dominion over self, by using our energies for higher purposes, we have deepened our capacity for joy. Now the harmony of deep joy begins to swell, and every touch of life but adds to the paeans of praise. And the good things of life begin to come. Houses, lands, fathers, mothers, brothers, 100-fold more than ever before, bringing joy such as we never knew before. Oh, we thought we had given up the pleasures of life for its duties, and behold, we find the pleasures added. We used to be fascinated and tossed about by life's pleasures. Now we find them fascinated and obedient to us. Oh, the power and glory and joy of it. We gained dominion over ourselves and our environment through doing our duty. We gave up the short-sighted impulse will to follow the omniscient will, which is working through us, and behold, the things we once desired vainly are now ours to command and enjoy. No wonder we laud duty. But duty is a schoolmaster whose work we do not need forever. When we have made its wisdom our own, we outgrow duty. Duty flowers in love. The more resolution and persistence we put into duty doing, the sooner we shall outgrow it. The more pleasure we can get out of duty doing, the faster we shall outgrow it. When the worker puts his soul into his duty, duty is swallowed up in love and joy grows. Many a duty worker cheats himself out of the joy which is his and stunts the growth of his joy in himself simply by denying that he works from anything but a sense of duty. As long as our best efforts are called duty, they answer to the call as cold, hard duty. As soon as those same activities are called pleasures, our soul joy and love are turned into them and they are transfigured. The worker who calls his work duty shuts his soul back from his body and his work. The soul of you is love, and love has no affinity for duty. So as long as you insist upon working from a sense of duty, you shut away from your work the sense of love. You thus rob yourself of the joy of doing. And this means that you rob yourself of the greater share of your power and wisdom for doing. Love is the essence of all wisdom, imagination, and inspiration, as well as power. To hold sternly to duty is to shut out love, and with it the wisdom, inspiration, and imagination necessary to improve your work. You are robbed of the joy of doing, and your work is robbed of its highest beauty and usefulness. Quit calling your duties by that name. Jolly yourself into doing your duty for love of it. Don't you know how you can jolly a child into doing things? Haven't you been jollied yourself until at last you laughed and forgave and did the thing you had sternly resolved not to do? Haven't you seen scores of your friends jollied into doing things? Of course. All nature responds to a smiling, goodwill jolly. And your soul, your love, will respond to the same goodwill to jollying. It will come out and smile on your doings and radiate soulshine and joy and power and inspiration through you and down through your fingers into your work and out into your aura and on out to all the world. Smile and come up higher than the duty class. The joy class awaits you. Express yourself. Whatever you are, out with it. We do not want a world of masqueraders. Make yourself felt. Make your real self felt. Put your private stamp upon the future. Ernest Crosby. Chapter 13. Well done. Natural disaster overtakes a man and he loses every cent. Possessing untold aversion to becoming a paid employee, he lives with friends, helping where able, and at the same time reaching out to grasp something by which to start again. Has an overwhelming desire to get money for home and marriage. This could be had in a very short time by successful speculation if the unlimited force is there as taught for use on lines of desire. There is no wrong in the world. Is he then to command the powers for conscious use, go in faith and win? Or shall he sit down and build bit by uncongenial labor? M.T. The man who possesses such an untold aversion to becoming a paid employee that he prefers to sponge a living off his friends rather than to earn it honestly will never succeed even at speculation. Such a man could not generate a desire strong enough to attract fortune even at a gambling table. It takes character to generate a desire of the sort that moves things. It takes steadiness of purpose, positive determination. And character, purpose, determination are never found in the sponger. If he had character, he would choose any sort of honest work that would keep him in independence. His untold aversion to becoming a paid employee would be as nothing to his disgust for sponging a living, even temporarily. Character is the outcome of an unconquerable self-respect and self-reliance. A man's character is that which distinguishes him from a jellyfish, which takes the shape of any environment that happens along. It is something which keeps him upright on his own pins, no matter what happens. Character is mental backbone and muscle, and is subject to the same laws of development and growth as other bone and muscle. Bone and muscle and character do not grow by bread alone, but by use. Character grows by the use of self-reliance and self-respect, just as physical character grows by the use of muscles. Character becomes weak and flabby when self-reliance and self-respect are kept on the shelf of another man's pantry. Character develops by exercise. How is it to exercise except by doing things? How is it to do things when somebody else does them for him? The first thing a man of character, of self-respect and self-reliance would do under such circumstances as M.T. describes would be to overcome his untold aversion to anything which would help him to continue living in self-respect and self-reliance. Indeed, the only untold aversion held by a man of real character is the untold aversion to living off other people. A person whose aversion to becoming a paid employee is greater than his aversion to idleness and sponging is a mere mush of concession to public opinion. He hates paid employment because he thinks his neighbors will look down upon him, and because he likes to look aristocratic and give orders rather than to be what he is and take what orders are necessary for the time being. Such a man cares for appearances above all things. He cares for the outside of things, as a jellyfish does. He seeks first an agreeable resting place, as the jellyfish does, and he will sacrifice the last vestige of self-respect, self-reliance, character to that fetish, outside appearance. He thinks it looks better to live off his friends than to soil his hands to take care of himself. But if he had a real character of his own, if he had mental backbone and muscle worthy the name, he simply could not crouch and cringe as a dependent, a beggar. He would have to get out and express himself in some sort of independent activity or die. For character is a deep-down life urge which will push to expression through any conditions. It simply cannot continue to sit supinely by another man's fireside or wait by the wayside with cap extended to catch stray pennies from the passers-by. Character must act or degenerate. Character must express or expire. Character is to the individual what the channel is to the river. Take away the banks which confine the stream and direct it, and the water gushes out in an endless sloppy marsh. The inner character of a man confines and directs the life force, the desire force. The stronger the character, the deeper and broader the stream of desire, or life, and the more positively the man will express himself in independent, self-respecting activity. The stronger the character, the greater will be the man's untold aversion to depending upon anybody but himself. And so deep and strong are his desires as they flow through the clear-cut channels of character that they force new channels through any circumstances. Such a man's desires flow deep and strong enough to carry things his way. But the man without a strong character is a mere sloppy marsh of sentimentality. He is incapable of anything more than overwhelming desires. His desire stream, having no strong banks, simply overwhelms the whole surface of things, with no depth by which to sweep its way through environment. His desire energy spreads out and wastes itself in mere shallow longings, unworthy the name of desire. So the man welters in his own swamp of sensibility and gets nowhere. Herein lies the reason that MT's man will not find success at the gaming table nor anywhere else, except by building bit by bit a character strong enough to find its way to the things he wants. The first step towards success is to decide that it is yours and that all creation is ready to help you manifest it. The next step is to work with the world, taking hold anywhere that the world will let you, in full confidence that the world will promote you as fast as you prove your fitness for promotion. To prove your fitness for promotion necessitates doing your best with any job the world gives you, and at the same time, using your spare time and thought in fitting yourself for a better one. To do one of these things is not enough. The man who does his work exceptionally well will be kept at that same kind of work until crack of doom, unless he shows aptitude for doing more valuable work. The world is always looking eagerly for men who can fill the more difficult positions. It is always trying to tempt people into higher, better-paying positions, and the man who is faithful and efficient in one place and evinces the slightest capacity for higher work is always the first man to get a chance of promotion. The man who thinks he is kept down is right, but he is kept down by himself alone. Either he is slack, inefficient, uninterested, gumptionless in his present work, or he is not fitting himself for something better. Abe Lincoln split rails all day. He split them with vivid intelligence, but at night he studied books by the light of a pine knot. All the way along from rail splitting to the presidency, Abe found some time out of business hours to inform himself on minds beyond his work. The main difference between Abe Lincoln and Abe Johnson lies in the way they spend their after-business hours. Abe Johnson, too, works with vim and intelligence, and he never had to split rails for a living. He is an A1 bookkeeper. Been in the same store with almost the same salary for 25 years, and almost every noon and every evening for 25 years he has sat on a sugar keg in the store and discussed politics and economics. And very often he has grumbled to his cronies about his lack of a chance to rise in the world. Down here in Massachusetts town, they have been having labor troubles for a long time. The cotton mill owners say the bottoms dropped out of the plain cotton cloth trade, simply must reduce wages or close down. There is small demand for the sort of plain cotton goods manufactured in these mills. The mill hands say they can't live on any smaller wages, and they won't, so there. So one strike follows another, or a lockout. For months at a time, the mills lie idle, while owners and workers deadlock. Someone suggested that the mills begin to make the sort of new fancy weaves of cotton cloth for which there is increasing demand. But the weavers refused to learn the new weaves. They said they knew how to do the plain weaving, and it wouldn't pay them to learn the new kind of weaving on the old wages, which are paid according to the amount of work done. And many of them said anyway they were too old to make such changes now. So these faithful and efficient weavers go on fighting and striking and reviling fate, rather than fit themselves for new work, which would in the end pay better than the old. Poor short-sighted weavers. Poor short-sighted cousins to the weavers. Poor short-sighted and disappointed Abe Johnson. What do you suppose life makes us begin at the bottom for and build bit by bit? For the sole purpose of building character, building good, strong channels for desire to run in, channels so deep and full that the desire stream will be strong enough to accomplish for the individual the thing he wants. And how are we to know we are building the right kind of character? By the sense of inner satisfaction which witnesses every well-done deed. That is where self-respect and self-reliance come in. Even a baby feels the well done of its soul when it succeeds in doing something for itself. A child prizes this inner self-satisfaction, self-respect, above all things else. Watch the happy look on a child's face when it has succeeded in doing something for itself. Only foolish grown-ups value anything on earth above this inner satisfaction. Only grown-ups will let other folks do for them what they can do for themselves. Only grown-ups will quench themselves for the sake of appearances. Some grown-ups. To know thyself is to know that the best thing in heaven or earth, the best guide in heaven or earth, is the inner sense of well done, the sense of self-respect which comes from doing things instead of letting them be done for you. As long as the innermost self approves your doings, you are building character. And what shall it profit you if you gain the whole world and lose the well done of your soul? Nothing. Less than nothing. For in all creation or uncreation, there is but one real satisfaction, one real happiness, and that is self-satisfaction, self-respect. Self-respect springs only from well-doing. It is well done, thy soul says to thee, that gives thee joy. What matter what Tom, Dick, and Harry, and Madam Grundy say? Be still and hear thyself. I have not seen nor ear heard the glory and satisfaction which await him who listens to himself. Well done, good and faithful servant. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord, which is thy innermost self. The barred door. One night upon mine ancient enemy I closed my door, and lo, that night came love in search of me. Love I had hungered for, and finding my door closed, went on his way, and came no more. Pray you, take counsel of this penitent, and learn thereof. Set your door wide, whatever guests be sent, your graciousness to prove. Better to let in many enemies than bar out love. Theodore in Harper's Bazaar. Chapter 14. What has he done? We were talking about New Thought and the increased efficiency it gives to people. Evidently, he did not think very highly of the practical side of New Thought. It is all very well to help people to bear their troubles, he said, but it does not get rid of the troubles. And I said, I thought if it never did anything more than help people to endure things, it at least helps more than anything else ever did. But I assured him that New Thought, rightly applied, does change conditions, and I cited my own experience and proof. Then I called his attention to other people prominent in the New Thought, whose conditions and health have been changed for good. One of the names mentioned was that of a successful lawyer well known to us both. Well, queried he, what has he done that is so wonderful? Others have done as great or greater things who never heard of New Thought. Of course, the principles of New Thought are the principles of life itself, and in all climes and times there have been people who consciously or unconsciously lived according to principle and thereby manifested health, which means wholeness of mind, body, and environment. Wisdom's ways are always ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. And wisdom is as omnipresent as the ethers, to be used by him who inspires it, by him who desires it above all else. Every pleasant thing and thought in this world comes by mental breathing of wisdom, and every soul that ever lived has lived by breathing wisdom. In proportion to his inbreathing of wisdom has been the pleasantness of his ways and the peace of his path, and his ups and downs have come from the fact that he inspires wisdom in spots only. He keeps on mentally breathing, of course, but he doesn't always breathe wisdom. He is like a man who breathes pure outdoor air a while, and then goes into a close room or down in a mine and breathes poison gases. As physical health depends upon the quantity of pure air inspired, so physical and mental and environmental health depends upon the amount of pure wisdom inspired. And nobody will deny that most of us inspire a large proportion of poison gas of the mental kind instead of pure wisdom. We breathe over other people's thoughts after them, just as we breathe over the air after them. This breathed over thought destroys our physical, mental, and environmental health. We need to get out in God's open air and breathe new thought, or we shall asphyxiate. Old thought is division, dissension, separateness, competition. New thought is the great opening of principles, oneness, harmony, God, good, freedom, peace, love. New thought is from ages to ages, everlasting. Those who inspire it, inbreathe it, are the whole and strong ones, whether they breathe it consciously or unconsciously. By teachings of new thought, the world is learning to do consciously, intelligently, what a few have done here and there through all the ages. And need we be reminded of the advantages of knowing how and why we do things? What has he done that is so wonderful? The lawyer we spoke of is not what the world calls great in any line. He has not built up a Standard Oil system, nor torn one down. He is not a Roosevelt or a Togo or a Napoleon, nor even an Elbert Hubbard. His desires and ambitions have run in other minds. He is not built that way. He has it in him to be a Rockefeller, and he is glad of it. Why then should we be compared with Napoleon or Rockefeller? Do we measure roses and violets and daffodils and chrysanthemums by the same standards? Is the violet inconsequential because it sheds its sweetness in a shady corner instead of flinging it in midday from the top of a sunflower stalk? No. We measure violets by other violets, not by sunflowers or hollyhocks or peonies. And men are more diverse than flowers. Every man has his own individuality, his own soul specifications to develop by. Every man comes as the flower of a peculiar ancestry, like no other man's ancestry. To judge one man by another is as foolish as to judge a violet by a sunflower. This lawyer we spoke of stands in a class by himself. He has not achieved what Rockefeller has, but he has achieved something which satisfies himself better than the doings of a dozen Standard Oil magnates could. And what is success but self-satisfaction? To succeed is to accomplish what one sets out to do. Growing success is a matter of growing ideals and a succession of successes. Our lawyer is satisfied with new thought and its efficacy in his case. By its use, he has accomplished a succession of things he wanted to do. He has literally made himself over, and his environment too. And he has evolved new ideals and developed new energies which show him a joyful eternity ahead. He is satisfied with the new thought as a working principle. He goes on working by it, growing daily in wisdom and knowledge, daily growing greater graces of character, mind, body, and environment. It is the man who does not live new thought teachings, who misjudges them by the outward appearances of other men's lives. Nothing before, nothing behind. The steps of faith fall on the seeming void and find the rock beneath. Whittier. Chapter 15, Will and Wills. In a copy of an old magazine is an article entitled, What New Thought Women Say of the Will by an Old Thought Woman Who Fails to Sign Her Name. This article is about as cross-eyed as anything I have read recently. It amuses me, and yet it touches a responsive chord of stored memories, and I sympathize. That is, I am enabled for the moment to re-enter the sympathy or condition this woman describes. Every step she has passed through, I too have experienced. But I have passed through it all and emerged upon the spiral above, where I am enabled to understand the phenomena of wills in relation to each other and in relation to the whole. Briefly stated, the old thought woman's idea is, the will is a part of that delusive mortal mind. It is the executor of the world, the flesh, and the devil. God's will is a fiction. Devil, with a capital D, mind you. Then she goes on to tell how willful she used to be. She dominated her relatives, friends, and enemies alike, and even the cats and dogs. there was scarcely no way in which will can dominate that I did not work to its limits, she says. I intended to marry without declaring my views, get the property and support, but refuse all sensuality, because she was adamant against childbearing. Decidedly a disagreeable person, I should say. I don't wonder that she was cordially hated by those whom she hypnotized and outwitted. I don't wonder pain, anguish, hatred, suffering, disappointment followed in the wake of every triumph. Do you? Then she grew sick of it all and gave up all will. In a complete loss of will, self-will, God's will, all kinds of will, there is a miraculous condition of affairs, she says. Then she goes on to preach Christ's teaching of non-resistance. Every positive character, and probably every negative one too, passes sometime through an experience identical with this woman's. The more pronounced the character, the more definite is the change from self-will to self-abnegation. A negative character will hang on eternally to his self-will, and the giving up of his will causes him all the anguish this woman experienced as a result of using her will. Now, without pointing out to you the mistakes of this writer, let me give you my statement of will, its nature and uses, after which I think you will see the old thought woman's understanding needs to grow a bit. Will is the motive, electric force of the universe, the only force there is. Will is the energy which forms worlds and swings them in space, which dissolves all forms and creates anew. Will is attraction and gravitation. Will is love, and will is hate. Will is the passion, the active force of the one. Will is omnipresent and omnipotent. Without will, there could be only stagnation, death, annihilation. But there is will, and there are wills. There is all-pervading, all-evolving will, and there are countless little tossing, warring wills. There is one great ocean, and there are countless little tossing wavelets, each taken up with its own aims to rise above its neighbors. On the unseen side, will is one, the only one. On the seen side, there are only wills beginning and ending within the personal circle. Will is the executive of omniscience. Will is the executive of universal, all-evolving wisdom. Will of God is no fiction. It is the one immutable, inexorable fact which personal wills ceaselessly and uselessly toss themselves against to their undoing and the increase of knowledge. All wisdom and all will are the one great ocean from which personal wisdom and will are tossed, and to which all return. Will and wisdom are all there is in the universe. They are one and inseparable. Water is correctly formulated as W2W instead of H2O, and every atom in the universe, seen or unseen, is simply will in definite and varying proportion to wisdom. The less wisdom in the mixture, the more foolishly will the will be exercised. Will is used commonly as a name for volition exercised by the conscious 5% mind. The individual reasons from his own narrow view and sets his will to execute his finite judgments. For the time, he sets his judgment up as infallible, grits his teeth, clenches his fists, and drives through until he comes slam up against universal will. It is as if one of your hands set up a judgment of its own and attempted to force the other hand to move after his pattern. Your right hand sees and judges for a right hand, but not for a left hand. Just so with this old thought woman. She set up her judgment and attempted to bring relatives, friends, enemies, animals under subjection. Under subjection to what? Her will? No. Under subjection to her judgments. Her will was simply the executive, the sheriff's posse. Having a strong will, she had her way in many cases, where a less determined individual would have held just as severe judgments without having the will to execute them. Was her will evil, a delusion? No. But her wisdom was a minus, a personal quantity, and her will thereby misdirected. I am a very strong-willed woman, and I glory in it. But the time was when when I made all kinds of a chump of myself by setting up my judgment for other people's guidance and sending my will to execute my judgments willy-nilly on the other fellow's part. My will was first class, likewise my attention, but my judgment was exceedingly narrow and crude. I got into all kinds of hot water, just as this old thought woman did, and finally I couldn't stand it any longer. I went to the Lord. I prayed and agonized and humbled myself as I needed to. The trouble with me was that I had not learned yet that my judgments were not the best on earth, and my will was not the only executive. All these failures on my part made me look at last for higher judgments and mightier will. Among men, I could not find them. Not a writer or lecturer or friend, but showed me plainly that his judgments were as wry and his will as circumscribed as my own. So I turned to the unseen and unbelieved in, but greatly needed and longed for God. I gave up my will. I said, not my will, but thine be done. It was hard to do, but being a strong-willed woman, I did it and did it well. I lived daily with Jesus in that sublime Sermon on the Mount. Of course, I found peace. Having laid aside all personal aims and ambitions and given up all efforts to make myself or the world better, I found peace. An Indian lying full length in his canoe, which is floating softly and surely down the broad Columbia toward the ocean, is an emblem of peace. The individual who wakes up at last to the fact that what he has been tearing himself in tatters trying to accomplish is already being accomplished by a broad river of will, of which his own will is but a wavelet, finds himself incarnating peace. He that loseth his life shall find it. He that loseth his will shall find it for the first time. I thought I was giving up my will when it was only my judgments I gave up, and I gained in return the entire will of the universe. I changed my point of view. That was all. I had been seeing countless myriads of striving, tortured individuals, each warring in chaos to bring order according to his judgments. Now I saw God as the animating soul and will and wisdom, working in and through and by these striving ones. From a formless wavelet striving to get up, I became the Indian, resting, realizing the mighty will underneath me that carried me unerringly in the right direction, even when I did nothing. I rested and let the all-will carry me and everybody else. At times, it seemed that I must spring up and make this one or that one go right or do right, but I used my will on myself and kept hands off. I could not see that the all-will was bringing this out right, but I had made such a miserable failure when I was running things that in sheer despair, I determined to resist nothing, compel nobody, but just trust that the all-will would bring things out right. I kept saying to myself, hands off, loose him and let the all-will run him until I really learned to let the all-will do it. Of course, I thought just as this old thought woman does, that I was exercising no will at all, but I was, and she is doing it too. The only difference between the use of my will before and after this self-abnegation was this. After I gave up my will, I had the all-will on my side for the first time, and so easy did it seem to be to let the all-will do everything that I did not realize that the all-will worked through and by my personal will. It was as if I had been trying desperately to lift something too heavy for me, and suddenly my efforts were reinforced to such an extent that it was easy. Or as if I had been trying hard to shove open what seemed a door when along came one who showed me where the real door was and how to open it easily. I had been using all my will to make myself and others good, and suddenly I found the all-will reinforcing my little will, as if a mighty power had been switched on to my circuit. This was not really what happened, It was this. My little will had been striving against other little wills, as if one finger strove to curtail the action of another finger. At last, In desperation, and without at the time understanding what I did, I let go my little attempt, and immediately I began to sense the all-will working through my will for the accomplishment of larger purposes I had not before dreamed of. It was hard to strive against other wills, hard, and the outcome uncertain and fraught with suffering and disappointment, but it was easy to let the all-will back my will. So easy, I failed for some time to realize I was using any will. Like Solomon, I asked for wisdom, for understanding. As it came to me, I saw that whenever the all-will backed my will and made action easy, I was on the right track. Whenever I felt a sensation of pulling against some other will, I was on the wrong track and must let go and rest. Many times, the thing I could not at one time do without that pulling against feeling at another time, I could do easily with that sense that the all-will backed me. Sometimes, the all-will backed me in doing what some other person opposed, and yet I was not backed when I did the opposing. At first, all this seemed like the capricious leadings of a spirit, but at last I began to see a principle in it. I found the law of individuality. I found that when I willed to do anything which I desired, the all-will backed me, unless I foolishly desired to curtail what some other body desired to do. Not what some other body desired me to do, but what he desired to do without interference from me. You see the point? For instance, I desired to teach and heal. Another desired me to cook and sew, and the spirit backed me. I serenely taught and healed. That other fumed and fretted, and yet, all serene, I knew the all-will backed me. But that other smoked. I considered smoking wasteful and detrimental, and every time I expressed my opinions on the subject, I felt that the all-will was not backing me. This one had a right to smoke, because he was not thereby interfering with the free action of another. But when he tried to put me back in the kitchen, he had to use his personal will, unbacked by the all-will, because the all-will was backing my will to get out of the kitchen. On the other hand, the all-will backed his will to smoke. Therefore, when I tried to interfere, I opposed not only his will, but the all-will as well. Now that is just what gives us all so many hard knocks in the world, dearie. We fail to respect the other fellow's rights, and in so doing, we run against not only his personal will, but the all-will into the bargain. No wonder we get some horrible bumps. When you exercise your will against another's freedom of action, you shut yourself off from your source of will supply, the all-will. This is why you clench your fists, grit your teeth, and contract your lungs and muscles. You are shut off from the source of will supply, and you contract in order to force your willpower against another. Then you are exhausted and have accomplished nothing. For if you succeed in making him be good, this time he hates you for it, and he will break out with more force at the next opportunity, because the all-will is backing him, even in the actions you judge as bad. Remember, the all-will backs every personal will except when the personal will interferes with the free action, not interference, of another will. Then when you attempt interfering with the free action of another, you force out your will upon him, just as you force out the breath from your lungs. Then you have to catch your breath and your will again. It takes time to fill yourself again with will, and whilst you are doing it, you suffer all those horrible sensations of remorse and weakness and disgust that come over one after one of these tussles with another will. You have all these feelings whether or not you succeed in downing the other fellow. Oh, it doesn't pay, dearie. It doesn't pay to use your will except when you can feel the all-will backing you. What New Thought people refer to as cultivating your will is simply cultivating acquaintance with and consciousness of the all-will. It is simply recognition of will, recognition of the ceaseless underlying urge of the universe, which is working within and through the individual to express more and more of beauty and wisdom and good. To use the little personal will apart from the all will, one must contract and thus force out his will upon other people and things. To use the all will, one must first know he is right, then relax and let will flow through him to accomplish according to his word or desire. In using the little personal will, one recognizes himself a member of a multiverse, of being separate and apart from all other beings. In order to use the all will, one must first have learned his relation to it and to all other persons and things. He must have
But through scientific progress, you're but you have to have somebody who can actually paint them. I mean, these are hand painted suspenders.
So the ones that you have, these are right here. These are hand painted.
Yeah,
Interesting. Okay, so that's part of it. So you're wearing art.
exactly.
So
and the artist part of it.